It's like charismatic is in here, but he's really Matt in real life.
Yeah,
we see him.
Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, here's our new promo. Don't listen to that show. All right, here we go. Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
Happy Wednesday. Happy jump day.
I'm so jealous of you
Why?
because it's Thursday energy on a Wednesday.
Yeah, no, it's kind of messing me up. I've been wanting to say it's Thursday so far, but yeah, no, it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's jump day.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. But no,
I'm Kyle.
It's been a bit of a countdown this week, I won't lie.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm heading out to Tahoe. Heading out to Tahoe this weekend with the friends, so
that's a great time.
Yeah.
Tahoe is great vibes.
Gonna go see the Odyssey. I'm gonna go see the Odyssey on Friday with my brother and my dad. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. All right.
Gonna grab some breakfast before that. Got a nice little weekend planned. Yes.
That sounds so nice.
My brother's birthday's on Friday, so I'll make sure to spend some time with him.
Oh my goodness. Are you going to see the Odyssey in Tahoe?
No, in Modesto.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing multiple trips this weekend.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right. Very good. Are you staying in Tahoe or a little day trip?
No, I'm staying in Tahoe.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get there Friday night probably.
I have some friends who go cover like the American Century Championship, the celebrity golf tournament up there.
Of course. Isn't that what just happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just happened. And I have some friends who may be listening to this, who go cover the event on a daily basis. They drive up there, cover the event, and then drive home because they live in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And wherever they work won't pay for them to stay up there. And I get you're not paying out of your own pocket. This is not a shot at them. But that just, the idea of going to Tahoe and being like, yeah, I'm in Tahoe, gotta leave tonight.
Buddy,
that's tough.
I've done LA and back all in one swoop.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because we were insane. Because I don't know, like
you drove to so you got up at like 4 a.m.
Well,
drove to LA, got to LA about 10, 11 o'clock.
I don't know if it's kind of a blur. This is when Urban Meyer was coaching the Jaguars. Because what ties into the I got home at 3 a.m., woke up at 6 a.m. for Dolphins Jags in London, and Urban Meyer and the Jaguars beat the Miami Dolphins for their first win of the season. And then I brought my sad ass back to sleep after that. Yeah, it was one of those wild things.
Why?
We were supposed to stay at a family member's house, right?
Okay.
But my wife's family member's house.
So you drove down to Southern California expecting
for a wedding. Yeah, we
it.
went down for a wedding for the day or whatever. We were supposed to stay there. Like we were going to, but we also learned, there's about 7 other families that are going to be staying here. So there's not really going to be too much room for us to sleep unless we're sleeping on the living room. I'm feeling good. You're feeling good. Hey, let's just hit the trip back right now. Why not? We'll grab some coffees. So we were just being a bit wild. She fell asleep 30 minutes in. I did the whole drive, and I'll never do that again. But like I did it.
That's insane.
It is.
I'm going to Google. I'm finding a Howard Johnson's, and I'm getting checked in for $50.
Yeah, probably should have did that. But again, we were like, let's just save money or whatever.
Just hit that long trip back. All right, man.
If we ever have to hit a mission, though, I'm your guy. We can do LA and back. Yes.
I want to tell you, I'm not. I'm asleep 30 minutes in.
It's all good.
It's something about being in the car that and I'm gone.
Yeah, I know. Every time I tell a story, it's like, I'm an insane person. It's just the fact, too, that I woke up for Dolphins Jags at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
That turned out the way it did, but.
Yeah, I get why.
Yeah.
But the drive back is the crazier thing. Waking up at 6 a.m. after going to bed at 3 a.m. to watch your NFL team, like, okay, that's not that wild.
Mm-hmm.
A long drive back is just, I need a day. I need a day to gear up for it. I'm doing a trip in September. I'm going to Arizona. I'm flying down Wednesday after our show.
Mm-hmm.
There's a concert I'm going to with a buddy of mine Wednesday night. And then I'm going to do the show from Arizona, from our Odyssey studios in Arizona, and then fly back. But that's about as close as I'll get to a one-day turnaround on a trip.
Yeah, I'll never do that again. I'm telling you right now, I will never do that again. Now I'm grown enough where we can afford to get a hotel if we need to.
Get a little hotel.
Yeah.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. It's The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. We have some King stuff that you and Kenny were talking about yesterday on D'Lo and KC that I do want to get to, because I think it's an extension of the conversation we've kind of been having, and the one that's going to carry us into training camp in the preseason. But we might have gotten some news last night.
Look, go ahead and tell the people, and then I'll explain on my expertise regarding stream creation.
This is one of those things that I don't know if this is one of those like online things. Like if I asked my parents about this, because my parents are not nearly as on the internet. You know, they have Instagram or whatever, but they're not on it at the rate that I am. I don't know that this permeated the outside the internet world. The Miami Heat last night published on their YouTube page.
Yes.
Like for July 27th, LeBron James introductory press conference.
It was a real thing.
It was actually real.
Yeah, it was a real link to the press conference that was scheduled July 27th for the Miami Heat.
And it was up for a while. Like you could Google it and it was still there. Something or nothing.
Look. The right answer is nothing, because it's I guess the answer they gave about it, they were just in case he comes, we're being prepared. Like, sure, that works, I guess. But look, I've been a producer here for about 6-7 years now. I have never once created a stream for a future guest that might show up. All right, D'Lo and KC interview the KSFM, and of course, this is not LeBron James. This is why it's different. The right answer is probably it's nothing. But there's never been like, oh, so and so artist is coming into town. They might be here. Let's create a stream just in case. No, we create the stream because hey, that person's gonna be here, September 20th. Just throwing a date out there. This is all hypotheticals again, but point being, September 20th. Create the stream for that day because this artist is gonna be here. Do they show up all the time? No, but again, they are scheduled to be there. I'd imagine and also it only takes about 10 seconds too to create something for YouTube or whatever platform you're doing it on. You don't need to, hey guys, let's create something in case LeBron shows up July 27th.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of a break here. I think personally, I think it's something. I think it is something, honestly.
Here's why I think it's not. One, I want to push back. I saw this has happened for the last 20 years. When something goes wrong with social media, say the last 15 years, somebody goes, oh, an intern just got fired. Like, brother, interns, A, don't really exist that much anymore. B, like, trust me, I have friends who work in sports social media. It's not interns doing this. This is people who work, like they are hired to do this. They have somebody, I'm sure the Miami Heat have somebody who is in charge of their video content. And maybe that person has people who work under them, but they are like employees who are tasked. It's not, hey, intern, throw up a video.
Yeah, it's not one of the promotions guys or whatever.
Right.
Someone from some different department come help us out.
Correct. So this is a person that knows what they're doing. I don't think that, I'm guessing whatever they were doing was some kind of like test. And they just said like, oh, hey, LeBron James intro presser and threw something in, because this has been a super top secret, high level, under wraps. Nobody knows anything. It's at the point that Mark Stein, who's very plugged in, is in his columns just like, yeah, LeBron will sign somewhere. Like that's what it's not. It's leaning this way. It's leaning that way. Rich Paul is out here doing the media tour, like saying all these names. You've got Shams saying it's down to the Warriors are out and it's Philly and Miami and Cleveland. That's kind of the only, we see the betting markets going all over the place, or prediction markets, or whatever you want to call them. And I guess they're two separate things, allegedly. I don't think that this decision would be told to the video department. I don't think that's just too easy. Like there are things that go on at this station. Like when we did our lineup change, that was a thing that was like in a closed room you didn't even know what was going on until like 3 days before.
Pretty much.
Because it was just like, hey, I can't. And that was mostly because we wanted to announce it on our terms.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't want, oh, this person heard about it and told this person, and now all of a sudden it gets out and it's this whole thing. So when we did this lineup change, it's like, okay, hang on, we got to keep this under lock and key. Because if you tell one person now I'm back to the Miami Heat. If you tell one person in the video department, hey, LeBron's signing here, intro presser on the 27th, so be ready for that. Like, that's really dangerous, because now that person just tells their coworker, hey, you can't tell anybody.
I mean, so is creating the test. Well, why create the test stream then?
Yeah,
because you've been doing this. Like, if you create these YouTube streams or whatever, like, it's like the back of your hand or whatever the saying is. Like, it's easy. It takes 5 seconds. So like, why create a test one? I guess
not necessarily. What if they just hired somebody? And they said, hey, okay, here's
get the Miami Heat's HR rep on the line right now.
Here's how we hire or not. Here's how we hire. Here's how we create a stream. Here's the program we use. Or maybe they're using a new program this year, and so they're getting that all tested out. And in the same way that on a radio station in the Bay Area, it goes out over the air, somebody saying, God, Buster Posey sucks.
Yes.
Or whatever they said, Posey sucks, man, or whatever they said. Because they were testing a mic and had it on in the wrong place. The same way that can happen is the same way I think it's really easy to say, yeah, we've got this new video platform. Here's how to do everything. Here, let's just put in a title. LeBron James. When you could just put test, but it's probably Miami Heat fans working or they are now fans that they work for the organization.
There's some sort of excitement there, I'm sure.
All right, so let's say LeBron
test
signs.
Stream
so
for LeBron's potential press conference.
Right, we've got LeBron James press conference July 27th, and here's how to post it. Or maybe they created it Monday and said, and here's how to schedule it out. We'll just say tomorrow or whatever. And then they forgot to delete it after scheduling it out. Like, I think there are so many things that could have happened that logically make sense to me. What doesn't make sense is what you were saying, and I totally agree with you on this.
Damn it.
It does. What does that mean?
Oh, I thought I had something.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That. Yes, I think I agree with you, unless I misheard you.
Let's find out.
You're not creating that stream ahead of time. You're creating that stream on July 27. At least I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe it's something where they schedule out a bunch of stuff because they know when their media availability is going to be and they know when this practice is going to be. And so they get out in front of it and say, all right, hey, here's this spreadsheet. Let's get all these scheduled. And they accidentally post it instead of scheduling it. And maybe. But I don't think that that's the case. I think if LeBron James is going to have a press conference, they would create that video the day of or the day before, once it had been announced that LeBron is signing.
Yeah, again, the right answer is probably it means nothing. You're right. All right, I tried to just buy into the chaos of it all. And Tyler, 916-909-1320, Mojo's local Tapia Kitchen text line. Tyler Jennings in the chat. All the things to get fired as a social media person. All the things to get fired as a social media person for working for the Heat. I don't think this person's getting fired. I don't know. Maybe.
Ooh.
You think?
Ooh.
Because things like this do happen. It just sucks that this time it did happen had to happen to be centered around LeBron James.
So it's tough.
Like, I posted the wrong video, like on a Kings whatever on YouTube or whatever, when I was like, oh no, I meant to post it to this title and all, Okay,
but that's different, because posting the wrong title is one thing. Let's say, and it's tougher for us because we're such a small operation.
Again, yeah, this is not LeBron James's name.
But if we had, let's say we had 2 producers on each show who were in charge of video, and they're Kings fans, and James Ham comes in one day and says, hey, I'm going to record this video. I'm going to be gone, so I'm going to record this video. I know that, player X is signing an extension with the Kings, or player X is being traded. So I'm going to do a video on it. Can you guys put that video up once that player's traded?
Mm-hmm.
We go, yeah, for sure. And we send that to those video guys and say, hey, this video is not to go up until this trade is announced. So let's hold off on that. And then they put the video up with the title like player X traded, Keegan Murray traded to Bucks, and they post it before that's out. That's a massive no-no. Like that could be something that derails the trade in some way, or like that's a massive, massive mistake.
Yeah, I guess like in that scenario though, it's like something is happening. We just have to wait. Here, like this was a test. This was like a test. We don't know if he's coming here. Like this, we're just doing a little test, and the guy happened to publish it on accident. The test stream, like it wasn't like I said, LeBron. It's not, you're not creating a stream where LeBron is going to be creating a stream again. If we're going off of their reasoning, it's because of you ran a test that you accidentally published.
Okay, what if LeBron, I get mistakes happen. What if LeBron's people call, Rich Paul calls Pat Riley and goes, dude, we said not to say anything, and now you're posting it on YouTube? We're not going anymore. I gotta fire you because you're directly at fault. Yes, you're direct. But if it's you're directly at fault. But if it's like if LeBron and his team aren't really tripping about it, and like again, it's a test stream. It wasn't LeBron's not officially coming here or anything. If we're going with the test stream thing, then I think like you got to give them a talking to. I'm sure they're scared as hell right now. Pat Riley, I'm sure knows about it and all. But like at the end, if it was a test stream, then it's just a mistake. But it is a massive mistake. It is LeBron James. Let's say even if it's not a test stream,
and we're talking about it in Sacramento to open our show.
I have done this a couple of times where I've scheduled something or pre-written something at Niners Wire. Just like before the draft, before the 2021 draft, I had 8 posts ready to go on Justin Fields. I had several posts ready to go on Trey Lance. I was convinced it was Mac Jones. I had like 15 things written about Mac Jones ready to go. Like all of these just sitting in my drafts. And I've accidentally, when pre-writing something like that, hit publish instead of save draft. And so now I've got 6 reasons Mac Jones makes sense. 6 reasons the 49ers drafted Mac Jones, publishing 3 days before the draft. It's like, oh God, like that, like, oh yeah. That. And for that, I run the website. There's no consequence. I can go in, I immediately delete it. And one of my editors, my bosses might be like, hey, what was that? Or did you publish this on purpose? Or no, I just hit the wrong button. Oh, okay, no problem. I can't imagine the fear I would feel, like my heart sinking.
This is the one.
If I'm creating that stream and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so excited. I get to create the LeBron stream. Okay, I just need to make sure to save it, publish.
Well, that's the thing though, that instant reaction of, like that didn't happen. The stream was up for a little while. So this person left, like, I got to create the LeBron test stream or whatever. And it's like an hour later, oh my gosh.
That's why
NBA Central and everyone has this right now.
That's why I think
the Heat had to make a statement.
Yes.
I don't know if it was the Heat, but it was Source talking to one of the Miami Heat beat writers. That's how that came out.
You have to address it.
Yeah, they addressed it. It was addressed.
That's why I think they were showing something, a new program. They had just hired somebody, so they were and they just were like, and this is how you schedule a post. We'll just schedule it for tomorrow at 5 p.m. or whatever. And we'll make sure to delete it. And then they got wrapped up talking about something else, and they moved on to something else, and all of a sudden that scheduled post never got deleted.
Yeah.
That would make sense to me. Or
no, you're probably right.
Or they clicked the wrong date when they were trying to schedule the video.
We'll see. But yeah, it's probably nothing. My fault for daring to dream.
Do you know what really annoys me though?
What?
Is all these people who have paid partnerships with Kalshi and Polymarket, all these aggregator accounts, posting screenshots and being like, tons of money coming in on the Heat. And yeah, of course. Duh, that's how it works. If you're betting on something and you think that the outcome got leaked, you're going to go bet on that.
Yes. I guess that's how the prediction markets. I don't know. It's a weird time we're living in.
It's very, very strange, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
I like sports betting.
Oh, yeah. Tell me the Vegas odds. I don't want to hear what the prediction markets are saying. Right. I'm old school. Give me the Vegas odds.
Right.
All right. What do the insiders over there know? That's really what's going down.
You're not putting money against the house. You're trading with other traders. Like, that's horrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that at all.
I'm good.
Heat minus 125. Cool. Give me 10 on that.
So if LeBron does go to the Heat, though, do we acknowledge that the stream was real?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. 1,000%.
Yeah.
Does the timeline work out though? July 27?
5 days from now.
I guess that means, if he announces the next couple days. All right. We'll find out in the next couple days.
Yeah.
What if he delays it? What if it's not announced by July 27?
Adam Silver just losing his mind because he can't release the schedule still.
If I'm Adam Silver, I just do it. Yeah, sure.
Just,
we know he's going to go to
just
Cleveland.
Call your shot, yeah.
Okay, look, Cleveland's probably playing on Christmas Day anyway, right?
Ooh, no, not if I don't know if LeBron's not there. I wouldn't say definitely.
They went to the Eastern Conference Finals. You can't give me Knicks Cavs on Christmas Day?
I think we can work out. Like, what about Knicks versus if Knicks? No, you could do like Knicks versus LeBron's next team in the East or whatever if you want to do that, or Knicks versus Wemby. Like, I don't know if my first option is Knicks versus Cavs.
Okay, but the Cavs could very realistically play on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Yes.
Yeah, we know you hate them.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
You think Donovan Mitchell stinks.
So no. If anything, I've been telling the truth. Go ahead. No. Not about him stinking. No, I see. say too many words on the radio and you get caught up.
So the Cavs could very realistically play on Christmas.
Yeah.
Where like if LeBron doesn't sign there and they were on the Christmas schedule, it wouldn't be like, what? It's not the Atlanta Hawks, right? It's not like
you're putting the Warriors, the Spurs, the Knicks, the 76ers, LeBron's next team.
But hang on, follow me here. Cavs could very realistically play on Christmas.
Yeah.
The Warriors could very realistically play on Christmas. The Heat could very realistically play on Christmas.
Yeah, Giannis is there already.
The Sixers could very realistically play on Christmas. So you've just got those 14. Put them on. Make the Christmas schedule. Put them all in. Like, yeah, hey, they're all playing. LeBron, whichever one you pick.
Yeah, all of LeBron's potential teams are all playing on Christmas.
You're playing at 9, noon, 3, or 6.
Minnesota Timberwolves, we know you don't really have a chance, but we're going to throw you on here anyways, just in case.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I guess if you want to.
The Christmas matchups are just all possible LeBron teams. Nuggets, Timberwolves.
Yeah, just the weirdest matchups. Like, these don't make sense. Well, we didn't know where LeBron was going on July 22nd. We had to do something. I don't know where he's going. The longer this goes, it feels like maybe it's not Cleveland. And also, if he's not retiring, it feels like it's not Cleveland as well. And right now, I'm leaning towards him not retiring for this final season.
I think this is his last team.
You think? I think okay, this is last team, but I don't know if this is his last season.
Yeah, that's why I don't know that retiring affects whether I think he's going to Cleveland or not. So you would rule out Cleveland entirely if this is not his last year?
I think so, because I feel like the Cleveland thing, like he's been meeting with them and all, but I feel like a lot of that has been us like, oh, that'd be a great story. LeBron James returns home one final time and closes out his career there. But I don't know if that's necessarily what LeBron wants. The way LeBron's been talking, the way it's been leaked from Rich Paul and others, kind of like, yeah, LeBron just kind of wants to enjoy his last couple of years. Like, of course, like home is always comfortable, but I mean, you can enjoy your last couple of years in Golden State or Miami. You know, like I don't know if it's just so set in stone. Like he's gonna go to Cleveland. I feel like that's the one. That's just the easiest route. The one we can all kind of point to. Not to say that they're not an option, because they definitely are, but I don't know if it's so set in stone. Like, yeah, he's going to Cleveland.
I kind of think
he's already returned. He brought them a ring. Like, of course, like yes, you can do the whole. Like I can retire there again. Like not again, but I can retire there. But you already did the I went home thing.
I think there's part of him that really wants to play for Golden State. He's buddies with Draymond, like close friends with Draymond. He loves playing with Steph, or at least he did in the Olympics.
I can't stop talking about it over the years.
You've got a short flight to where your daughter is in LA. That's
also a massive reason.
Yep, that's been a major. She's been playing a major role apparently in his decision making. But at the same time, I think he looks at Golden State and says, I have no shot there. I can't justify I want to compete. I don't need to win a title necessarily, but I need to compete. I don't think me going there makes us even close to a title contender. And I don't want to do that much heavy lifting. So if they make a trade, and I think that's part of what he's doing is like, okay, I'm happy going to Miami. I'll see what Cleveland does with James Harden, and I'll see what Golden State does with Anthony Davis, Trey Murphy, whoever. And if by this date nothing, then I'm going to Miami or whatever it is, whatever team, Philly, Miami. That's what I think is going on. That's why I think it's delayed.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be Cleveland coming up. I want it.
I have no idea.
Cleveland
I have
to me
no
would just be boring. I'm joking. We do the bit about Cleveland. I do the bit about it. Like Cleveland, he can go back. They'll compete for a title. But again, it's just I feel like we already saw that story.
Yeah, I don't. I know there's all this reporting about what he wants and doesn't want, but like deep down, I don't even know if Rich Paul knows deep down what LeBron wants.
Go to your real team, LeBron. Go to the Miami Heat. All right, not the team that we attach to. The team that you actually love, Miami.
Is he a Miami Heat, or is he a Cav?
Is
he a Laker?
He's not a Laker. I don't even know. That whole 5 years with the Lakers was kind of weird.
5?
Was it 5? Or
it was like almost a decade.
LeBron and the Lakers?
Yes.
No, he got there like 2019, didn't he? 5 to 7 years,
8
I guess.
years, I think.
Yeah, if it's not 10,
That's
it's
closer
5
to a decade than 5.
You're right. All right, fine. Almost a decade with the Lakers. Yeah, that almost a decade was kind of weird. Cleveland is his home and all, but
he played 8 seasons for the Lakers.
Oh,
that's
geez.
I said
5.
That's twice as many years as he played for Miami.
Again, they were weird years. I don't know what to say. I don't think Laker fans like love him like they do the rest of the greats. So yeah, I would put the Lakers to the side. But like he's a Cavalier, no doubt. He's a Cavalier. But you got the most titles with the Heat. You were playing your best with the Heat. That was kind of the peak of your career. You went back to Cleveland to do him a favor. Like, yeah, he's a Cav, but I think there's some respect to the Heat there. There's probably some love.
Yeah, and then he went back to Cleveland, and now he's going back to Miami. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think Cleveland is just like, all right, here's the bow. Like, here's the topper. Like, he just,
I guess,
finished his career there.
Boring. Sure. You hate the Cavs. I don't. It's just,
yeah, LeBron going home would be stupid. Boring.
He already did go home.
Yeah,
let's do something different.
He's doing it one more time. He's going home to.
We want a third time's the charm this thing?
Yeah.
Like, no, let's have some fun. Let's be chaotic the last 2 years. Let's go out with a bang.
Then Philly.
I was an advocate for Philly until
if we're looking for chaos, it's Philly. Or it's gonna. I still can't shake the idea that it's gonna be some random ass team that we're not talking about, like
Minnesota. Like maybe
Minnesota.
Minnesota Timberwolves, like we acknowledged.
Like, yeah, you know what? I'd love to play with Jokic. I'd go to Denver. Short flight still to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Denver was on the board. Stan Kroenke's name was there. Like, there's probably business opportunities.
Good point. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. This is The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Are we doing too much with the Neat Clifford conversation?
I think the summer monster might have gotten us.
The summer monster, we might have got by the summer monster with Neat Clifford. Let's take a deep breath and have a conversation about Neat Clifford. And it's going to start with Neat, but this is a bigger conversation about what this next Kings season looks like. We've escaped the summer monster. We're going to take a deep breath, and we're going to talk logically.
Yes.
About the Sacramento Kings and next season here on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
It would be so fire if we had a producer.
We'll get to this a little bit later on, I believe. But yeah, we'll talk about Russell Westbrook and that Jake Fisher thing.
Definitely got that. You are Kevin from the Wake Up Call is like a baby giraffe, dude. Yeah, yeah, got him. Bro, get dialed. All 16,000 episodes. Hey, David Jackson was good, man. What's up, Michigan? Good to see you guys. What up, Germs? Oh, there's got to be like a 20-minute YouTube video recapping. Wow. Yeah, me and Jesse. On LeBron? Because he's still really good? What up, Mrs. Mack? I should also say we weren't expecting to talk about LeBron James. But then the Miami Heat person, whoever that was, putting the video out, was like, that's the interesting thing. That's a good point. It's probably because he likes to own the news cycle, I would assume. LeBron going to sign with the Warriors, and Pod's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to be better than LeBron.
Could have been the next show here.
Johnny G. Sure is. Bro, they got PB&J crepes at Trader Joe's.
I've never been a crepe guy, I guess. I really tried them. I tried them like once, but like there's some like
it's a really thin pancake.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I know that's a joke on some movie somewhere, I think, but
that's
it's not. Why does it feel like,
Nights.
Okay, yeah, it felt like Will Ferrell movie.
I love crepes.
Classic.
Yeah, they're really, the pancakes, they're really thin ones. Like, yeah, just say I love really thin pancakes. Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. Crepe souffle. I love the crepe souffle. That's crazy. Okay. You got it, man. LeBron's not good.
What's Will Ferrell's best movie?
Oh,
I don't need like the film that tugged at your
I
heartstrings or anything like that. I don't even know if that exists.
I think it's The Other Guys.
Okay, yeah, probably. I lean there. Step Brothers.
Yeah, The Other Guys, Step Brothers, Anchorman.
The Other Guys is a classic.
The Other Guys is legit for me, a like up there classic comedy. I think that is a hilarious movie, and I think it's really well done.
Old School's good. But I think I'll take Step Brothers and
I don't
the Other Guys over that.
I don't know if I consider Step Brothers a Will Ferrell movie.
Step Brothers?
Not Step Brothers.
Or
Old School.
Old School, yeah, because he kind of is not. He's not
like he's in it,
but it's not. Right. Yeah. Here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, brewed with the purest ingredients for the finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly. A very good summer beer.
My introduction to IPAs was a little rough, and then I found the little hazy thing. That IPA,
Hazy Little Thing?
Yes, Hazy Little Thing, and Yeah, no, that's the one.
Yeah, man, it's
actually tastes
it's
good.
really solid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's very, very good. I didn't do IPAs for the longest time.
They'll punch you back sometimes.
Yeah, I
Stronger
tried
taste.
them and they weren't my bag. And I like them now, but I'm also not a beer snob. If you don't like them, I totally understand.
Yeah.
If you're anti, I have friends who were very pro and now they're anti. Totally get it. I still like them. Fine. But I was at the Foster Farms Bowl at Levi's Stadium.
Nice.
Stanford v. Maryland.
It's real sports right there.
When I noticed Stephon Diggs for the first time, because he just lit it up in that game. And I was like, that is going to be the best player in the NFL one day. That wasn't right, but Stephon Diggs had a good
One
career.
of the best receivers, though.
Yeah, 1,500-yard season. I blocked that out of my brain, Stephon Diggs having a 1,500-yard season. But, yeah, called it. Nailed it. I'm a scout now. But I was with Chris Biederman, our good friend of the program. And he said, I got the first round. What do you want? And I said, I'm drinking whatever you're drinking. And he got a Goose Island IPA. Shout out Chicago. Got a Goose Island IPA. And I drank. I was like, this is it. This is delicious. I like these now. And took off from there.
Can I be honest with you real quick?
Mm-hmm.
As your friend, I think you might have a hidden talent for scouting wide receivers. The Stephon Diggs thing stood out. You acknowledged my guy Malik Washington. He was like a 5th or 4th round pick. Might have been. I don't know. Point
Big
being,
Malik
he was
Washington guy.
mid-round pick, and it's like, oh, he stood out. There was some talent there. I was like, oh, Kyle actually knows what he's saying. And there was someone else, I don't remember, but like the two receivers before Stephon Diggs that you pointed out, and then you now pointing out that, oh yeah, I noticed Stephon Diggs at Maryland, and maybe it was like, oh yeah, it was obvious, but like I feel like you might be able to scout these receivers.
I want to note Malik Washington has 540 career receiving yards. I'm not marking that as a win yet.
No, I am, though. I am. There's talent there. There's talent there. We had to get rid of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all, but there's talent there. I was like, oh, Kyle Lukey knows what he's talking about.
If he has 750 yards or more this year, I'll count it as a win.
Okay. Watch out. Watch out. We're going to take him to Santa Clara after this. Kyle, I got the next prodigy right here. He's a 35-year-old radio host, but he gets scout a wide receiver like nobody's business.
You give me, I need one bowl game.
Yes.
I need to watch one bowl game, and I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Maybe we over-scout. Maybe we do too much. Maybe watching some highlights and being like, that dude's nice.
I like his vibes. He went off today.
Yeah.
Get him.
Yeah, man. That Foster Farms Bowl was terrible. It was so cold and windy that they closed off the upper deck of Levi's Stadium.
Oh, wow.
So we got to sit like 12 rows up behind the end zone. Like you could hear the passes hitting receivers' hands. It was crazy. It was so nuts.
I got to up my college football experiences. I think the only game I ever been to was Stanford, San Jose State.
You ever been to a Sac State game?
Yeah. Oh, I've been to Sac State.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, I've been to Stanford, San Jose State. Andrew Luck lit up San Jose State for like 5 touchdowns. And that was it.
All right.
That was cool.
Yeah. Get out to a Cal game or something.
Yes.
Tight. We'll do Cal game. We'll do Sharks game. We'll just knock them all out.
Yes. We need to. Sharks are back.
They've never been more back. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is The Jump on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. You asked during the break, what was Will Ferrell's best movie?
Of course, because it gets wild during the breaks on the Chatty House.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Shoot us a text. If you want to call about this, you can. Phone lines are wide open at 916-909-1320. Or, of course, you can hit us in the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320. What's the number one Will Ferrell movie?
I think I'm going to go the other guys. I'll go the other guys.
The Other
Step
Guys.
Brothers is right up there for me.
I agree.
I'll go the other guys.
They're both tier 1 for me. I don't want to dive all the way into this yet because I want to talk about the Kings.
Yes, of course.
But let us know and we'll talk more about this as the show goes on. What is the number one Will Ferrell movie? Old School doesn't count. Not a Will Ferrell movie for me.
Yeah.
He's in it. He's very funny in it. Frank the Tank is great.
We're going
streaking. Bring your green hat. Like we got all like, yup, dynamite. I wouldn't call that a Will Ferrell movie though.
Yeah, I got some stuff started in the Chatty House, so we'll get to that a little bit later on.
Right. Can't wait. We have ridded ourselves of the summer monster. And I say that because, and I'm not, I need to preface this entire conversation.
Yes.
I will go as far as to say more guilty than anyone of overreacting to summer league things. This is about me. The call is coming from inside the house. But I think we all, certainly on this radio station, I think some people I've seen on the internet and some people in the chatty house have gotten a little bit over our skis with Nick Clifford specifically.
I'm not gonna lie, it's felt like it's gone to a point where we've picked sides, and I don't like that. I don't think we've needed to get there.
But it's.
I think a lot of it is our doing, talking about me, you.
Well, it's just
Casey,
when you
Casey,
start
even talking about Nick Clifford as well,
because we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. I think there's some radio hosts who will tell you, "Hey, never say you don't know." But the fact of the matter is we don't. That's why sports are fun.
Yes,
because we can't predict exactly unless I'm watching a college wide receiver, in which case I got it. But we can't predict exactly what Nick Clifford is going to be. We have thoughts about what last season looked like, what this summer looked like. Was it disappointing? Was it not? What does that mean for him? And I think we go from this logical middle to, like you said, we kind of push ourselves further and further apart the more we talk about it, to where you're either on this extreme of Nick Clifford is amazing. What are you talking about? Or Nick Clifford stinks. I don't know if he's going to be on the team in 3 years.
Yeah, like you were texting me yesterday, and I was like, okay, hold on. Let me take a step back. I think we need to recalibrate just a little bit here.
Yeah, because, so you and Kenny, Kenny Caraway, 2-6, D'Lo and Casey, no D'Lo this week, just Kenny and friends. You and Kenny yesterday, while I was on the way home, we're talking about Nick Clifford. And as I sit there, not in a position where I have a microphone in front of me, when I'm just driving home and I'm on the River Road and I'm listening to this on 1320 AM. Actually, I was on 98.5 FM HD2 yesterday.
Sounds clear. Sounds great.
Amazing. It sounds so good. And you probably have an HD radio in your car and you don't know it. That was me. There's a little HD button that you can hit. If you go to 98.5 FM, there'll either be like a 1 and 2, and you can, if you have a touch screen, you can hit the 2, or you've just got to click over one with the arrow and it'll take you to HD2. Sounds incredible.
The more you know.
But anyways, shout out to Abe Cannon from the 98 Rock Morning Show who told me about that. But anyways, I'm listening to you guys. And the conversation was more or less, it sounded to me like, is Nick Clifford part of this team's future or not?
Okay, yeah.
And I don't like.
That was not the case, by the way. Like we weren't.
No, but that's how it was coming across. Like Kenny said, Nick Clifford will never be a starter for this team. And I'm listening. I'm like, what? How can you? I don't have a problem with the take again, because I probably said something equally overreactionary to something else, or equally reactionary. And I'm like, I don't know that we can say that yet. Kenny asked, is he playing 20 to 25 minutes a night this year? And Kenny said no, and you're like, yeah, no, probably. Nick Clifford is absolutely playing 25 plus minutes a night this year. Absolutely. He has not fallen so far off, and the Kings have not added nearly enough talent to just go, yeah, Nick's just, I don't know where the minutes are for Nick Clifford.
You don't think with guys a little bit healthier, like DeAndre Hunter around now, and just kind of Zach LaVine, like just got that guy's just more healthy, you don't think his minutes could potentially drop?
Okay, let's go through this.
Yeah.
We're assuming Nick is going to play the 2 or 3.
Backup point guard.
Right. He's within the rotation, whatever.
Yeah.
He's playing the 2 or 3. Okay. Who's in front of him right now at the 2? Zach LaVine. Malik.
Yeah.
They have to play there. They have to get minutes there. There's minutes there for Nick. Especially, I think, situationally. Especially with Darius Acuff there. Because if Nick's going to be the backup point guard, since apparently Russell Westbrook's out of the picture, we'll get to that. But if Malik's going to be the backup point guard, and he's getting those minutes, that opens up minutes at the 2 for Nick Clifford. Keegan Murray's playing the 3. Who else is playing the 3?
Alex Caravan, maybe. I mean, who else am I missing? Nick, I guess, would go in there too.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm like going position by position, but
there are going to be plenty of minutes to go around for Nick Clifford. I think this idea that all of a sudden Like, yeah, I don't know where he's going to play now. Like, what? He's going to play the 2 and the 3. I don't think that he was so bad in summer league that hey, this guy just may not play. It wasn't that. He didn't take this leap where I'm all of a sudden going to advocate like, yeah, he needs to start. I don't know how you keep him out of the starting lineup, which is sort of what I was expecting.
Mm-hmm.
And yet didn't get it. Okay. He still last year from January 1 through the end of the season, Nick Clifford played 29 minutes a night. A part of that was Zach LaVine was hurt. Totally got it. He started a bunch of games because Zach LaVine was hurt. But he averaged as a starter 10 points, 5 boards, 4 assists. He shot 34% from 3, I think, as a starter.
He was a little bit, I think it was 12 points as a starter.
He was better as a starter. Yeah. Might have been 12 points as a starter.
It was like 12.6, I believe.
He was better as a starter than he was off the bench. He played big minutes last year. I don't think there's any reason for any young player.
It was 12, 5, and 4 last season as a starter.
12, 5, and 4 as a starter. Like, that's, for a rookie, that's like not bad. I look at whatever second-year player it is, nothing happened in Summer League. And yes, well, I've had my thoughts and I've had my opinions about organizationally, where are they with like trying to win and all that. Like I've had all that, but nothing happened in Summer League with any of the second-year players, Cardwell, Clifford, Reynaud, or otherwise, that made me think, oh man, that guy's role should be less than it was.
Yeah, I got you.
I've got to see it in the regular season.
Yeah, no one's trying to, at least I'm not trying to cut his minutes or anything like that. And as far as like Kenny's thoughts with Nick Clifford, like Kenny can speak for himself. But I think Kenny was not down on these guys, but I think he saw there was a ceiling already to the rookies last year.
Yeah, this is since last year.
Yeah, like Kenny's been on this.
Sure,
like he's not say he doesn't believe in Nick, but he's kind of been on the same wavelength for a while now. So like Kenny can speak for himself. But like as far as myself, like I'm not down on Nick. I'm not trying to cut his minutes or anything. I think it was just a fair question to ask. Like, is he playing 20 to 25 minutes with the guys coming back?
It is no question to me.
Yeah. But again, like also like we bring up his, I guess, what he did last year as a starter. And I truly do not know what to do with last year's stats. Because there are times like, yeah, he played well, but there are times where the game was over by midway through the first. It's like, all right, Nick, you're playing 40 minutes. Get those shots up, brother. And it's like, what exactly
do you think this season's going to be?
I think it'll be a little bit more in control. I think it'll a little bit more cohesive. It's not going to be like, oh, like just go out there and play, get your shots up. It's going to be a little bit more in control, a little bit more within a system, you'd hope, rather than like, oh yeah, we're done. Like you're going to be playing with like the guys healthy. Like Keegan Murray will be back. Domantas Sabonis. Like I don't know if Domantas is here for the long haul, but again, like they're going to be playing more minutes, be around regularly. It's going to be a lot less of, hey, it's the young guys and some G leaguers rather than, all right, we got a little bit of some vets and like we got talent, like actual players here, you know? Not to disrespect the guys playing last year, but
it feels like direct shot at DeMar DeRozan.
But again, like last year was ugly. Like the whole season was ugly. Again, like I would imagine this year's a little bit more in control. I don't think there's going to be opportunities for Nick Clifford to go out and get 40 minutes, get up 25 shots. Like sometimes that did happen. Again, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I project him out to be a role player off the bench. I don't disagree with your take that you do need to find time for him. I think it does hurt the Sacramento Kings and Nick's development if you're prioritizing vets who might not be here beyond this season or a couple. So
the thing is I don't think that we have to choose here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's you play the vets or you play Nick. That's my point is there's minutes to go around, man. Especially at
there is, but like also if you have Scott Perry has an idea of Nick potentially being the starting two, like throw my thoughts away, throw your thoughts away. Like you do have to potentially see that though. Like you do have to play, make the young guys the forefront of all this.
I totally agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what my summer league reaction to Nick Clifford's, my summer league take on Nick Clifford is that, oh, he's very clearly not going to just like grab hold of the starting 2-guard spot like I thought he might.
Yeah.
He still can. He has to earn that through backup minutes in the regular season and games that count. But I'm not writing it off. I don't think that whatever happened in summer league is like, yeah, no, well, that certainly can't happen now. Yeah, it might. It definitely could. If Nick gets into the regular season and takes any kind of step forward, any kind of improvement, he's really good defensively. And again, we have to think about team building. We have to think about what does this look like long term. And if Darius HoF needs a player like Nate Clifford, who's going to be a big 2 guard, who's good defensively and switchable defensively. Like, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Like that basketball fit makes so much sense to me.
I do think he needs to get his 3-point percentage up. Again, he
I
only
agree.
played about 28 games as a starter last year.
There are many things he needs to improve
It
on.
was 42% from the field, 34% from 3. Just projecting it out, like I don't think he's a bad player. I think there's NBA talent. I think he can very well be a solid player off the bench. It's just kind of building this out. Like Keegan's going to be your 3 or 4, whatever it is. I don't know. We kind of yin and yang.
He's going to play the 3, and DeAndre Hunter's going to play the 4.
But
ideally,
we're also hoping he kind of gets back to being this knockdown 3-point shooter. I don't even know what you classify what we want to make it back as. Like it's 35 to 35.
I need him at 35%.
Yeah. So like again, like that's not the greatest.
Teams just have to guard it.
You're also going to be looking for Darius HoF's running mate. And maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself here with how.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so that's the next thing.
Yeah,
I think figuring that out this year is paramount. I couldn't care less about anything else this year outside of what does Darius HoF look like. That is number one. But then what do you have in Nate Clifford? Whether he's a role player, whether he's a potential starter for you, you have to figure that out this year.
I'm with you.
Max Reynaud. What is Max Reynaud in the NBA? Because again, if we're going to say that with Nate Clifford, then we have to say with Max, like, yeah, he probably earned his second team all rookie in an environment that, yeah, he just kind of got to get shots up. There wasn't anybody else to take those minutes, so he just got to play a ton. And yeah, it's impressive he was productive, but what does that mean long term? You have to figure that out. Dylan Cardwell, you have to figure that out. Are you re-signing DeAndre Hunter? Is he going to be around long term? Is there anything left with Keegan Murray? Is there any more upward trajectory with Keegan Murray? Or is he just, this is a player, which again, should be fine. It's just, I need to know what I have on my roster in terms of young players. I know Zach LaVine's not here beyond this year. I know Domantas Sabonis is not long for this team. I know those things. They're going to play. They're going to play a lot.
How do you think we go about finding that out for Nick then this year? What's the best way to go about that?
He plays.
That's just getting minutes, even if it's as a backup. Like he doesn't need to start next to Darius for certain portions of the season, I guess.
They'll play plenty together, I'm sure. But he doesn't need to start for me to go, okay, now I know. We'll see in his backup minutes. And then yeah, if he's really, really good as a seventh man, then okay. Let's hey Zach, you're getting tonight off. Or Zach tweaked his ankle, he's gonna miss 2 games. Nick, you're gonna start, you're gonna play a ton of minutes, and we're gonna see if he earned his way into that role. And if he's really good, then okay, well, hey, we're gonna ride with this because we need to see what this looks like. It all has to play out still. You have to be flexible in how you operate and you distribute these minutes. But I don't think Nick needs to start at any point to know, wow, his trajectory is really going upward.
I think some of this is me getting ahead of myself as well too, because like Darius HoF, Keegan Murray, like I think they're kind of solidified. We're expecting him to be part of this going forward, especially when this team is successful. At least you'd hope so. After that, you're going to need, we've talked about it in the playoffs, and that you're going to need it for this team. You're going to need that second guy who can create his own shot, get his own bucket. And if, I guess, Nick projects out to be, like, just walk with me. If Nick projects out to be the starting 2 guard, like, I don't think he's that player. He'd obviously need to get his 3-point percentage up, but that kind of leaves 2 slots where it's either the 4 or the 5, I guess, is Darius HoF's running mate. And I just wonder how feasible that is. Like, you can find a wing that can play the 4, no doubt, but like finding a center to go be a duo with Darius HoF, I think a little bit tougher. So I kind of figure maybe the 2 or the 4 is probably the best spot to find that guy for Darius HoF. And again, like maybe you find it at the 4, but I wonder if, like, I don't think Nick is that guy.
To be like the second best guy.
Yeah, the second best guy, that creator.
My issue with making it your 2 guard is that 2 guard is going to need to be a high level defender.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be an all defense player, but it has to be a high level defender, because then I think you're putting too much onus on like your front court. And if you're putting that much defensive onus on your front court, it's like now you're trying to thread a really thin needle between, okay, these are high level, excellent defenders who also can space the floor, and it's not going to be all mucked up when this 4 and this 5 play together and we can't find any spacing, we can't find any shots. You know, that guy's got to come off the floor. But if that guy comes off the floor, it's a disaster defensively. Like, you put yourself in this really, really small box of players you can choose from.
Yeah.
So to me, if you're long term looking over the next 5, 6, 7 years, I think all of this with the caveat. Let's say Nate Clifford is still going to be a high-level defender, but he's going to shoot 32% from three. That's not going to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
You need somebody who spaces the floor that teams respect. If he's shooting 35%, great, because now when he spaces the floor, like teams have to worry about him.
He was at 34 last season. It was about a little over a 3.5 he was making on about around four threes per game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was his number last year as a starter.
Needs to be able to space the floor.
Mm-hmm.
At whatever that percentage is, 35 is what it is in my head. And then, yeah, you're trying to find a 3 who can create, or a 4 who can create, or a really good 5 who can pick and roll with Darius HoF and who can distribute a little bit out of the like. Those are the kind of things you're looking for. But again, you don't know exactly what you're looking for until you know what you have in Nick.
Yeah.
Until you know what you have in Max right now, and that's, I think, what this season has to be all about to me.
Yeah, and this whole little segment I was texting you about yesterday. All right, I think like we said it. I think we came to a little bit of the extremes where it's like, no, he's this or no, he's that. And it's like, no, you just need to get him some minutes out there and actually know exactly what it is. We can all have our projections and thoughts or whatever, and feel however we want after summer league. But again, like he does need to see time on the court and figure it out. You can't just write him off, I guess, after a season and 2 summer leagues.
There's one more piece of this that I would like to. There's one more extension of this, getting away from specific players and more towards the Kings' goals next year, because I think wins and losses shouldn't be a thing that we're even discussing right now.
Let's talk about it.
We'll dive into that. And then it sounds like Russell Westbrook is not going to be back. What does that mean for the Kings? We'll get into that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Clear. What's going on, Chatty House? Hope everyone's having a good week so far. Yeah, World Cup's got me a little bit hyped for the season's coming up. Norm, I ain't even gonna lie. I think in this case, Russ, what was it? Bradley Beal? Yeah, Bradley Beal's a Celtic in this one. My brother's a gym guy. He's there every day and all that stuff. Me, I'm all vibes. Nice, Zebra. It's what we like to see. Oh, that's tough, Sabo. Salute to mine, still going strong. We already got a email from our apartment complex. Yeah, we see all you guys' work orders. You're gonna have to wait a bit. What's up, Dr. David? What's that, Kings fan? Yeah, they should charismatic. They've been active so far in the transfer window, spending a lot of money. I, I don't know what that club is cursed with, but they should be a lot better than what they were last season. Morning, Mom. Shout out Chris was in New York. I don't I don't know if I have the urge to get out to New York one day, but the city looks dope. Yeah, Argentina was packed out there for the World Cup final. For those that have traveled out to New York, is it everything that they say it is?
Yes.
Yes?
I'm a big New York guy.
Yeah, he's a good manager. I'm not going to fault him for what happened at Madrid. Filthy McNasty says yes about New York.
Oh no. Golly, dude, I'm all over the place right now.
Moms lives out there. It's dope. Can never live out there. Filthy wants to go back. Uber driver cut off like 5 people. It's insane how they drive. That makes sense, I guess. I was going back to Boston this Halloween. I was talking about it yesterday on Baron Dilo Casey. I need to get out to Fenway. I have less of an urge to go out and see the Celtics out there, but like the Red Sox, like the Red Sox would be a bucket list moment.
$20.
Sacramento was like the perfect city for me, where like there's things that you can go have fun downtown. There's things to go do, but also it's got like that, I don't want to say Modesto feel, but it's kind of like it's still like a town almost. So it's a mixture of both.
Here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Any votes on the best Will Ferrell movie?
We have gotten a few. I got like 13 messages starred.
We got the 530 on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen studio text line. It has to be Anchorman or Talladega Nights.
I don't know if it has to be 530, but again, Al in the chat house says Anchorman, Talladega Nights, Step Brothers is an elite run. Tyler Jennings goes Elf. Still Trey Jacks goes Kicking and Screaming. Elf is not mine, but Christmas, people love Elf. People love Elf.
Elf is great. Yeah. I like that movie very much.
Yeah, I love Kicking and Screaming.
As Will Ferrell's best movie, though. It's not in the convo for me.
Kicking and Screaming is a solid one. I always love some Pass It to the Italians, but I don't know if it's his best. Another Elf shout. Johnny G says Talladega Nights. Got Anchorman. Another Elf. Elf is up there, man. Elf is up there. Kicking and Screaming is a good one, but Elf is a classic. It might be Elf, according to the chatty house. Another Talladega Nights. Not at the Roxbury Deep Cut. Talladega Nights and Blades of Glory are great flicks.
Blades of Glory is not good.
Don't do that. It is funny.
I'm going to. How recently have you watched it?
I've seen it and not recently enough, but I've watched it like 10 times. Just like it's a stupid movie. It's kind of
it's not good.
You like Land of the Lost?
I do. I love Land of the Lost.
Exactly. It's the same family. It's a stupid movie, but it's funny. We like it.
Okay, but that's the thing is I'm not like, well, that movie's stupid. I'm not that highbrow about my movies. I like Land of the Lost.
Well, I like Blades of Glory too, but I acknowledge it's kind of like Napoleon Dynamite, where it's like it's like, you know, it's like it's, you don't take it too serious.
Funny.
Oh,
it's not about it being. I don't take it serious. I'm not like, wow, the physics of the ice skating about like, no, it's not that at all. I'm fully locked in. And I love all of the movies that you just named.
Yes.
I am a Will Ferrell guy. I would define myself as that. I saw the weird movie where when he like talks or when he writes, everything comes true.
Is that the one that's on Netflix right now?
Maybe.
There's one that just came out I haven't seen, but it's on the top.
He's got Hawk, which is the TV show. He's like, it's a Happy Gilmore ripoff.
That's what I'm thinking of, I think.
Yeah. So imagine State of Imagination, State of whatever it is, doesn't matter. I even saw that, right?
Yeah.
Blades of Glory just was not funny.
I guess we all have different senses of humor.
But I think all these other ones are funny.
Yeah.
I think every movie, Talladega Nights, Anchorman, Step Brothers, I'm amazed nobody else said the other guys.
Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, we didn't get to that one at all on the chatty house. The other guys is top number one for me. Number one, Step Brothers is right there. It's a close number 2.
Yeah, Anchorman, Step Brothers, Anchorman in some order. Step Brothers, Anchorman, the other guys. Probably Talladega Nights are the top 4.
Yeah, Kicking and Screaming I hold near and dear to my heart.
It's not.
That would be up there for me.
It's not in that group.
Yeah, I get it. It's fine.
Also, I feel like Kicking and Screaming is more of a. It's definitely a Will Ferrell movie and it's definitely funny, but I feel like it's in a different category than those other ones.
That's fine. It's more of a kids movie, I guess. Yeah.
I don't know.
What is the one where he's going to jail and Kevin Hart is trying to help him?
Stop.
Which one is that?
What's it called? The Big House or something?
No, what's it called? Is it Get Right?
Get Hard?
I think it is that. Yes.
Hard.
Yes, it is.
Don't throw that flag.
I feel like I have to. I looked immediately at the flag. I feel like I have to. Just for the love of the game, man. For the love of the game. I just threw the flag out. For the flag, I had to. For that, yeah, it was Get Hard, I think.
Don't do that.
That one.
You don't. No, he baited me into it.
Hey, they always see the
block.
I always see the second guy.
It's a block.
I always see the second guy.
Feet were moving.
Get Hard was definitely a Will Ferrell movie. It was one of the movies. It was fine.
I'm trying to. This is all. He was a producer on all these guys. He's been a producer on a lot of movies. He was a producer on The Menu.
Also, we acknowledge too that Old School does not count.
Yeah, Old School.
Yeah, he was more of a side character.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely in it, and he's definitely funny, and that movie's definitely funny. But it's not the.
Babe, come on, we're going streaking. Everyone's going. Where's everyone at, Frank?
Do you know what? And we talk about Will Ferrell Christmas movies that I enjoy very much. The one on, I think it's Apple TV that I can't think of the name of right now. What the hell was that called? Spirited. It's like a musical.
Mm-hmm.
Just a fun movie.
Yeah,
not in there. Not in the top 10 Will Ferrell movies.
No, yeah, I got you. I'm not much of a musical movie guy, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not all musical. There's just some songs.
Well, like the Joker Part 2, I think, was one of those. It's like I couldn't get into that.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't even see that. There's Daddy's Home.
Oh, that's with Mark Wahlberg. That was pretty funny. That's a deep cut, but that was funny.
I haven't seen that one.
That doesn't rank with the others, but you can get a laugh out of that.
What do you think of Anchorman 2?
It's fine. The Anchorman movies are not my favorite. Like they're not the ones I throw up.
Oh, interesting.
They're fun. They're funny, but it's not like the first Will Ferrell movie I'll throw up on the TV.
I think Anchorman 2 is in that. I don't want to be disrespectful here.
It's okay. We can be disrespectful on the radio. It's all good.
No, we
can always apologize later on.
Oh, semi-pro.
Why
did I say that so weird? Semi-pro.
Yeah. That one. I'm only watched that once.
Guy?
Yeah.
Okay. When did Wedding Crashers not a Will Ferrell movie?
No, I don't even remember him in Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
Owen Wilson and
Mother Meatloaf.
Yeah, see, I don't even really remember him.
Guy died in a hang gliding accident. What an idiot! Nothing? No? Okay.
I've only seen that one a handful of times too, though.
I feel like Anchorman set the standard for comedy in the mid to late 2000s. Like that was the first one. Like that set the bar for that like silly.
Yeah, I won't fight you on that because I got to Anchorman late too, though. Like it wasn't like when they first came out, I saw them.
Bro, I ordered that on Amazon my freshman year of high school.
Nice.
Yeah, man. I had the DVD. I loved Anchorman, dude.
Yeah, Step Brothers, Talladega Nights, the other guys, and honestly, Kicking and Screaming are probably my 4 go-tos if I'm going Will Ferrell movies.
Stranger Than Fiction is the other name I was thinking of, or the other movie I was thinking of. Anyways, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. The other guys deserves more respect. If you haven't seen it yet, you should watch it. Russell Westbrook not coming back to the Kings. According to Jake Fisher, believe the Kings don't want him back.
Oh, harsh.
We're good on the Russell Westbrook thing. So Malik Monk, backup point guard?
Malik and Nick.
It's just what we're rolling with?
Yeah, we don't have a choice, I guess.
That's Scott really Perry. That's so interesting.
Well, Scott Perry spoke recently after I think it was the free agent media scrum, and he was asked about Russell Westbrook, and he basically said like Russell Westbrook kind of outplayed the minimum contract we can offer him.
Okay, I heard that.
Yeah,
and I get that. If that's why the Kings aren't signing him, then they're stupid. That's dumb.
So you're saying you should bring back Russell Westbrook if he's willing to take the minimum.
Yeah, no, and that's okay, but that's a different thing.
Yeah.
If they said, Russ, we can only offer you the minimum, and he said, I'm not playing for the minimum again.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, bet. But if he's saying like, yeah, I'll come back for the minimum, and they're going, you outplayed that, brother. You need to go get more money somewhere. That's dumb. If he's ready to come back for the minimum, then fine.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how to interpret it, because when Scott Perry first said it, it's like, okay, there's more money out there for Russell Westbrook, or he's just not willing to play again on the minimum. That's how I took it. But then once Jake Fisher is like, okay, reporting, the Kings don't want him back, and that doesn't be like in a bad way or whatever.
So you're lining it up like Russell Westbrook wants more money than the Kings can give him.
That's how it initially came off to me.
And the Kings don't want him at the money that he's asking for.
Well, no, I don't know. That's the thing. Initially, I thought that there was more money out there for him. But when Jake Fisher reports that they don't want him back, to me, that's more than just, like, we can't bring him back because of the minimum. That's you making that choice.
Right.
Of course, it's semantics and wording. And I mean, it was a tweet attributed to Jake Fisher and all. But again,
I need to be clear. I don't think they're stupid.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't think Russell Westbrook's like, yeah, I'll come back for the minimum. And the Kings are like, no, you need to make $5 million. Like, I don't think that's what they're doing.
Yeah, no. But like, I think it's more if they don't want him back, I think it's probably because like maybe the role that he'd fill here isn't kind of what they have in mind for him or what they want. I think not in this locker room, but just for this team this season. Because if Russ is on the team, like Russ is gonna play, Russ is gonna get his, Russ is gonna do his thing.
That's it.
You probably maybe the Kings would want him to take more of a step back, and that's just not gonna be Russell Westbrook.
Right.
So that's kind of where I lean. Where if they don't want him back, it's probably because of those reasons.
Yeah.
Like, I don't doubt that he can be a good vet, mentor, and all. But again, do I need Russell Westbrook on Tuesday getting 15 to 20 shots up or whatever? Like, no.
Yeah, no, I'm
out of sight, out of mind,
No.
a little bit more, and just I guess more vibes, locker room culture type of stuff.
No, I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. I am a little surprised just from the like play style standpoint and the intensity that he plays with and has always played with. I think that matters, but I don't think it matters so much that they're willing to sacrifice the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
Where now all of a sudden he's sharing the floor with Darius HoF, and Darius HoF is confined to some smaller role. Like, I don't think they want there to be any question about who has the ball in their hands.
Well, I look at that locker room too, and you got Levine, Domas there, Keegan's around, Malik is around. Like, this locker room is kind of set up, I think, for
DeAndre Hunter.
Excuse me, DeAndre Hunter, as of course the board says, but I feel like this is all kind of set up for Darius HoF to take over here. Not to say that Russell Westbrook wouldn't let him, but again, Russell Westbrook is a force on a team. Like, you're gonna see his presence always. Notice him
for sure. It's interesting that, and I understand why, but it's interesting that we've gone from point guards to number one. We need Scott Perry. We need a point guard. That's the thing that we need, and they've gone from Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk still on the team, but he can't play point guard, and then signing Russell Westbrook, and then Nate Clifford might be able to play some point guard, to Darius HoF, very obviously the starter, but then behind him it's a second-year player who may not be able to play the position, and Malik Monk, who they decided last year was not good enough to be a point guard, or was not the style of player they wanted. That's a wild jump.
I think we're in the situation that we are, where Nick Clifford and Malik Monk potentially have to be the backup, because that's you have no choice. Like, you can tell me you're comfortable with them being your backup point guards and all, but you can't sign anyone else. You literally can't sign anyone right now. You can't, like, there could be a backup point guard out there that's maybe worth the MLE or $10 million a year, and you can't get that player. You literally have no choice. So yeah, you can tell me all you want about Malik. We're comfortable with Malik. Nick running the backup point guard position this year. That's kind of what we're moving forward with. Like, that's fine and dandy, but it's all you can do. Like, you told me that Russell Westbrook, like, you can't bring him back on the minimum. So again, like, your hands are tied.
Sure.
Like, you can tell me, like, you like this, you like that. I see where the money is, and you don't have a choice. You have to like what's going on right now if you're Scott Perry in the front office.
Great. Perfect. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. It's The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Another thing that came up yesterday in the context of Nate Clifford and the second year players and the young players. Who are you playing? Who are you not? What are you prioritizing? We've equated Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis playing minutes with the Kings winning some outsized number of games. And I don't think we can do that. Because I don't think the Kings are going to have to make a choice. I heard TC call in yesterday. And he more or less laid it out. Like, you need to do everything you can to win as many games as possible because this team's going to make the play-in, and that does more for you than if Nate Clifford plays and blossoms and Darius HoF is in the Rookie of the Year race, but they win 10 games. That does nothing for you. First of all, I fully disagree with that. But second of all, winning 30-plus games and being the 10 seed behind a really strong Zach LaVine season.
That's nothing.
And a strong Domantas Sabonis season. Cool. Zach LaVine's going to make more money in free agency. You're going to be at square one still with, hey, what is Nate Clifford as a player? Because we really didn't get him to see him have an opportunity last year.
It's a mirage in the desert if that were to happen.
It doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. Now, again, I'm not in the camp of like, you need to lose for like, no, there's no incentive to lose, which is why I'm not equating playing young players with losing. Like that's typically kind of how it goes in the NBA, but I don't want the young players to play because I want the Kings to sacrifice wins. I want the young players to play because I want to know what the Kings have on their roster going into next offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So you can start building this thing out into a contender. If I limit Nate Clifford or any young player, Darius HoF, Alex Caravan, Dylan Cardwell.
You're only hurting yourself at that point.
Yes. If you're limiting them in the name of playing veterans to chase the 10 seed, you're handcuffing yourself in the future for almost nothing.
Yeah.
In return.
I think you are like the vets are gonna play. Like I assume the starting lineup is something of HoF, LaVine, Keegan. I think it's I don't know if it's Hunter or Max at the 4.
I think DeAndre Hunter and
we can go Hunter at the 4 and Domantas at the 5. But again, there's 3 guys there, maybe 2.5, depending on how you feel about DeAndre Hunter and his feature on this team. But 3 guys taking up minutes from I don't know if it's taking up minutes, but of course, like there's minutes there that can go to the other young guys. So I wonder how long you stick with that starting lineup, how long you stick with the vets before it's time to maybe flip and all right, we need to see Nick and these other guys playing a little bit more. Because I'm not worried about the relegation zone for the Sacramento Kings this season either. That's not something I'm concerned about. Like if they fall into the relegation zone this season, so be it. I'd probably rather have it that where you land 2 ping pong balls and the worst you can fall to 12 rather than they got 3 and the worst they can fall to is 16th. Because I'll tell you this much: if this team lands anywhere below 12, that feels kind of catastrophic to me, as far as rebuilding and going forward. Because again, we do need to build this thing out. We do need to find the second player for Darius HoF and kind of like we need to find top end talent.
Yeah,
so I'd rather just raise my floor and take my chances with 2 ping pong balls rather than have the opportunity to fall away at 16.
The odds aren't like it would be really perfectly Kings to not worry about ping pong balls last year, but then worry about them this year.
Yeah.
Because that's really counterintuitive. Like last year, you could have played a bunch of young guys and you could have given DeMar DeRozan time off and you could have given, I know Domantas Sabonis is already out and all that, but you could have done things down the stretch to lose some games where you bettered your chances of getting a higher pick. And they landed at 7 and it all worked out because they got Darius HoF and cool, thumbs up. But they didn't play the lottery odds game last year.
Mm-hmm.
If you're playing the lottery odds game this year to stay out of the bottom 3 or stay out of the relegation zone, and to use the terminology, to stay out of the relegation zone, and doing that means, yeah, hey, we're going to throw the veterans at the wall for 40 plus minutes a night because we're just trying to drag out as many wins as we can to stay out of the relegation zone.
Yeah.
Like that's hustling backwards now. You're doing that the wrong way. And I'm in the camp that wins and losses and what it means for the draft and all that matter less for me this year just because of where the Kings are. It's not ideal. It's not optimal for sure. Optimally, you'd have some veterans that you could play who all might be part of the future. And yeah, you play them and you bring up some young guys. And yeah, maybe you're out of the relegation zone, you get some lottery luck, and now you're adding a number 1 pick to this group, and oh my God, look, we're cooking. That's not where they are.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings are in a place right now for me where wins and losses, secondary. If you happen to win 30 with all of your young players playing, and Domantas Sabonis gives you 78 really good games, and you win a bunch of games because of that, you win more games because of that, not a bunch, but you win 30 games because of that, all right, awesome. You stay out of the relegation zone, cool.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, if you're, hey, Nick Clifford's been playing great when Zach LaVine's out, but Zach LaVine's back, and we got to put him back in the starting lineup because lottery ball. It's like, no, man.
It's another year where that kind of, I don't want to say it goes out the window, but maybe it does. But again, you got to kind of throw everything out so you can focus on what you have here with the young guys, figuring it out, like we talked about earlier. You need to know what Nick Clifford is. You need to have a good idea of what Maxime Renaud is in those guys.
And with Nick turns 25 this season.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a 19-year-old where, we've got all this runway. Like, no, you need to figure out pretty quickly what you have here.
Yeah.
So that's just, and I think the same thing about Dylan Cardwell. I think the same thing about Max right now. And I think that's what you need to prioritize down the stretch. Now, I will say when the season starts, I think what you're going to see is, that's why I think you're going to see DeAndre Hunter and Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Zach LaVine all starting, because I think they're going to lean on the veterans around Darius Acuff. And I think out of the gate, their goal is going to be to win as many games as possible.
Yeah, Doug's got to win a job still.
Yeah, which is fine. But come trade deadline, post-trade deadline, February, March, yeah, man, that's young player time if you're out of it.
Mm-hmm. Now,
if you are pushing for a place, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. That changes the conversation, but I don't think they're going to be. And so come March,
yeah,
that's get your young guys in there, see what you've got.
Real quick, if you're pushing for the play-in though, like around to the trade deadline, and you're maybe 4 games out, but it's off the backs of the veterans, I'm not leaning on that the rest of the season either though. Like if I can move to the young guys and feature them a little bit more, like I'm doing that again. Anything where it's like the vets are leading it, sure. I'm not bought in on, I guess.
Yeah, man, and I also think, again, when we're talking about this, I also don't think they're going to have to make a choice.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing.
They don't, like, there's going to be, what did we just name? 5 players. Nick Clifford, Malik Monk, Dylan Cardwell, Maxime Renaud. That's 9. Emmanuel Sharp. That makes 10. And then if you want to throw Alex Caravan in there, okay, we'll see where the minutes are.
Mm-hmm.
Like we'll see what if Daquan Plowden plays any kind of role. Although I think he's a little bit old to be part of this team's future, like part of their core in the future. If he wants to sign a cheap 3-year deal because he played well this year and be a veteran, cool. But it's not like they have this glut of talent where it's like, oh my God, how are they? I don't know how we're gonna find minutes. Like, no, man, Zach LaVine can play, and Malik Monk can play, and Nick Clifford can play.
Yeah,
and Emmanuel Sharp, I'm sure will earn his way into the rotation as well. Like they've got positions open, they've got minutes. So I don't necessarily think it's going to wind up being this black or white choice that they have to make of, do we play the veterans or do we play the young players? Like, no, man.
You can balance that out then?
Yeah.
I think that makes it a little bit better for Doug Christie then.
Yeah, I think it leaves little doubt about whether he's going to be their guy or not. Because I don't think there's going to have to be a choice of. I think there's going to be, again, if they're going to do that, we're just going to play young guys and pull all the veterans. I think this year you see it more like we've seen in years past, where it's like, yeah, the last 2 weeks of the season, not the last 4 months.
Yeah.
Last year was such an extended time period of that, where I don't necessarily think Doug's going to have to make, like, oh God, okay, do I try and keep my job?
Yeah, just kind of find that balance.
You would also hope that there's some understanding from the front office that okay, hey, there's an understanding, there's this communication, everybody's on the same page, cohesion. You would hope there's enough cohesion that Doug Christie can go, yeah, hey guys, we've won 16 games. We're going into March. Do you want me to play the young play? Do you want me to pull all the veterans? And then
job might be lost at that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's you know what? You're right. That's probably true. That's probably true.
You do what you want, but yeah.
But I think I don't I don't think the Kings will be putting him in a position.
Mhm.
I don't think the Kings will put themselves in the position if they're so bad that Doug's still trying to scramble to win games at the end of the year. I think he's probably gone. But if things are going well, they're not good, but man, there's improvement and
There's a little bit of an identity there.
There's an
squint.
identity, and they're going, yeah. Hey, you know what? These last few weeks, don't worry about Domas. Put Alex Caravan and don't worry about Zach LaVine. Like, just start Neek. Let's see what you got. You're good.
Mhm.
I don't think they're gonna go. Yeah, hey, there's 2 weeks left in March. You're gonna let us know that if you got to win 5 of these games. I don't think it's gonna be that. I don't think there's gonna be that choice.
I got you.
But
it's gonna be an interesting year still.
It's going to be fascinating. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be
It's going to be a little bit like last year, a little bit better than last year.
I think it's going to be significantly better than last year because last year was dull and uninteresting. Last year, the Kings were the worst thing you can be. They were bad with nothing.
There's a little bit. There's purpose. There's some purpose here.
Yes. Darius Acuff alone. But then there's the Nick Clifford stuff. There's the Max Reynaud stuff. Emmanuel Sharp, I think, is going to be the first time he comes on the floor. I think you're going to hear a pop from the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are going to be really excited about Emmanuel Sharp and discussing his minutes and when does he play, when does he not. Dylan Cardwell in year 2 gets to endear himself to the fans more. Like, I think there's going to be so many interesting storylines this year. Whereas last year it was like, it's Christmas. Can we get to the end of the year now?
Last year sucked.
This year's going to be better.
Yeah.
The team might not be better. They might not win 22 games, but
now we've got a guy.
The season as a whole, I think, will be more interesting.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. Let's mix in some football because we briefly brought this up. The Eagles might be cooked, and we'll tell you why. But one of the 49ers' best players might also be one of their biggest question marks.
They also say he's one of their best players.
Some people say he's one of their best players, but he's also one of their biggest question marks, and we'll talk about that next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Also, I've recently switched over to vitamin water. Never really been a vitamin water guy. Never really tried it, and I don't think I'll ever pick up a Gatorade in my life again.
Wow.
Gatorade's just too sweet or sugary. Like vitamin water, like sometimes I would water down my Gatorade a little bit just so I can find that balance. Yeah. Yeah, like vitamin water is the perfect mixture. So it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm ever going back. Shout out Powerade, but you're nobody's number one. Sup, Scooter? Michigan. If I ever get out to Boston, after that, I'll let you know. Have a good time out there, though.
What?
No, Michigan was asking me for recommendations out in Boston for food, things like that. It's like, yeah, if I ever get out there after that, I'll let you know. But
Yeah, I was in Boston for such a short time that I don't even remember where we went. We just kind of popped into bars and drank.
sounds like a good time.
We had a really good time. Are you going to Fenway?
Michigan's going. I don't know if Michigan is, but Michigan's going to Boston. I'm not.
If you're going to Fenway, there's so many bars just in that area. Just pop into one.
Yeah, Russ, that'd be easy. I think clam chowder is more of like you got to get that in San Francisco, I guess. You got to get like a lobster roll in Boston. I use clam chowder too, but
different kind of chowder. Hell yeah, dude. What's up, Jess? Yeah, there's a ton of stuff going on at Fenway before games. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's definitely a bucket list thing for me. There's one thing I know for sure on there.
Also, sit in the bleachers. Here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Remember, I'd always complain about the music playing slow.
Yeah. Better today?
Yeah, I figured it out. I shouldn't say, let me take that back. I got assistance from our engineering department.
Oh, I was on that email chain.
Our tech ops department.
Yes.
And user error, turns out. Not really. It's the way. It doesn't matter. Figured it out. Music
got it.
great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
We did it.
No more slow rejoins.
Nah, I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. No more slow spots in general.
Yeah. No, energy's up.
Energy's way up. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the conversation, you can call us. You can also shoot us a text on the Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen Studio text line at 916-909-1320. The 530, we were talking about Will Ferrell movies earlier, said Elf is like an all-time Christmas movie, but not an all-time year-round movie.
I like that tape.
That's exact. That
Yeah, because I'm never like, oh, it's like when I'm looking for a Will Ferrell movie in May, it's like, oh, let me throw on Elf.
That's exactly, yes.
I've never made that play before.
That is the perfect way to say what I was trying. That articulated perfectly what I was trying to say.
I'm with that. Because Elf will get some run in the house during December. Maybe even January. I don't know.
I want to ask you a question.
Nice.
Only semi-related to this. Who are the 5 best pitchers of all time?
5 best pitchers of all time. Pedro Martinez, Randy Johnson, Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan, Bob Gibson comes to mind, I guess.
All 5 starting pitchers.
Yeah.
Elf is a closer. Elf can be Mariano Rivera. Like, yep, amazing. Great. But when you think of it's a different category.
It's not in my starting rotation.
Yeah.
And it's a solid starting 5 best pitchers of all time. I think I just reeled off.
Yeah, that
might be it.
Just kind of rattled those off.
Yeah, that might be it right there. That might be the list. Shout out Pedro. Let's my go.
Yeah, Pedro's amazing. Randy Johnson, obviously incredible. I think if we're gonna go old school, I think you need to get like Walter Johnson in there.
Oh, and Bob Gibson.
Thinking about a little Bob Feller. Bob Gibson's incredible. I think Bob Gibson is Although Randy Johnson's up there too. Although Randy Johnson's throwing from the left side.
Clemens has to be in there.
Clemens in the conversation.
Maybe Nolan
sure.
Ryan's the fifth who kind of teeters.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan, I just went with
Ryan's
him.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
There's a lot of good pitchers. Emiliano talking about Satchel Paige, Sandy Koufax. Like, yeah, I'm sure like you can make an argument for those guys. Greg Maddux,
I
Restock.
don't know if Koufax did it for long enough. Like in his prime Koufax is amazing.
Yeah.
I think Bob Gibson is the pitcher I would least like to face.
He comes off as the most intimidating from the stories they tell.
Yeah,
as
man.
far as the heat he threw and all that.
He threw gas.
Mm-hmm.
He was mean as hell. He's just all like limbs coming at you down the mound. Like that's scary.
Pedro might hit you on the head if you say the wrong thing. Randy Johnson's just throwing heat.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to face any of these guys, Kyle.
They're just mean guys.
Yeah,
you know?
they are.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Gosh, I miss old school. Yeah, Red Sox Yankees rivalry.
I
miss rivalries in sports.
Red Sox Yankees has fallen off so much that I don't even care about it anymore.
Yeah, it's not a thing, really.
I used to.
It's like a thing for me and the Yankees fans.
Right,
we hate each other,
it's
but
still
yeah.
very much alive. Like it's not. But in terms of the national interest, I used to be locked in. I was watching was it Don Zimmer? I was watching that game live.
Oh yeah, I remember where I was for that.
When
Pedro
Jason Varitek got all in. Was it A-Rod? Was it
A-Rod?
Yeah. Got in his face, and it was just a whole I was watching because I was dialed. I was like, oh my God, it's
you see Pedro toss Don Zimmer, and David Ortiz kind of looks back like, dude,
like, oh no, man,
like, oh, now we went too far. Good times.
But then now the rivalry seems kind of messed up.
Yeah, that was an old guy on the floor.
He bounced too. That was the crazy part.
Don Zimmer tried to do I'm okay. Like, no, you just got tossed by Pedro.
But never mind.
I
don't want to.
We don't have to rehash. We don't have to rehash. We don't have to rehash.
20 plus years ago.
There's a million documentaries about it if you want to go check them out.
Go watch. The 49ers. The Athletic wrote about players with the most on the line this season for each team, and Nick Bosa is on that list for the 49ers. And my initial reaction, first thought that flashed into my mind was like, this is ridiculous. And then I thought about it for another half second and was like, yeah, you know what? I think that's right.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's on this. We just did a podcast, Candlestick Chronicles, an Odyssey podcast, me and Chris Biederman, about make or break seasons. Like who's facing a make or break training camp. And that's where like Malik Mustafa, forget like Ricky Pearsall is on that list for me. But Nick Bosa's in a make or break situation in a different way, where I think he's teetering between he's still elite and he's just like not okay. He's better than okay, but he's a
good pass rusher.
He's just good. And the difference between those two things for an individual is not it's a lot of money, but it's not. It's still being a good NFL player is a fine thing to be.
Could be
but
the
for
difference.
The 49ers.
Or yeah, you might say the same thing.
For the 49ers, it's a huge difference.
Could be the difference between you being a title contender or not.
I totally agree. And for Bosa, who could have an extension coming up, if he comes out and if Nick Bosa has a defensive player of the year caliber season like he did in
2022. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He got hurt in 2020, 2021, and then 22 he was
15 and a half sacks, 2021, 18 and a half in 2022 was defensive player of the year.
If he gets back to that level, I think the 49ers are very much a title contender. Because that level of edge rusher causes teams to game plan around him. And that makes life easier on Osa Odighizola and on Michael Williams. Not Michael Brown. It makes life easier on Romello Height, who's your other edge rusher, Keon White, another edge rusher. It just makes life easier on the entire defensive line. If Nick Bosa is just okay, if Nick Bosa is going to be, he got some pressures, but he was 7.5 sacks. Because like at some point you got to get the quarterback on the ground. If he's just going to be okay.
What if he's 10 sacks this season? Still not enough? I don't think that makes you elite. I think that's a good season.
Now that's kind of
like
get in the weeds.
It's kind of like 1,000 yards for a running back.
If he has 10 sacks, but he doesn't get some because he chased the quarterback out of the pocket, if he has 10, but Romello Height, their third round rookie, has 7.5, and if Osa Odigizua has 8 and Keon White has 8, like if they as a team get their sack total back up and he has 10, that's fine. But he just needs to be elite. He needs to be a difference maker. Remember, week 1 last year, he did it. Week 1 last year, he had I believe it was a run stop that then caused Sam Darnold to drop back and throw, and then Nick Bosa just pushed the offensive tackle back into Sam Darnold. Darnold drops the ball, Bosa recovers. Mm-hmm. It's like he just single-handedly ended that game. And like if that's the type of impact he's going to have, then yeah, I think the Niners are in a really good spot. But if he's just okay, if he's just like, yeah, Nick Bosa was good, but he's not an impact, he's not a difference maker for them, then I think they're in a really, really bad spot.
Since his defensive player of the year season, that was 2022 and 2023, was 10 and a half sacks, was 35 quarterback hits, 9 sacks the year after that, 24 quarterback hits, and then was injured last year, only played 3 games. I don't know if you're ever going to get him back to that peak or that elite status just because he's dealt with so many injuries too. Like, I don't know if he still has that explosiveness to him or if he's going to be able to just kind of be that guy. So I no doubt he could still be a good pass rusher, but as far as the elite and what we've seen before, I think we're a little ways out from him being that. I don't know if he's going to get back to that spot.
The 49ers certainly built their team as though they're expecting him to be elite again. And that might wind up being a mistake.
Yeah, you can hope so. But again, injuries, they play a part.
He turns 29 in October. He's coming off his 2nd ACL tear in the NFL, his 3rd ACL tear overall since high school. I feel like he's teetering between getting another big contract and being one of the elite edge rushers in the sport, or having and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but having a Joey Bosa-like career. Joey Bosa.
Nicholas Bosa is close to being out of here for me. It's close to being out of here for me, man. For the amount of money that he's being paid, the fact that he's always hurt, the production isn't necessarily where I would expect it to be for that price tag. He's eligible, I think Kyle was saying, for a contract extension next year, after this year, next offseason. Bro, if you ain't getting that extension for me unless you like go crazy, bro. You're not.
He's trending down. I'm not giving that money. And also, happy birthday, by the way.
My dog. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I came in hot. Talking about Nick Bosa. What's going on, all y'all, man? Appreciate you guys, man. The well wishes, the happy birthday wishes, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Russ Dog, thank you. Zebra, thank you. Katrina, a.k.a. Tasha, thank you.
You guys know the rules, too. This is your life episode. Kenny's middle school PE teacher here at 4 o'clock.
Who was my middle school PE teacher?
I don't even remember mine.
I didn't have a PE teacher. I was at a private school. Shout out to Our Savior. Shout out Chris Verlad. And we just had one or two teachers for every subject. No PE. We just had recess, and that's it. It was a very small private school. I don't remember who my Mr. Coach Tahara might have been my high school PE teacher one year. Maybe Coach Nishio. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I am not Marcus. Appreciate you, man. Alan Brown, thank you. Johnny G, AK, thank you. Appreciate all y'all, man. Stephen Brown. I got Stephen Brown today. We nice today. Stephen Brown, man. Wheezy out of here. Manny, appreciate you, bro. I got the text, man. Scooter, thank you. Coach Molly, thank you. Zabo, thank you. Germs, thank you, sir. Much love to all of y'all, man. Wow.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on, man. Come on. More fire. One more time. My finger slipped. One more time. There we go. You are locked in to the July 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC on this Wednesday afternoon in the city of trees. Once again, it's your boy KC. No D-Lo today. He's on vacation, champagne and campaigning. D-Lo and KC going to be run by myself and my man Jesse, a.k.a. KC and Friends. We're going to have a good time today, man. Lots to talk about, lots of people to talk to today. And I'm your host, Kenny Caraway. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Big shout out to super producer Jesse Tapia in the building. Was good.
What are you doing with him?
And once again, because it is a real one's birthday.
Acknowledge me.
Yes, indeed. One more time.
Acknowledge me.
For the people in the back.
Acknowledge me.
Cancer season, stand up.
Acknowledge me.
The main event, the tribal chief of cancer season is here. All right, that's it. That's that. I appreciate everybody's well wishes and the happy birthdays. That's about the end you'll get from me celebrating my birthday today. I'm blessed to see another day, blessed to see another year. Thank you, everybody, for the well wishes. Now we got work to get to. And I mean, look, first of all, let me go through the rundown. Who's going to be on the show? James Ham is back today, back from Cabo. He'll be tapped in during the marathon. Check him out at about 2:30. My main man, Kyle Draper, back in the building. The last time he was on D-Lo and KC, he went viral. So we'll see what happens this time around. He'll be in at about 4 o'clock. And then I got my guy, the legend from the Sacramento Bee, Joe Davidson. He's pulling up at about 5 o'clock. We're going to talk a little Sac State. We're going to talk a little bit about high school football. That shout out to my man Russ Dog in the chat. He alerted us that high school football starts in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. That's literally right around the corner. So we'll talk to Joe D about that a little bit going on with high school football and Sac State football as well. But we have some investigating to do. We have to figure out what's really good, what's really going on in Dade County, 305, Miami. Mark Jones, somebody talk to me because I don't know. Feels like something got leaked yesterday. Feel like somebody let the cat out of the bag. For those of you not familiar, yesterday evening sometime, the Miami Heat's YouTube page was bombarded with attention because it seems as though somebody in their digital department, their video department, set up a live stream schedules for July 27th, which is next Tuesday, I believe it is. Next week, July 27th, the LeBron James introductory press conference. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. First of all, Jesse, I know you're working. Maybe you can help me out with this because you do a lot of the YouTube work and, scheduling streams and stuff like that. If you scheduled a stream right now for next Monday, would the people that follow D-Lo and KC or ESPN 1320 on YouTube, would they be notified that you scheduled a stream?
No, because I wouldn't have to, I guess, attach it to YouTube yet. So like I create the stream at the platform we use, and
Yeah.
like I could schedule it, but again, like I don't have to attach it to YouTube.
So
at the
my
time
my
or
first
connect it to YouTube. Excuse me, that's a better term.
my first question is, how did people find this? I'm not, like, for instance, right now I follow the Sacramento Kings.
The guy probably meant to, whoever was working on it, whoever was working on it, like they probably meant to leave it as unlisted or private or whatever the setting is on YouTube, where like only you can see it as the creator on the page or whatever. But
Right.
of course, no, they left it on some setting where the Chatty House would have been able to see it if they were
Okay,
if it was on our YouTube.
that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, if it's scheduled, but once again, the Chatty House would have to go. They'd have to be on the ESPN 1320 page, right? They wouldn't get a notification to their email or to their phone saying, "Hey, a new posting for ESPN 1320," right? They'd have to be on the Miami Heat YouTube page.
Yeah,
Right?
you'd have to go to the page. But it was a test. It was just in case, he's showing up.
Right. Well, we'll get to that. But my thing is, who's sitting around on the Miami Heat YouTube page?
Well, you get notifications to it, like if something's scheduled or I think something pops
Okay,
up.
okay, so that's what I was-
If like you're subscribed to the channel and all.
Got you. Okay, so that's what I was unclear of. I wasn't sure that if would you get a notification? Would you be on Twitter? Would you be on PlayStation 5 and the notification would come up to your phone saying, "Hey, the Miami Heat just posted a scheduled press conference"?
Yeah,
That's
you
how that
can
would
get
go?
notifications. Also, if you're on YouTube, you go to the little subscribers page or whatever, and like it'll be like the first video that pops up.
Okay.
It's like, oh, the Miami Heat have something. Oh, it's the LeBron James press conference. That's next July 27th.
Okay. So thank you for clearing that up, because I was like, I don't know how people, it's always
I've never created a test YouTube stream, by the way, but
so
like you guys have had plenty of artists come in, do interviews and all. Complex usually hit me up like, hey, this artist is coming in or not coming in, but they're scheduled to do this interview with the guys at this date. Sometimes it's a couple weeks ahead, but it's never like, hey, this person might come in. Let's create a stream.
So now let's get into the meat and potatoes of the whole situation. Shout out TC. I'm gonna just ask you straight up. I know you talked about on the jump, but we're gonna do this for the D-Lo and KC audience. Do you believe that this was just a coincidence, just preparation for the chance that LeBron might sign with the Miami Heat?
I don't want to believe that it was just like a test or whatever. Like, honestly, like I said, like I don't understand the whole idea, because like it doesn't take long to create these streams either. It doesn't take much work.
Right.
It's all copy and paste. It's all the same stuff you used for the prior stream and all. Like it doesn't take much work at all. It takes like 10 seconds, 15 seconds at most.
Right.
But point being, it's like I don't. Kyle brought up some reasons earlier on the jump. 7 to 9, great show. Hear my voice again. But he was talking about like maybe they're using a new platform, maybe as a new hire, just kind of outside other factors that can kind of play into this. Was like, yeah, like that's happened to me before. Like it's happened to us. I've posted the wrong video or the wrong graphics. Like that's just things that happen as you do this all the time. So like maybe it's that, but also I don't understand. Like, hey, let's create this test stream. Instead of titling it test, we're going to title it LeBron James introductory press conference. And we're going to schedule it instead of doing the whole test thing and scheduling it for tomorrow. We're going to schedule the 27th. Why not? So it's like, yeah, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a mistake, but also, I don't know, like creating a test stream just in case LeBron shows up. I guess, I don't know. You don't need to prepare that much. To create a YouTube stream,
unless this ruined his decision and his surprise and everything that he was trying to do, and now he's hotter than fist grease, and he's like, I'm rethinking everything. Unless that's what's happening, LeBron James is going to the Miami Heat. It's right there in front of us. It is right there in front of us.
That's what I wanted to believe.
It's right there. He's going to the Miami Heat. Now, I have been looking at things a little differently just because you get information. I talked about this, I believe, on Monday. I think I talked about this with everybody. If not, I'll talk about it right now. not making a prediction, not saying this is what's going to happen, not saying where I heard this information is just like ultimately the end all be all. But I talked about how last week, maybe over the weekend, I got a couple of different messages from people that I trust who are informed, who said he's going to the Heat. He's going to the Heat. It's like, wow, like it actually happened. Like it's going to the Heat. And I was like, okay, I just take that information for what it is. I'm not saying it's the end all be all. I'm not saying they know for sure. Maybe they were told by people they trust that this is what it's looking like. This is what they're hearing. But then you combine that with my boy Pat Riley. And I just that line that he used at the Giannis press conference just seemed a little out of.
You don't just say that.
Yeah, right. Like for those who don't know, he said something to the effect of they landed the plane getting Giannis in Miami. And he was like,
now they have to work on landing another.
Yeah, waiting on one more to land, waiting on one more. And this is Pat Riley. This is not no rookie. This is not Sean Marks. This is not, with all due respect, Monty McNair. He wouldn't even say anything. This isn't Wes Wilcox. This is Pat Riley. He doesn't just speak any old type of way. Even when I think to be honest with you, when he went back to Cleveland.
Real quick, the quote was, "We landed the plane. There's another one we have to land."
Come on now. Come on. But even with that, he's not even saying it's a done deal, but he's close enough.
We're talking to Bron. Let it be known. We're talking to Bron.
And he's close enough in the process where he feels confident enough to say something like that. If LeBron told him, Pat, I'm going to keep you in the running. I'm going to think about you, but I don't know, man. Pat Riley's not saying that.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we landed the plane. Now we got to go pick up some more cars or something.
He's not saying that. And I think, oh, man, I could be wrong. Somebody could check the timeline. But when he went back to Cleveland from Miami, I don't believe he had made Cleveland official yet. And Pat Riley had that press conference where he was talking about, you don't just up and leave when things get tough. I don't think he had officially been with Cleveland yet, talking about LeBron James. And Pat knew. Pat said what he said, and he knew LeBron was leaving. And we fast forward here to, oh, man, what are we talking about? 12 years later or so, 12 years later? I just feel like Pat Riley, he feels very, very confident. At the very least, worst case scenario, he feels very confident in his chances to land LeBron James. So those were those two things. And now you have this happening last night.
Hey, my first thought when I saw that was like, oh, LeBron's coming, prepare, get ready, create a stream for next week. Like he's going to be here July 27th. Like that was
creating a stream for next week.
Like Kyle Madson, hey, LeBron James coming to Sacramento, create the stream. We're not gonna create a test stream. Wait, what does this look like?
I think it's a done deal. Like I said, the only thing that would change it up is if this made LeBron rethink everything because it spoiled what he wanted to do. But I think that would even be crazy if that made him change his mind.
Yeah, that'd be pretty wild, I think.
Right. So I think LeBron James is going to Miami. I completely understand, what Kyle has said and what other people have said. Like, oh no,
makes
things
sense.
happen. Yeah, things happen, and scheduled YouTube streams and tests and all that. I get it.
Well, because I think the initial title too said like LeBron James introductory press conference, and after that, when they got caught, they changed it to test. Like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't. I saw what it was called initially. Like, no,
right.
You can't just tell me, oh, it's a test now. Like, no, I'm sorry, no.
So I just think it's right there in front of us. This is right there in front of the guy's going to the Miami Heat. Then now, would you say that this was, if it didn't get leaked or nothing like that? Well, it still technically hasn't been leaked, I guess. But is this a surprise? Like, I think Miami
a little bit
was on the outs with a lot of people. It was the Warriors, no particular order, but the Warriors, the Sixers, the Cavs, And I guess Miami was in there, but it was really a 3-team race. That's
I
what it
thought
felt
Miami
like.
was just kind of thrown in there because there's the old LeBron, like the old connection. He used to play there. Like
Right.
maybe
Right.
yeah, like he could go back, but again, it was just based off of history. I didn't
Right.
think there was actually something there, but
And here I'm thinking about another moment. Obviously looking at things in a different prism now because of everything that happened over the weekend for me personally, as far as getting that information. But I was watching First Take, or I saw a clip from First Take. I wasn't watching the show, but I watched it on YouTube. It was a real stream. It was real. It was scheduled. It wasn't a test. It was really the show. And Mad Dog, Stephen A, and Brian Windhorst are on there. And Stephen A is like, no, I think he's going to Cleveland. I don't know anything, but I think he's going to Cleveland. I think Windhorst started off by saying, like, I don't know, but he gave out, all these options and all this other stuff about what's going on. And when Stephen A was talking, he said, I don't think he's going to Miami. He said, I don't think that's the case. I think he's going to Cleveland, or he might go to the Warriors. I think it's those two, but people talk about Miami, and I don't think that's an option. And Brian Windhorst said, Stephen A, I disagree. Miami is really real. Miami is real. Like, it is not a courtesy option. It is not a throwaway option. It's not a rumor. It is a real option. And he was very definitive with how he said it. He was very direct with how he said it. And I said, it's all adding up. And then once again, yesterday happened. And the stream is made. So I think he's going to Miami. And
the whole thing too has been like LeBron not necessarily like 100% like concerned about winning and all, like wants to do it his way, have some kind of, I don't know if have some fun is the right term, but like kind of like enjoy his last couple of years if he's not retiring. Like Miami would be the perfect place to do that. Like I know Cleveland, like that's home and all, but again, you already did that once. That feels like kind of the easy story, the easy connection to go with, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this is great drama. I wish it would end. Like, I wish he would make a decision. That's the other thing. Like, you mentioned it a little bit too. The July 27th date for the stream is crazy. That gives enough time for this to be announced today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or maybe even Friday. You let the weekend pass. And that, like I said, I think the 27th is a Tuesday. That's when you have the press con. Like, it's just...
It makes sense.
Too specific, man. the LeBron James.
It'd be Monday. The press conference would be Monday.
Monday. Okay.
Yeah. You open the week with it.
Oh man. Yeah, man. It's interesting. So,
if you're a Cleveland fan, would you boo LeBron in his first game back with Miami?
Nah, man.
Because he didn't pick you?
No, LeBron's a made man. LeBron's a made man in Cleveland. He gave that.
Sports fans aren't rational, though.
You're right. You're 100% correct. They shouldn't boo him. I'll say that. I wouldn't boo him. He's a made man. He came back and he completed his story. Came back to Cleveland, brought a championship to that city that hasn't seen a championship in generations. He brought one. So he could have another decision. Like, he could talk to Jim Gray again. He could hold the decision in Cleveland and pick Miami, and I wouldn't be booing LeBron James. Much like I say about Giannis in Milwaukee. Like, no. He had to do what he had to do. He completed the mission here in Cleveland, and in Giannis' case, in Milwaukee, that nobody else did. Like, he might get booed. I don't think he'll get booed, but like you could boo him in LA because other people have completed the mission, and to be perfectly fair, you only did it once. The other goats did it multiple times. So if there was some type of, and I don't think there's animosity, or I don't think there's venom from Lakers fans or the city of LA with LeBron. But if you wanted to, you could boo him because, like, man, you ran from the grind. You didn't get the job done. Some people aren't even counting this championship that you won here. So I could see it there. Not in Cleveland.
I got you. And real quick, the Miami Heat do have an opening for director of YouTube.
So I didn't know if that was, I don't want to be getting chatty.
It's real, but it's not connected. It was opened up 21 days ago. Maybe that's how this happened. Lack of leadership. Yeah, no, it's a job open full time 21 days ago. 21 days ago, though. So.
Oh man, yeah, I think he's going to Miami now. Now let's play with that premise real quick. LeBron James going to the Miami Heat. We asked the question about a couple weeks ago. Does LeBron make any team that he goes to a championship contender? And I didn't say any team. There were teams that he made a championship contender. I can't remember what we said about Miami. I feel like they are a championship contender with LeBron James and Giannis and Bam.
Does it matter they have no shooting though? Like who's gonna get the threes up?
You've got, I know he's not a great shooter, but I think you still have Davion. You got Tim Hardaway Jr.
You got one guy I think you can count on. Like not to throw shit at Davion, but I don't think he's just that. I don't think he's a consistent 3-point shooter yet.
I feel you. I
Yeah.
feel you. Will we consider LeBron a shooter at this point in his career?
Not in the way I'm thinking, because LeBron's always gonna have the ball in his hands, but like when he needs to, like maybe Giannis and LeBron and Bam is enough. It's just three big ass players or whatever. But
Defense is crazy.
yeah,
Andrew
I'd imagine like
Wiggins-
you are gonna have to kick out at times, and you are gonna need your role players to hit their shots.
Yeah. Andrew Wiggins, do we look at him as a shooter, so to speak? 'Cause I
wouldn't
don't-
call him a shooter, but he can create. Like he's a decent offensive player though.
Because these guys, when you talk about LeBron and Andrew Wiggins specifically, I don't look at them as shooters. But percentage-wise,
Yeah, Wiggins shot 41% last year.
from three?
Yeah,
Oh, my. Well, I'll be damned.
yeah.
I knew he
no.
was a decent three-point shooter.
Yeah,
I
he
didn't-
shot 41% on 5 attempts. All right.
Well, I'll be damned, as Victor Newman once said. Yeah, I didn't know about that. And LeBron,
That was a career high, though. He's always generally been about 37, 36, 38%. So
that's still actually,
we'll see. That's
Well,
the
that's
outlier right
pretty-
now.
but that's pretty good too, though.
Yeah,
that's
that's
decent.
that's better than I think what I was expecting.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So yeah, you got Wiggins.
LeBron last year, he was 31% from beyond the arc. But before that, the previous two seasons, 37% and 41% from LeBron from beyond the arc. He's a career 35. Excuse me.
I think you can make the argument that like if you do have LeBron, that yeah, they are title contenders. I don't know if I'm taking them over the Knicks or the 76ers at this point, but I think they can kind of hang around there.
I almost died saying that LeBron James was a 3-point shooter. Like that's that. They said no, that's it. This is the day you started. This is the day you'll end. Saying LeBron James is a 3-point shooter.
I
But
wonder what happens with Klay Thompson too. Like if he gets out of Dallas,
yeah.
does he get bought out? Does he go back to? He mentioned like potentially wanting to go back to the Warriors, but hey, if they got a spot for you over in Miami to compete for a title, maybe do that.
that guy Bradley Beal. Although you guys seem to be in the lead for Bradley Beal. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know what I'm
Celtics
saying?
and Heat. Celtics and Heat. Yay.
But I think they're title contenders. As is, I have them, and they've got to make little pieces here and there, but without adding a big time free agent like LeBron. I got him at like 4 or something like that. You get LeBron James in the East, 4 in the East. You get LeBron James. I mean, you could be in the running for having the best record in the East. In the running, at the very least. I think the Knicks are better. I believe, but you'd be in the running for that 1 seed in the East. With those guys, that defense is crazy. The basketball IQ is crazy.
I don't hate it. I still got some stock in Giannis too. I don't think
I do
like he's
too.
dealt with injuries over the last few seasons, but I think we'll kind of see a resurgence this year.
I agree. It'll be interesting to see how they guard. I guess Andrew Wiggins, like when you talk about guys like guarding Steph Curry or guarding SGA or Jalen Brunson, those big guys, it's tough for them to run around with the little guys like that. So you've got Davion, obviously, but in some of these cases, would Davion even be on the court? Like if you need shooting or you need you need to just get guys in there with Klay or with Tim Hardaway Jr. or something like that. Like get those guys on the court with Wiggins, LeBron, Bam, and Giannis. Would a Davion even be out there? And I only bring that up because who's running around with the little guards? That's a good defensive lineup, but there is a level of you want a Davion out there to guard those little guards because Jalen Brunson, he showed if he can get under you, lowest man wins in that situation.
Yeah, no, Davion's definitely got to play. I mean, he'll have a decent sized role on that team. I mean, been a good player for them the last couple of seasons. His 3-point numbers, he shot 39% from three, but it was only on 3 attempts per game. He was hitting about 1-3 a game. So
closeout lineup: Davion, Wiggins at the 2, LeBron at the 3, Giannis at the 4, Bam at the 5.
Yeah, and then and Davion's kind of interchangeable in that. Like if you do bring in a Clay, you can have LeBron run the point, or Giannis
Hardaway Jr.
Yeah,
maybe,
you can. Yeah, there's multiple ways you can go about that. But I think the 4 is definitely Wiggins, LeBron, Bam, and Giannis. It's gonna be tough to score on.
It is. Yeah, that's crazy to think about, man. LeBron going back to Miami. Oh, Pat Riley also did maybe he would have done it anyway because he has a good relationship with him or whatever. But he also does the Levitard interview earlier this week.
He's feeling comfortable.
Yeah, feeling good. Talking about LeBron, like, yeah, I didn't want to, be on the golf course and see him and not speak and not be able to speak. I mean, I love Savannah and I love this guy, boy. I'm telling you, Leezy, where you at? Leezy, where you at? Show some respect for my guy Riles, man. Show some respect for my guy Riles. He's about to land the second plane. He's about to land LeBron James for the second time. If he does go to Miami, because I kind of spoke about this on Monday, unsolicited, and I was by myself. Does that count as a win for me? If I write it on a whiteboard right now during this commercial break, do I get credit for that?
No.
I should.
No.
Nobody else was saying he.
Oh, you got to write it down when you think it.
All right. So that was just a wild story last night. That was crazy. Once again, I thought I was being chatty housed a couple times. I always got to check, make sure everything's good there. But now somebody really.
Yeah,
really
let me go ahead
and
create a test stream just in case Drake ever wants to show up and talk to you guys. We do that right now.
But no, have a specific date.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Because that makes a lot of sense. Let me schedule it.
Right.
Like in September or something.
Right. Do you think, real quick before we get out of here, do you think this affects LeBron's decision at all?
I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I don't think so. I think you've already done enough PR where people believe that, like, yeah, it was just a little mistake. I don't think anyone's like, oh yeah, it's like there's been no beat writers out here talking about, oh yeah, like this is actually happening or anything. Like I think it's coming off as a mistake.
Yeah,
which it might
except
be,
for here in Sacramento.
Yeah, no,
1320. We're saying no, that was a leak.
Yeah, no, Kyle talked me off of, oh yeah, it being real, and you just kind of encouraged it. So now we're back.
That was a leak. That is a spoiler. LeBron James, in my opinion, is going to the Miami Heat. We'll find out all together in the coming days. But everybody's hyped up, myself included, because when we come back, we got the return of our ESPN 1320 Kings Insider, host of Locked On Kings, host of the Kings Beat. My guy, James Ham, he's going to pull up on us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Joe is on the phone. He just told me that right now. And Kyle should be. I'm going to double check with him. He should be on the stream. Yeah. Okay. My bad. Well, at the very least, that's the plan. Mr. Tapia, thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Kyle, thank you, man. Manny Zit. I got YG tomorrow, but I think it's just gonna be good, man. It's gonna be good music on both sides. I think both got some big time hits, some West Coast hits, some national hits. So I think both are gonna show out and do their thing. But I think YG has more hits. He's got more hits. And in the verses, we're not necessarily talking about your discography, the B-side hits or, classic albums or nothing like that. I think between features and singles, YG got a little bit more. Hammer, your thoughts. Who wins the verses tomorrow, YG or the Game?
I have no idea.
Just say one of them, YG or the Game. Just pick one.
The Game? Okay,
I'll go there. You guys heard it here first. James Ham says Game is winning the verses.
I did hear on Sunday, like long before the intern at the Miami Heat made that egregious error, that's where LeBron was going. I heard that on Saturday morning.
Hold that. Just hold that for the air. Hold that for the air.
All right.
I think I should write on the whiteboard right now. Mm-hmm. How was Cabo, man? I actually say that for the air too. The people want to know. People they missed you, man. They want to hear from you, man.
Yeah, it was a nice trip.
No, Katrina, I agree. Ham is a YG guy. Yeah.
Dame is still in Cabo, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah, I was feeding them places to go. Like places to eat. Yes, Dr. David, I SPF'd the entire time. I got a little bit of color, but a lot of it is just freckles growing together.
Coming back, Jesse. Yes, sir. It's your boy KC. It's D-Lo and KC. It is KC and Friends with my man Damien out on vacation, champagning and campaigning. And I've got great news for the city of Sacramento. I got great news for the Chatty House. I got great news for everybody that stays tapped into everything that's going on Sacramento Kings. James Ham is back. James Ham is back, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get some air horns for that. We missed you, man. We missed you. It's been a crazy time without James. Now, I also want to say, James made his official prediction for the versus matchup tomorrow between YG and Game, and he's going with Game. He's going with Game. James says Game is going to win that versus. So you heard it here first on ESPN 1320. James Ham says Game will win the versus. Shout out to Game. Yeah, congratulations.
I might be able to look up after we're off the show what that actually means, but yes. Game or the game or whatever the name is, that's what I'm going with.
No doubt. James, a much deserved vacation. You just got finished with, man. How was Cabo, man? Everything was good out there?
Yeah, Cabo was off the hook. We had a great time. We have a travel group we travel with. There's 5 couples all together. We lost our crazy house that was always free in Cabo, so we had to all kick in. But the new house, Kenny, the new house came with a butler. It
Oh,
came. It came.
wait, what?
Yeah, we had someone who made us breakfast every day, and then cleaned our rooms and did our laundry, and then another person that would show up and mix drinks for 3 or 4 hours and make snacks.
Crazy. This is
Yeah.
insane.
So that was the first 5 days, and then we transitioned to our all-inclusive spot where our boys met us, and so the boys came down. Some friends came from some friends of ours that were already down with us. Their kids came down, and we spent another 6 days, 5-6 days at an all-inclusive spot. Which again, I've said this on the radio before. I'm going to say it for my friends out there that might be listening. Don't buy a timeshare. Get a friend with a timeshare. Just like don't buy a boat. Get a friend with a boat. I'm your friend with a boat. I got friends with a timeshare, and that worked out really, really, really well. Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
It sounds like it worked out great.
It did.
That was good stuff right there, man. I'm glad you had a good time with that. Before we get into the Kings, because we got a lot to catch up on with the Kings, now that the summer's kind of over, this is almost kind of, I don't want to say putting a stamp on the Kings off season, but maybe. I mean, well, there's things in the league that still have to be taken care of, James. And the thing that is holding it up, it may be coming to a conclusion, because before you came on, we were discussing the test gate. I don't know what we're calling this thing with the Miami Heat YouTube page, but test gate, where they allegedly mistakenly put a test schedule stream up that had LeBron James introductory press conference on there for July 27th. Very specific wording, very specific dating, but it was a test. It was an accident, right? James, you know, for what it's worth, you kind of heard some of the same things I heard over the weekend about LeBron.
Yeah. I heard on, I believe it was Saturday. Oh no, my bad. It was Friday. Getting increased chatter that LeBron is going to go to the Heat. I of course don't cover the LeBron James sweepstakes, so I was also on vacation, so I'm not going to go run with it. What I should have done is told all my friends with like Polymarket or one of those things to get in on LeBron going to the Heat. That's where your money should go. But again, that's what it sounds like. But until it's done, I don't think we're gonna really know. And even if it is done, like I'm not really sure how that impacts the league. Like I think LeBron can go to a team and impact the league. I think if he went to Cleveland, he could impact the Cleveland Cavaliers' opportunity to potentially win a title. I also think if he went to, some of the other teams, even the Golden State Warriors, I think it takes the Warriors from a play-in team to a playoff team. But I don't know that you can assemble the shooters to make that thing work in Miami. That just seems like a very, very difficult. Just run a zone. Just run a zone the whole game against them and say, all right, somebody beat us. Tough.
James, did you know, because I did not know, Andrew Wiggins shot 41% from 3 last year?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of leveled out and become like a version of Harrison Barnes, right? So Harrison shot right around that 38, 39, 40%, 41%, depending on what year. And just, he's a player who can play 30 to 35 minutes. Okay, so there's one shooter. And then Davion Mitchell got better as a three-point shooter this last year. But still not at the bulk. Yeah, but still, like, it's not enough. You're playing off LeBron, worrying about him getting to the basket the whole time still. On occasion, you're going to go out and defend him if he gets on a heater, but like that team is going to need like 5 or 6 shooters, and they keep holding out for like Duncan Robinson to show back up. That might help them. But they also lost Norman Powell. They lost Tyler Hero. They lost creation on the outside. So I don't know. I'm intrigued. I just don't know that really, really changes the outcome of the Eastern Conference, which is if you're LeBron, I think it's part of why you should go somewhere is to change the outcome. But then again, And maybe he just wants a really, really nice place to live and to kind of live out this last year, having a good time.
They got Tim Hardaway Jr. And what if after you sign LeBron, you go get a Klay Thompson? Now you got about 3 or 4 shooters.
He's still got to get like waived or whatever with the Dallas Mavericks, because as of right now, that hasn't happened. He's still a Mavs player.
No, and when I say the league, I think of like maybe a DeMar DeRozan destination is waiting on what happens with LeBron. You know what I mean? And it's not a lot. Jonathan Kuminga is maybe another guy. It's not a lot, but there is a trickle down effect to LeBron making this decision throughout the league.
I also think, we're kind of being held hostage now by the Kawhi Leonard situation that should not have taken this long. But that to me is the next big thing. Like, we're going to hear the LeBron thing in the next couple of days, right? Then it's like, okay, what exactly is going to happen with Kawhi? And it's not super cut and dry. Like, I just had a Kings Beat podcast with Sean and Brendan that'll go out later today. And when we were going through that, we were kind of going through like, who are the worst teams, who are the best teams in the Western Conference. And you get to the Clippers and you're like, okay, what is that mess? They got Wagler. They've got Darius Garland. They've got like Derek Jones Jr. And if they have Brandon Ingram, they're not a bad team. But they don't have a lot of the other pieces, and they're waiting for that Kawhi deal to be over and done with. And the fact is, if that deal falls apart, it's because the NBA is going to hit, Kawhi like heavy, like 50 games, 80 games, whatever it might be. Like, we don't know what they're going to do, but there's been rumors of them coming down on Kawhi and his group like a sledgehammer. And that's why they also told the Raptors, hey, you might want to put this deal on hold because we're not done. And when we're done with our report and we're coming out, then whoever's, kind of stuck with Kawhi on their roster is stuck. And if you're willing to accept that risk, that's fine, but go ahead and get whatever, monetary thing that you're doing with the Clippers out of the way right now. Just, we'll figure it out down the road. And they said, no, that's fine. We'll wait. And so now we got that thing in the wait, like in a holding pattern. And again, what happens if that Kawhi deal falls apart? I mean, are they going to call the Kings and maybe talk about a player like Domantas Sabonis again for like the 5th time? Maybe. So I think a lot of things still have to happen, and we have to wait and see how all of these things unfold. It could get a little weird here.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Kings here with the Kings Insider, ESPN 1320 Kings Insider James Ham, host of the Kings Beat, host of Locked On Kings. And we've got a lot to get to from Summer League, because I think you were gone for all Summer League, right? Pretty much. Like you weren't, well, you were here for the 4th of July, but you were, celebrating the 4th of July.
But I went to the California Classic, the last 2 games in California.
I wasn't sure if you did that. Okay.
Then I was home for the first preseason game. The first Summer League game in Vegas. But I watched all the games while I was in Cabo because I'm a sicko.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but I still did. Yeah, so
FOMO.
Can't get away from it.
I'm not gonna watch the Summer League. I gotta watch the Summer League. I gotta see everything that happens with Sutton. I gotta see how he plays.
Yeah, I did the live tweet games. I didn't do that. I was had enough, wherewithal, mental wherewithal to get away from live tweeting games. But I did watch a ton of it, and I think that there were some major highs and some major lows. That Nets game is just like one of the most inexcusable things I've seen in Summer League, where a team just doesn't show up at all. And I think one of my major overarching themes throughout this was that the Kings really did take way too long to get into every single game, and whether it's California Classic or it was in Vegas. And then when they took too long to get into the game against the Nets just dropped the hammer on them and embarrassed them. But before that, I felt like the Kings did the same exact thing throughout. Like the California Classic, every single game was a come from behind victory. Their first victory, you're like, okay, look, you have to actually come out and play hard, or you're going to get stomped one of these games. And I'm kind of glad it did happen that way. I'm not glad that Max Reynaud turned the ball over 7 times in 15 minutes, or the ACAV had like 8 turnovers. They had 28 turnovers as a team. in a 40-minute game. That's not good. But at the same time, we got to see a little bit of everything from everybody. And I think, Kenny, I don't know about you, but the guy who stands out is Emmanuel Sharp, and like super impressed. Like Scott Perry did it again in the mid 40s.
Yeah. Well, let's do this. We'll slow play this because we got time. We got time with James Hammond. The other day, I came up with summer league grades for 6 players, the rookies and the second year guys. I didn't come up with a grade for Maxime Renaud. He got an incomplete because he only played 2 games. It was a good game and a bad game, but he had also already been playing in the qualifiers. It just, I wasn't going to grade Maxime Renaud. Like I think he's fine. But his performance in summer league, we'll let that be whatever it's going to be. It's an incomplete, right? But I'm going to go through each player, and I kind of want to hear what you have to say about the grade that I have. You don't have to grade him if you don't want, but just your outlook on the player. Let's start with the top. There is HoF Jr., 20.8 points per game, 4.6 assists, almost 4 turnovers a game. I didn't like that. 35% from the field, 27% from 3, 70% from the free throw line. James, it wasn't as efficient as maybe you would like for it to be, but I still gave him a B+. I saw him out there getting to his spots, getting where he wanted to go more times than not on the court. He's a 19-year-old point guard, so there's a certain level of growth and patience that you're going to have with him as far as taking care of the ball, understanding what he's going to do with the basketball. He also hadn't played basketball or 5-on-5 basketball in about 3 or 4 months. Then he gets thrown into this kind of hectic situation where these guys are together for like 3 or 4 days, learn some generic plays, then go play this other helter-skelter type of summer league. It's just a lot. So I'm not the percentages. I'm not holding a lot of that against him. The things that I was looking for, he delivered more times than not. I gave Darius HoF Jr. a B+.
Yeah, I would say B+. Like for me, the thing that I'll point out is just go look at Michael Brown Jr.'s shooting stats. Go look at Keaton Wagler's shooting stats. Go look at Darren Peterson's shooting stats. They all look very similar. They are all way down from what they typically shoot. And that's just because they're learning. And again, they're a bunch of players that did not play a bunch of 3-on-3 basketball building up to the draft, like a lot of the, late first, early second round picks, even, middle of the draft guys, middle of the first round guys were all playing, in the 3-on-3 games at all of their workouts. That's something that you don't do with a top 10 pick. I think it's kind of foolish because then it takes the guys away from actually playing the game of basketball for a really long time. And you're going to need some sort of, time to acclimate. I thought, again, he had a steal and a block per game. The shooting numbers were pretty horrible, but that's okay. I did not think his teammates did a good job of realizing when he was getting blitzed, when he was getting trapped, when he was getting double teamed in the backcourt, or as soon as he got across the timeline. There should have been more screens. There should have been more realization of what was happening. I think when they did have the 2 games where Max played, I thought Darius had a difficult time figuring out Max, and that's just because they haven't played together. And again, that's something that they're going to have to work through. They've got 10 weeks to hang out. Although I did hear this morning, Max is on his way back to France to play in the second qualifier phase for the French national team. So he's going to be away a little bit, but he'll be back. He'll have a couple of weeks with Darius to kind of work on some of this stuff. But overall, like, this is what you should expect from a 19-year-old point guard. And again, look at the other 19-year-old point guards, and their stats all look very similar. They all struggled. The one guy who didn't is Braden Burries. And the point I'll bring up about Braden Burries is, number one, he played off ball quite a bit. And number two, he's almost 21, where everybody else is 19. And so he's an older freshman coming out of into the draft, and more mature, and his body's more mature. And, those things happen the deeper you get into this career thing that they're starting. So I didn't have a lot of problems with it, man. I didn't have a lot of problems with him taking 29 shots. I had a little bit of problem watching him trying to run a standard offense and not knowing where to go. Some of the defensive stuff was sitting there and like you can get frustrated with, but I also thought he had really good one-on-one defensive moments where, he was impactful. And like, look, he was fun. He had some incredible shots, some incredible things around the basket. He's going to learn that a lot of that stuff has to be quicker. When you're that size and you're playing at the NBA level, you don't get to do a little soft floater going to the basket. It's going to get swatted. But again, it's a learning process. Now he's got time to look at himself on tape against bigger players, and he's got time to work with the coaching staff. Like DJ Ham is his personal sort of development coach, and he's going to work with him nonstop. He already has been, and I think we're going to see a much more polished product when we get to training camp, to preseason, to regular season.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. We got James Ham here, the ESPN 1320 Kings insider, and we're breaking down some of these players and some of the grades that I had for some of these Kings players during Summer League that just wrapped up. Next one I'll go to, second-year guy, Neat Clifford, 13.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds a night, 1.25 steals a night, shot 43% from the field, 31% from three, 75% from the free throw line. James, he didn't play bad. He was fine, but I was left a little disappointed for him being a second-year guy who played a lot of games the previous year. I wanted to see a little bit more. I ended up giving him a C-.
Yeah, I don't think it's a C- for me. It's probably a C+, but because he passed, he passed the test. He just didn't show you anything new. And, again, I just got in, not an argument, but like a debate about this a little bit with Sean. And Sean said, well, he was consistent. He looked a lot like the player that played last season. And just so people understand, he played 25 minutes a game for the Kings last year, over 75 games. He played almost 1,900 minutes last year, which is something that you never see for a player that's drafted with the 24th pick in the draft. Very, very seldom. So he had a ton of experience coming in. And I agree with Sean to a certain extent. He was consistent with what we saw last season. And what we saw last season was a very inconsistent player. A kid who, one night scored 31, the next night scored 14, and the next night scored 4. Like, hey, we need to be able to pencil in something in the middle, something like a 10-point or 12-point per game number where we can start writing in pen that you're going to do, let's say 10.5 points, 4.8 rebounds and 1.8 assists. And I'm going to count on that every game from you. And the variance needs to be 2 or 3 points up or down, 1 or 2 assists up or down, 1 or 2 rebounds up or down. What I can't have is 9 rebounds, 0 rebounds, 7 rebounds, 2 rebounds. And what I can't have is 21 points and scoreless or 3 points. You got to find some sort of consistency. So I agree he was consistent with what he was last year, but I also agree that he was inconsistent last season, which is probably the most defining trait that he had. And that's where I think he really has to figure out and bring something more, because I don't think he separated himself. And when you see Emmanuel Sharp, and then you're going to see Daquan Plowden, and you're going to see Zach LaVine show up, and then Malik Monk, and you start to have competition for those minutes, man, the body is there. The athleticism is there. Everything that you want from Neat Clifford, the play style. I just need him to be decisive and play and not wait. And that's what I saw from him, was some waiting, which is exactly what we saw last year.
Yeah. It was just, like I said, I don't think he played bad. He was fine. Like, he was okay, but I wanted to see a performance from him like we saw. I keep using this example, like Will Riley, for the Wizards. Like, that's kind of what I wanted to see from Neat Clifford, and he never really gave us that type of performance. But like I said, he played fine. He played fine. C- might be a little harsh. Maybe he does deserve a C, but I can't go any higher than that. He passed, but I can't go any higher than that.
I think also, Kenny, I think you were looking at, Keegan Murray year 2 came out in the California Classic, and it was like, oh my gosh, he's out there scoring 30 a night. And you're like, this is incredible. We did not have that moment. We didn't have that moment with Neat Clifford.
Right. we saw Keegan after that first game, and it was like he's got no business being. Shut him down.
Yeah.
Like, what is he doing?
Best
And I
player
wanted
here.
to see that. Yeah, I wanted to see that from Neek or something close to it, and we just never really got there. But we'll see what happens in the regular season. Next player, Dylan Cardwell, 8.5 points per game, 8 rebounds, 2.8 blocks per game. That's pretty good. 3 blocks a game. That's some good stuff. He shot 51% from the field. He shot 40% from the free throw line. And it really feels like he had to hustle to get to 40%. And to be honest with you, I want to check the numbers again because I'm not believing that he shot 40% from the free throw line. I think it'd be more towards the 20 or 15 or something like that. I don't remember him making a free throw. So 40% is where he shot from the free throw line. I gave Dylan Cardwell a C, mainly because kind of like Nick Clifford, but I guess the expectations were different. He was what I thought he would be. He didn't show me more and surprise me, but he wasn't disappointing. He was just Dylan Cardwell, and my expectations were for him to be who he was. I gave him a C. What'd you think about his performance?
Yeah, I'm going to go the same thing with Scare. I'm going to give him a B- because, look, first of all, the free throws. You only get one that counts for 2.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be one problem. So it compounds the small sample size
Right.
problem even more. So I don't know if he was 4 for 10 or if he was 2 for 5 total. I don't know how he got to 40%, if you get me.
Yeah.
And it's not good, right? The free throw thing, he has to get better at. He's got to take a different approach, whatever that might be. But the things that I needed to see from Dylan Cardwell, number one, physically the body looks like he's in primo shape and he's way more dynamic than he was last season. You can see it. He came in as like really big, bulky, like strong man last season. Now I see strong man with a bunch of that's done a bunch of like plyometrics and probably a bunch of yoga. Lateral quickness is better. So I saw that. I also think the reason why I give him a little bit better grade is he was finishing around the basket and had an idea of what he was doing and didn't have to dunk every ball. And I also think that they weren't playing to his strengths, which is just throw a bunch of alley oops to him. But there was a couple of moments where he did back to the basket stuff, and I was like, huh. There was some rebound, hold it, delay, go up for a shot. There were rebounds and kickouts, which is something he started to get better at last year. And then there were also times where I don't know if people caught it, but they used Dylan Cardwell at the top as like the pick and roll screener or even the DHO passer, passing big man, while they hid Max Reynaud in the corner, and then Max was launching from the corner for threes. So it wasn't just Dylan Cardwell hiding in the dunker spot the entire time. And so I'm seeing these little bits of improvement. Like I need to see him get better going to the basket and finishing around the rim, not just dunking the ball, because sometimes the dunk's not available. I saw that. Again, the rebounds were consistent. The block shots were nuts. They were crazy. He still plays out of control. He's still going to get in foul trouble everywhere he goes. But I think he will calm down. And lastly, I think he also got really frustrated with the fact that his teammates didn't rise up and play more physical and not get punked. And that's something that is actually a good thing as well.
I like Dylan Cardwell. We've had a discussion about him all week long about what his role might be. Is he a third big man? Will he see consistent minutes? I feel like he's probably a situational player, like depending on the matchup or something like that. But I just always thought, we talked about it a lot. We were in agreement during the season. Just a lot of what he does is transferable to any team, any level of basketball that you want to play. And I think that's valuable what this Kings team is trying to do, not only this year, but moving forward.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, look, I don't know if he's going to be, I mean, it's tough because if Domas is there, Max and Domas are your starting centers, your starter and your backup. Domas is going to start, Max is going to come off the bench, and realistically, there's no more minutes there. So that means you're going to have to start stealing from the floor. And there you have Keegan Murray and Precious Achua. How much is that going to change? Are you going to start Max and Domas together? And then maybe that frees up Dylan Cardwell to play more minutes. And that would mean that Keegan's going to have to play at the 3 the whole time. And DeAndre Hunter might have to play some 2. Like there's this whole shuffling thing that Doug Christie's going to have to figure out. But at the end of the day, like Dylan is going to play anywhere between like 10 and 24 minutes in a game. You just don't know what it's going to be. I think it's going to be very difficult to give him consistent minutes until you figure out what the plan is with Sabonis. And, again, if he's the backup center, that's one thing. He can play that 18 to 24 minutes and give you something each and every night. But there are going to be times where he's not going to be able to get on the court, whether you're playing against a small team or something else. And I'd even say, like, I like the idea of playing Precious Achiuwa as a small ball 5. And that just doesn't happen if you already have 3 centers on the roster. So tough spot to be in for a young guy.
Yeah. You're listening to the Marathon, 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with D-Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, live on the iHeart app. You can watch the show on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, and you can see the handsome face, clean shaven, of my main man, James Ham, as he's back from Cabo, looking as dapper as ever. That's my guy. And we're talking about the Sacramento Kings Summer League. We're going over some grades that I had for some of these players and what James saw. And now we get to Emmanuel Sharp. 15.5 points per game. These are Vegas only numbers. 15.5 points per game, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, almost 3 steals at 2.8, 40% from the field, 38% from 3, 92% from the free throw line. I love that. James, this was the only A that I gave out this summer. Emmanuel Sharp showed up and showed out. And I think, obviously, he was already going to be on the team, but I think he's positioned himself to be in the rotation when they get to the real club. What do you think of Emmanuel Sharp?
Yeah, I mean, super, super impressive. Again, we like to do like pop culture references here. I don't know, Kenny, did you ever watch this show Cheers?
Yeah, I know.
Maybe here and there.
I did. Yeah, but I know all the characters, I think.
Okay, so Woody Harrelson, of course, played Woody.
Yeah.
And Woody had a girlfriend named Kelly, which he made an entire song that he just repeated the word Kelly. And then there was this other guy that showed up at the bar one day and said, "Hey, Woody, I'm going to steal your girlfriend." This French guy. Yeah, that's Emmanuel Sharp. He's like, "Hey, Nate Clifford, I'm going to steal your minutes."
Man, that's the conversation we've been having.
Hey, Daquan Plowden. Yeah, hey, Zach, I'm going to steal your minutes. And like, look, it's that he does exactly what Doug Christie wants. Like, if you were to say, "Hey, this is what Doug wants," it's like he steps on the court and it's like, you either listen really well or that is exactly who you are. And I'm going to say, after watching him for 2 California Classic games and 4 or 5 Summer League games, that we just saw who Emmanuel Sharp is, and it is awesome. And he is more than willing. You don't even ask him; he'll go pick up 94 feet. That's what Doug wants. You don't have to ask him to play defense. He's going to play defense because that's what he does. You don't have to ask him to shoot the 3 ball. Dude's not shy at all. He is going to shoot as many 3-point shots as the ball hits his hand. And so, are there things he does do that are like not up to NBA standards at this point? Yes, absolutely. But I think you can hide some of those things while he develops. And I know he's like 22, 23 years old, but go back and look at his college stats. His freshman season, he averaged 0.5 assists. His second season, 0.9. His third season, 0.7. His last season in college, 1.7 assists per game. That's not going to cut it. He is going to have to handle the ball. He's going to have to be a secondary ball handler, a secondary playmaker. And as of right now, he can't do that. And that's something that, again, he's going to be pressed to learn that stuff on the fly. But everything else, like, I'll just be honest with you, Keon Ellis couldn't do any of that either. And I don't know that Daquan Plowden can do any of that either. So, like, the difference is that this is a guy who got knocked off his feet and still managed to steal the ball and then scramble and go pick it up and start dribbling. You're like, what is happening here? The physicality that he plays with, the force, I don't know that, the bear hug move is going to work and they're not just going to foul him out of every game. But for right now, The Kings got a real one, and I compare him to a smaller Dylan Brooks with a better 3-point shot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Emmanuel Sharp, the way he plays the game. That's the discussion that we've had really since Vegas started, I guess. I don't think we really had it in California Classic, but since Vegas started, it was like Emmanuel Sharp is going to have to play. Like, he's going to have to play, much like what you talked about. He's a Doug Christie-like guy with the way that he goes out there and approaches the game. And that's gonna appeal to Doug and give him an opportunity off the rip. But like you said, Nick Clifford, on the first day of training camp, out of respect, and because I think he's a good ball player, he hasn't done anything necessarily to lose that spot or that standing. On the first day of training camp, Nick Clifford is above Emmanuel Sharp on the depth chart. That's what I will go with. But what you say? Woody, I'm gonna take your girlfriend.
I'm gonna take your girlfriend. That's right.
Like, it's right there for him, and that's why I say positioned himself with what he did in the summer. Emmanuel Sharp positioned himself to take those minutes and take that roster spot or jump Nick Clifford on the depth chart with how he played all summer. And if he can go into training camp and go into, I hate that I keep calling it this, but the real NBA and do the same things, like, yeah, he's got to play. He has to play.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'm intrigued to see is how does Nick Clifford deal with that adversity? Because again, Nick has been in the league a year. He played a ton of minutes, like a 1,900, little under 1,900 minutes. He physically is bigger, stronger, more athletic than Emmanuel Sharp, but that doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, if you're not willing to put it all on the line and to play to your strengths and to your, to be aggressive, then you're going to get left behind. And so I'm hoping that doesn't happen with Nick Clifford. I'm hoping that everything clicks and he comes out and, doesn't look like he's the fifth option on the floor at every single minute he's on the floor. Because Emmanuel Sharp doesn't look like the fifth option. He looks like the third option and ready to fire. And that's what you're competing with. And again, you're going to have to figure out how to match that intensity and then beat that intensity. And it can't just be, I was here first, because that's just not the way the league works. So every year, 60 guys are drafted, and of those 60, like 45 of them make rosters and they're in the league. And that means that 45 other players are out of the league that were there the year before. And you got to fight for your spot in the league, got to fight for your spot in the rotation. And hopefully Nick Clifford is fully understanding that that's what he's up against.
My man, James Ham, ESPN 1320 Kings insider, host of Locked On Kings, host of the Kings Beat. We've got two more players to go, two more players. Next one was the other first rounder from this year, Alex Caravan, 8.4 points per game, 3.8 rebounds, 1.2 assists, 38% from the field, 33% from beyond the arc, 100% from the free throw line. I love that. Vegas only stats as well. I almost wanted to give him an incomplete because of the injury, but I didn't. He got just a solid C, and he kind of had to hustle with those last two games to get that solid C. One of the things that I liked about his game and his mentality is he wasn't shooting the ball really well. And you saw this, I feel like you saw it in the Wizards game, feel like you saw it in the Nets game. For sure you saw it in the Celtics game, but the shot wasn't falling. You could see him saying, all right, shot's not going down. How can I impact this game? And he started to get aggressive on the boards. He said, I'm 6'8". I'm going to go get on the boards. Whether he actually got the rebound or fought for him and kept them alive or whatever, he was trying to do other things if the jumper wasn't falling to have an impact on the game. And that's something that I really like from Alex Caravan. And then the shot started to fall in that Celtics game and in that Hornets game. And that got him, in my opinion, to a C. He had a solid Vegas outing when it was all said and done.
Yeah, I think he was overwhelmed. So I think your grade is probably right. And he did have to fight to get that grade because before that, I think it was an F, and it was like, but I think we did see him continuously adjust. It's not getting better for him. It's about adjusting to the speed and the quickness. And I think he was really honest about that. I think the ankle injury had a bigger impact, and it's not just because I don't know if he was 100% or not. I think he was probably close. But a couple of things. Number one, he never missed a game at UConn. So he's not used to getting hurt. Number two, he got hurt the first practice. So that means that he missed his second practice. He missed all of the California Classic. He missed that whole week of practice building up. Maybe he got back on the court once or twice towards when they were just about ready to play on the Thursday night in Vegas. But I think that was a problem, that, he didn't have the continuity. He didn't have the chemistry with his teammates early in Summer League. I think the other big problem, though, and I think this is the big one for him, is I think he's a power forward. I do not think he's a small forward, so I don't think him starting alongside Dylan Cardwell and Max Reynaud helped him. And then I also think that when you got him, when he played well, it was because a bunch of players were sitting. So that's one thing. But also, if he's going to be a 4, and we already talked about this idea of, Dylan and Domas Max and Domas playing alongside each other, Dylan being the backup. Then you got Precious. Then chances are Keegan Murray's going to start at the 4. You've got, all this weight at the 3 as well, whether it's, DeAndre Hunter or Keegan sliding over and playing minutes at 3, or it's Nick Clifford playing the 3, or it's Daquan Plowden playing the 3. Tell me which of those players he's more athletic and that he can outplay. And I think as a connector, yeah, that's fine. We keep hearing this word connector. That's fine. But he has to actually defend. He has to be able to switch. He's got to be able to defend multiple positions. He's got to be able to consistently hit the 3-point shot. He has to give you something on the court. He's got to be a better rebounder than what we saw for most of the games. And that's where it's like, okay, man, you are really behind the 8 ball because of the players in front of you. And just again, if you were to right now make a decision, who plays, it's him or Jonathan Mogbo at the 3/4. I don't think it's a question. You would take Mogbo, and he's a 2-way player, but that's kind of where we're at right now. That can change. And once he gets comfortable, once he gets his 10 weeks under his belt, building up to training camp, maybe he just looks like a more comfortable, better version of himself. But for right now, he's fighting an uphill battle, and there are a lot of players that he's fighting against at this point.
James, we're on the same page because my final player is a wild card, and it is Jonathan Mogbo. 11.5 points per game, 8.8 rebounds a night, 1.5 blocks, 44% from the field, 50% from 3, probably not 1 of 2, and 70% from the free throw line. These are all Vegas only numbers. I gave him a B. I was really impressed with how he performed and just kind of checking a box that the Kings need. And the Kings need that athletic wing that people talked about. I'm not saying he's a super defender, but he's kind of versatile. Feels like a little bit like Precious, maybe not as good offensively, but tough, rugged, versatile, like I said, on the defensive end. And I was impressed by him. And I think he earned a real look to be on this roster opening night with the way he played this summer.
I agree with you. And if I'm the Kings, as of right now, you still have to make some decisions here, but you got, you still have the 14th roster spot open and the 15th roster spot. I think the Kings will look to just add one more player to get up to 14 and then keep that last roster spot open, at least in the, in the beginning. But I also think if you can move Mogbo up, that might, again, clear you to sign, is it Sutton, to a 2-way contract. Maybe it's something like that where you can bring him in and kind of develop that player as well. But Mogbo, 6'9", super athletic, tons of blocks, super aggressive. Again, we keep talking about the Kings need, long athletic wings, but they have to be able to play. And I think when you look at some of the guys that they have brought in, the Nick Cliffords, the Daquan Plowdens, and that style of player, 3-and-D guys, the Keon Ellises, right? They're all fine, but they're also shooting guard versions. And that's where Mogbo at 6'9" can play the 3, the 4. There's even talk that he might be able to play some 5. For me as a developmental guy, why not? Because he does have a ton of skills. And all of a sudden he started hitting the 3. You know, he shot roughly 40% from three. I was super impressed. And you know, he's fun. He's also a guy that can catch an alley-oop, which is something that you know, that Darius HoF needs. He needs that guy. I also keep looking at the stats from Summer League and going, man, I really wish they would have got my guy out of Arkansas. So
on Brazil, man, he was hooping. Hey, my other boy out of Arkansas, Malik Thomas, I think he led the Summer League in scoring.
I think
Like
he was leading last time I looked. Yeah. So
Calipari, Coach Cal, you know how to pick him, boy. I tell you that, man. He gets these guys ready. But no, Mogbo, I'm impressed. I think he deserves a chance. How does that work again? So he's on a 2-way contract right now. That doesn't count towards the roster spots. You can elevate him to a roster spot, and then that would open up a 2-way, right?
Well, yeah, if you elevate him to a roster spot, then you can backfill his 2-way. So we talked about this. You have 3 2-ways that each can play 50 games as long as you have 14 men on your standard roster, either 14 or 15. That number drops to 99 if you drop below the number. So you've got these 3 spots, right? And each of them have 50 games. So last year, Dylan Cardwell used like 32 of his games on a 2-way contract. So when they signed Patrick Baldwin, there's only 18 games left on that specific 2-way contract, right? Anyway, yeah, I think that if he does get elevated, like it would probably be during training camp or sometime after, you know, again, maybe they wait until after the trade deadline because you can use those 50 games the whole time. But you also have to, there has to be minutes for him. And as of right now, again, we're talking about him as like this player that looks like something that might work. But he also probably will spend a bunch of time in the G League. And then, you know, when he gets his opportunity to come up, he'll be ready and he can give you something, but it's going to be because of injury or it's going to be because of trade or because just things aren't working at all. And you got to try something different for him to get on the court just because of, you know, sort of the log jam at the 3, 4, 5 position at this point.
Yeah. Talking to the ESPN 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, also the host of the Kings Beat, also the host of Locked On Kings. He does it all, man. He really does do it all. And those were all the grades that I had for the players. I got one last grade that I want to run by you. Get your thoughts on. And that's for Scott Perry in the front office. And I thought they did a really good job with the draft, getting Darius HoF Jr. I will give them credit for being able to draft Darius HoF Jr. because I think Scott Perry's relationships, his talking, his willing and dealing had to do a little bit, at the very least, a little bit with Darius HoF Jr. falling down to 7, being a guy that they had targeted, and him having projections of being a top 3, top 5 guy, him falling down to 7. I'm going to give credit to Scott Perry for some of that, for sure. Finding Emmanuel Sharp, Alex Caravan, up and down, Vegas, Summer League, that's fine. It's whatever. But I thought his draft was an A. When you talk about what he was able to do transactionally, free agent-wise, trade-wise, left a little bit to be desired. He was able to get under the tax, so that's a good thing with the DeMar DeRozan situation, and that's not even final. You might even be able to get something back in return for DeMar DeRozan. Overall, his offseason, and I know there's still maybe some things to be done or some things to work out, but overall, I give Scott Perry a B for what he's been able to do in this particular offseason. What do you think about that?
I think if we look at just the young players and what's happening there, then sure, like that's a B. You might even be able to say an A because, you know, whether Caravan works out or not, you know, it does look like you found a keeper in Emmanuel Sharp, and certainly you found the face of your franchise in Darius HoF Jr. Whether he lives up to that or not, that's going to be on HoF. It's going to be on the Kings to foster that and to bring him along. So I would give him probably an A on his draft. You know, B+, A-, A, somewhere right around there. The rest of it, though, it's an incomplete, and it's an incomplete until it becomes a lower grade if they don't do anything. And again, like waiving DeMar DeRozan's contract is one thing that like that's fine. But that was something that someone else did a couple of years ago. So like if you can't move off of, Domantas Sabonis, or you can't move off of Zach LaVine's money, and this is the roster you're going into the season with, when Vegas puts your win total at 22.5, that means that you didn't have a good offseason. And I think it's also like, it's possible that the Kings have a good offseason, even though they don't take a step forward. And that's just because they can't take their step backwards yet. And that's like the most frustrating thing. You have these bloated contracts that there's really nothing he can do. So I don't want to blame Scott Perry for it 100%. But I also know that there have been deals out there, when it came to Domas, that he could have pulled off. And he held out for more and more and more. And then the deal went away. And so that's always a possibility. There's also, like floating your players' names out there, like the Jalen Duren thing still hasn't figured itself out. The Jonathan Kuminga thing still hasn't figured itself out. There are all of these other avenues that could still, maybe help the Kings. But then again, we're going to have to wait and see even the Kawhi situation. Does that change the dynamic of the league? Does all of a sudden the Kings become a player in something else because of that? I don't know. But what I do know is that like some of the teams that you have been in contact with, that you have had conversations with in the past, are still in a state of flux and kind of in the same situation you are. Even, the Detroit Pistons are still in a weird state where they've lost, Tobias Harris. They lost just veteran leadership here and there. And then all of a sudden they're faced with, are they going to be anywhere as good as they were last year? And Jalen Duren might have to play for the qualifying offer. And then you're going to lose him. And that's a problem. And not only that, but you can't even really trade him because he holds all the power in that situation, because his bird rights are the ones that get dissolved. So we're talking about a 22-year-old all-star center, and, you're teetering on the brink of disaster with him, and you still, like, talks have been cut off again. And that's just not a good place to be. So I think there's so many things that could happen here. And at the same time, I don't want to grade Scott too harsh, because it's still July. There's still 10 weeks. We keep saying there's 10 weeks until they open training camp. Like, that's 10 weeks that you can change his roster still. And whether that happens or not, I don't know. But I'm going to give him an incomplete on that, and probably a B+, A- on the draft situation.
What's your opinion on this topic? Do you make anything about Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine showing up during summer league, sitting with some of the guys, or the front office guys? Is there anything to be made of that for each of those two players?
I would say this: if they didn't show up, I would say something about that. Like, you may not be in a situation you want to be in. You may not be, this may not be where you want to end up. Whether it's Zach or Domas, either one. I think you can probably have more of a reconciliation with Domas than you can with Zach. But if they didn't show up, that means that you're petty and you're not going to support the guys that are around you. And to be honest, that it would probably mean you're probably not even really that good of a teammate. And so to see them show up, it tells me that they at least get it. That summer league is about the young players. It's about showing support to the young players, making them look over and see you on the bench and know that you're there to be part of what's happening and be part of a practice, be part of whatever, have conversations with the guys, build a relationship. That actually matters. If you didn't do any of that, then I would have a little bit more problem. And, again, like Precious Achiuwa and Keegan Murray both showed up at the California Classic and did the same thing. And if you look at Daquan Plowden was sitting on the bench as well there in Vegas. So the other guys did that as well. But I do think that at some point you've got to, either say that I don't want to be here at all and, figure out what that means. Or you got to say, hey, this is my fate for this season. I'm making $49 million. I'm making $46 million. And I've just got to be a good teammate and show up and be part of what's happening, because that's what professionals do.
Yeah, I didn't take much out of it either for the record. It was just like, okay, they're just kind of there. They're doing whatever. I always thought, even with Zach LaVine, the relationship between him and the coaching staff or the front office feels like it's never personal, never has been personal. Like they don't have any animosity as men towards each other. They're kind of both of the understanding of, this is the business, whether I'm, going to opt into this and take this money, or if you want to trade me or come, it's just kind of the business. But personally, I think they all respect each other as men, and as professionals. And that's what I saw from that. I was a little surprised to see Domas, not because I think there's anything kind of sinister going on with him. I just didn't think he would show up, and that was kind of a surprise to see him there.
Yeah, I love the Bo Jackson Raiders jersey.
That's a classic. That is
It is a classic.
Should have got the white one though. The black one was cool, but the white one is iconic.
Okay. Yeah. Either way, I'll say like they were there, and
Yeah.
that's what matters. That at the end of the day, that's what matters. A little surprised. I didn't catch it. Maybe he was, but we didn't see Malik Monk show up at any of the functions. And again, that's not saying he's a bad teammate. Malik Monk is 100% in on Sacramento. But the fact that he wasn't here, maybe he's on vacation, maybe he had something else going on. But yeah, I think it did say something about your, $95 million worth of players, and those two players sitting on the sidelines and watching you play basketball. That's a good sign. It's a good teammate move by those guys.
Yeah. James, before we get you out of here, just checking now. Feels like this is about when everybody kind of goes on vacation, right? Like I know the LeBron thing is maybe holding up some stuff, some business, but for the most part, you get done with summer league, players and front office alike, kind of just go and get away from everything for a little bit. This is the first real break since October, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a wild ride, especially when you have a team with the number 7 overall pick and 2 second. Well, it was 2 seconds, turned out to be a first and a second. So you're going to be around the team, around the facility a lot and all that stuff. This is the first honest to goodness break. I don't again, you can watch summer league and try to glean some sort of value from it. I just don't get any value from going anymore, that I did when I was younger. And so, yeah, I was able to watch games in Cabo and that's fine. But I will be here every day moving forward. I'm not, I'm done with my vacations for the summer, and the focus now is just going to be on daily content. And, like later on tonight, I've got one-on-one with Mark Jones coming up, who is now going to be, he texted me at 6:00 this morning. Come on, Mark.
Well, he's in
I'm not in Miami time, bro. I was wearing my watch. Bzz, 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 like
he had already finished his walk and breakfast and everything.
Yeah, it's early. I texted him. I said, "Yes, I want you on today." No, I'm not getting up for another couple hours. But yeah, this is that time of the year where we're searching for content, and to be honest, I got a plan. I got a plan for a lot of my summer, and this is a grind. It's what we do.
Well, just don't go schedule any YouTube videos, introductory press conferences that you don't think it's going to happen. Don't do that. I could just get people all riled up. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
He's going.
Yeah, there's a little button that you hit that says premiere. You don't hit that when you're not going live, when you're not scheduling it out for that day. You don't hit the premiere button, bro. Pretty simple.
Tough break. LeBron going to the Heat, though, in my opinion. That's my opinion. He going to the Heat, and I think it's a done deal. James Ham, it was great to have you back. We missed you. Like you said, you're here to stay. I can't wait to see what's going on with this Kings team moving forward, man. So appreciate you, man.
Yeah, anytime, man. If you need me later in the week, hit me up. I'll be around.
Yes, sir. I might hit you up, too. I might do that, man. More Kings talk, man. I might hit you up, man.
There we go. All right.
Thank you. That's James Ham, our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, host of Locked On Kings, host of the Kings Beat. And yeah, we got more basketball talk to come on the other side, because history was made. Yeah, history was made with the Basketball Hall of Fame. We'll get into it all. It's your boy KC. It's KC and Friends, aka D-Lo and KC, right here on ESPN 1320. Dope boy Bush, what's up, family? I appreciate you. Appreciate you, big dog. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Where's she at, though? There he goes. My lovely wife. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. Cole, thank you very much, my guy. Big ups to him. Yeah, man. Got my man Jesse with me. Got a couple people tapped in with me. You know what I mean? So, but riding the ship, driving the ship. I did hear that rumor. Nike got a lot of juice. I don't know if they have that much juice. I don't know if they can dictate what happens in the NBA, but you never know. I don't know. I'm not writing it off. And his shoes it's the number one shoe in the game, man. The Josh series is the number one basketball shoe in the game right now. They've been killing with that. Appreciate you, family. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Outside is back to what it was. You know what I'm saying? Stephen Brown, I wouldn't say Nike's falling off. I think that's going over the deep end just a little bit. TC, appreciate you, fam. Stevie B, thank you, brother. Gotta save my words, man. Gotta save my words. Dr. David, you know the vibes, man. It's not a thumbs down, but it ain't cancer season. Back here on D-Lo and KC, it's your boy KC, riding solo. KC and friends going down all week long. Shout out once again to everybody who, I said I wasn't going to mention it again, but, people showing love, man. I want to thank them for the birthday love, man. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. Another year around the sun. Blessed. Definitely blessed. Definitely blessed. Trying to age like fine wine out here. You know what I mean? 43 years old. 43 is crazy. They put the little balloons up in my house. They had the 43 on the cake and everything. And it's just like, this is wild. I don't feel 43 years old. But yeah, I'm 43 years old. I'm getting up there. Jesse, you got a long ways before you get there, man. You're not even 30 yet.
About to be, though.
Yeah.
Be hanging out with you and Dame.
Yeah, I'm on Unk status right now, man. They said I got a few more years from OG. Although when I go to the gym and hoop sometimes or any type of open run, I get a bucket or anything else like that. The young boys, they probably 19, 20, 21 years old. Hey, good shot, OG. Good shot, OG. All right, man. Relax.
Yeah, I had a kid call me
Relax.
sir once, so I'm done. I'm cut. I'm not even 38. He's like, oh, you have a good day, sir. I was like, what the hell's your problem?
Yeah, man, they be hitting me with the OG, man, and the unk. I be like, come on, man. You're right. You're right. They're not wrong, but you don't have to say it. You can say, my guy. You can say, all right, big dog. But no. Oh, good shot, OG. I see you, big dog. Damn. All right.
Aging's tough. Am I right, guys?
That's for sure. You know, one thing that happens when you age and you retire is they put you in the rafters, put your number in the rafters, or they put you in the Hall of Fame. Some people don't even have to wait to go into the Hall of Fame. And Steph Curry is one of those people who doesn't have to wait. He's getting his own exhibit in the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame right now. He's still playing. He's going to be on the Warriors at least for another year or two. But they said we ain't even waiting. The Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame making history by opening an immersive exhibit dedicated to Golden State Warriors star Stephen Curry, titled Stephen Curry Beyond the Arc. It marks the first time in the Hall's 75-year history that an active NBA player has been honored with a dedicated feature experience. That's fire. That is absolute fire. It's opening, what's today, Wednesday? On Friday at the Springfield, Massachusetts venue. Beyond the Arc will feature exclusive memorabilia, old footage, and an interactive element detailing Curry's journey as a player, philanthropist, and family man. The exhibit is slated to run through the summer of 2027. This is, like the release just said, this is not something that happens ever.
Yeah, this has never happened.
Ever. And I'm trying to think if it's ever happened in any Hall of Fame, like baseball. I know baseball gets, like Barry Bonds breaks the home run record.
Well,
they get the
feels
ball
like
and all this other stuff.
Feels
But
like
this
a
is
Steph
different.
exhibit, right?
Yeah. This is different other than just getting, memorabilia from what's going on currently.
Okay, so let me start this off. I got Steph about sixth best player of all time. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've got him there. I don't want to argue about it today. He could be 7 or 8 if you want. I'm not talking to you, just in general. Whoever doesn't like him being 6. I got him 6th all time as the sixth greatest player of all time. How do this is great. This is great. I won't lie though. My initial thought when I saw this was to be a bit of a hater.
What did your hater brain say?
Not even like hate on Steph necessarily, but like, I don't know. Like, we're not. Again, like, it's fine. Like, I'm happy for him, but like, I would not. There's no exhibit for LeBron or anything. Like, why Steph? Why Steph? I guess would be my thing.
My first thought when I saw this, because I thought about LeBron.
And again, I moved off of my hating. This is great for Steph. Shout out Steph Curry again, 6th greatest player of all time. Let's continue.
I thought about LeBron as well when this happened, but
I'd rather just. And again, like, if you're gonna do this, go ahead. It's fine. Whatever. It's no problem for me. But I'd rather, I don't know, like, just leave it to the Hall of Famers. I don't know. Keep the active players out until they're ready to be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you. This, like,
he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's got his exhibit.
Right. What they're doing, it wasn't in jeopardy. Like, if he retires in 3 years, you could do the same thing. But maybe it's just a nod to him and just showing him a certain level of love, certain level of respect by being a current player who's able to do this. When I thought about the same thing about why not Bron, but like, all right, well, what would you do for LeBron? And I landed on the fact that Steph Curry has changed the game of basketball like nobody else outside of Michael Jordan. He has changed damn near everything about the game of basketball with his shooting ability, his ability to do it off the dribble, at his size, the accuracy, the pinpoint accuracy. Other than Michael Jordan, there's never been anybody in the game, at least since I've been watching, since I've been alive. Obviously, today I'm 43 years old. So 40, 50 years, there hasn't been anybody to change the game the way Steph Curry has and Michael Jordan has. And you got to acknowledge that. Michael, like, you get Kobe, LeBron, D-Wade, Vince Carter, they play in the air, and they play with a level of ferocity and finesse because of Michael Jordan. Everybody. Like, I always talk about this when we watch old films. We even saw, what was the clip when Jordan did like a behind the back?
Dribbled it behind his back. And like, oh my gosh, he's like a witch.
Michael Jordan, I've said a number of different times, when you watch the way Michael Jordan moved compared to the players he was playing against, it's like, yo, this guy looks like an alien. Like he moves different. They were not moving on the floor the way Michael Jordan, not even Magic and Larry. There was a stiffness to their game. There wasn't, obviously they weren't in the air the way Mike was. There wasn't a finesse element in the air and a certain level of, like I said, ferocity combined with the elegance and the finesse. Nobody moved like Michael Jordan. After Michael Jordan, everybody moved like Michael Jordan. And everybody tried to move like Michael Jordan. They worked on it because they saw him do it first. Steph Curry's in that class. Steph Curry with guys like Trae Young, Dame Lillard, and the way that he plays the game. I talked the other day about my man Caden Daughtry, the next Steph Curry, next Trae Young. That's this high school player right now. They all play that way because of Steph Curry and what they saw him do. And like I said, can you make the argument it's premature to like do all this stuff? Like, you could just wait till he's actually retired? For sure, I get it. But I also appreciate the nod to him while he's not dying, but while he can still get his flowers, while he's still playing.
No, you're right about everything. He definitely changed the game and all. Like I said, it's different. It's a little weird to see someone honored before they even retire. Like Michael Jordan didn't have this. Nobody else really has had this. But Steph, again, changed the game. So much deserved. Again, it was a little odd when I first saw it.
And it's odd when you have,
because I thought too, real quick, because you mentioned like Barry Bonds and like just kind of the moments.
Mhm.
Like I thought that's kind of what this was going to be for Steph. Like maybe they're honoring his OKC shot, or maybe the unanimous MVP. And you read the article, it's like, no, it's just Steph. Like, salute to Steph. It's like, all right.
Right. And it is, like I said, I had the same thought when I read it. I was like, no LeBron. Huh? LeBron doesn't get this type of treatment. LeBron is arguably the best player to ever play the game. Worst case, he's second. And while he's still playing, he doesn't get an exhibit. Like you mentioned, Michael Jordan never got this. Steph Curry does, though. And
Steph is deserved, but don't just start handing these out.
No.
Jokic doesn't need one. Giannis doesn't need one. You can give LeBron one if you want, but like it's got to be, I guess, for the guys who changed the game. It's got to be like real levels.
Say the other name. No, say the other name. Say who else. Don't be doing this for him either.
Oh, Wemby?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm just making sure we're on the same
Wemby
page. People just be giving Wemby anything at this point.
He got the 2K cover.
He did get the 2K cover. Shout out to him. And I think I saw I think it was a real one. See, I'm always worried about getting Chatty House.
No, Derrick Rose, I think, is on one, right?
Yeah, Derrick Rose, and
like
there's a WNBA player on there as well.
I can look that up.
But the cover looks cold. That was a double cover from Wemby. That was a dope cover. That's a good look. So he's got the 2K. And by the way,
I was Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark, good game the other night. Really good game. What do you have? 40? What she have? 45?
Yeah, it was 45 and some.
Yeah. She had a rough week leading up to that, though. A lot of complaining, a lot of crying. Yeah.
Luka vibes.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark's shoes are fire, though. I like her, the CC ones. I don't know if I'm gonna get them, but I like the CC ones. They look good. But talking about Wemby being on the cover of NBA 2K27. I purchased College Football 27 the other day. Looks great. I got Sac State. I'm working on we're in training camp right now. We haven't played a game yet. We're in training camp. I got to get the playbook where I needs to go. We're working on some things, but the game looks great. Jesse, don't be mad at me. It was tough to find the old FIFAs, so I did get FC 26. It was only $13.
That's fine. I mean, 27, I think, is coming out in like a month, but
yeah,
I don't know if I'm picking that up.
Yeah, I don't need to spend a 70. Give me I saw the deal for 13. I said FC 26
Question.
good enough.
With you taking over Sac State, what difficulty are we playing on?
Oh, we're going Heisman. We always go Heisman. You know, that's just what we do. I don't even work my way up. I take my lumps. You know, I throw 10 for 22 with 4 interceptions. You know what I mean? I'll do that. I'll run 20 times for 17 yards. I'll do that for a little while.
Let's hope Sac State's much better in real life, but I'd imagine in NCAA it's maybe not the greatest rating, so I'll give you an over-under about 4.5.
Oh, no. You might not be.
If you play on Heisman, I can respect that.
You might not be wrong. I'm probably gonna lose to Fresno State. Although I don't know, man. I do my thing in NCAA. I do my thing. I have it down to a science. I'm a master offensive coordinator. You know, I let the computer, not necessarily the computer, but I don't get like user picks. Like I'm not doing that. Like I put my people in position, and if the computer is there to make a play, they're there to make a play. I don't do the user pick thing. I'm working on the defensive line, trying to get to the quarterback. That's how I do it on defense. But I'm a whiz on that football. I do my thing on NCAA and on Madden. So I'm not worried about that. I say all this to say I might be out on 2K, man. I might be out, bro. The game looks fantastic. It's the features are unbelievable. It's everything we dreamed of, but it's too difficult to play.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't. That's been out of my bag for a while.
They got the step back, the side step back, the hezzy, the tween behind the back. They got it all. Salute to them. I appreciate it because this is everything we dreamed of. But I can't play. I don't know what to do. Sometimes I just want to shoot a jump shot. I just want to be a spot-up shooter. Sometimes I want to press turbo and get by my guy and get to the rim for a regular layup. Now I press turbo, get to the lane, and if I move the controller a certain way, instead of going in for a layup, I'm doing a fadeaway step back Bobby Jack. I'm out, man. I'm out. I learned that last year. I got 26 or 2K26, and I said I'm trying, but I can't. So NCAA, I'm official. I'm doing my thing in NCAA. Don't nobody want to see me in NCAA football 27. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you give me a month, it's over for you guys. Y'all don't want to see me. You don't even want to see me in Madden. But 2K, y'all got that, man. Y'all got that. Let's go to the phone lines, man. 916-909-1320. Let me hear from my guy, Troy. Troy, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up with your big dog, KC?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing, fam?
I'm doing good, but, man, I got a little bit of issue with you, bro.
Man, what'd I do?
If you're not doing no user pick, user catch, user sack, you ain't user pro. You got to be a pro. You can't be no Heisman and be letting the computer run your game,
You call me a fraud? You call me a fraud? It's only the user pick. It's only the user pick. I do the user sack.
Use the pro, man. Use the pro, right?
Yeah.
Pro at this game, brother. Hey, if you come to my house and let the computer pick it, that don't even count. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna throw the control. I don't count.
No, man. Look, I do the user. Everything else is user. I just don't do the user pick. I just don't do the user pick because I'll mess it up. Like they'll be in position and I'll mess it up and let the receiver go on for an 80-yard touchdown. I'll let the computer handle that, man.
I feel you, man. I'll pull your tail one time.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I appreciate you, family. Oh yeah, man. See, they getting on me, man, because I just got a text too, man. They said, "Come on, man, you got to do the user pick." No, I'll mess it up. I'm trying to win. I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I'm trying to win. I'm the defensive coordinator. I put the team in position to be able to get whatever they need to get on defense. And CPU handle that. CPU handle that. I'm gonna go get the sack. I get the user sack.
I want to go with every. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a flag. Hold on, real quick.
No.
Yeah, no, Troy. We heard that on your call too, the first time. But yeah, I want to say something, but like I can't diss you for that because I used to be the type that's like, all right, I'm up a touchdown. I got the football left with 2 minutes left. Hey, watch me run this football. Watch me run this football.
Against real people?
Yeah, against my friends and stuff. Yeah, no, watch me run this football. Watch me go 4 yards, first down. 4 yards, first down.
Oh, man. Hey, look, you got to get the dub, man. You got to get the dub.
Yeah, there's no honor.
Nah, man, you got to get the win no matter what. So, Yeah, shout out to Wemby for being on the cover of 2K27, but I don't know if I'm purchasing it this year. Damn, Reese might get it. Reese, that's the one game Reese does. He goes to work in 2K. Like, he'll get me on that. He think he can get me on NCAA. I 21 dot that boy so quick. You know what I mean? Especially a couple years ago, it was I would be Colorado and I would have Shador and Travis Hunter. Oh man, I'll be get before the first quarter was over. Hand the sticks over, big dog. Hand the sticks over. He ain't never gonna get me on that. But 2K, he gets his get back. Yeah, he gets his get back. He be smacking me up on 2K. I can't front on that one. So yeah, shout out to Wemby. Other NBA news. I saw this. Tyrese Halliburton, Indiana Pacers point guard, says he feels great. Says he's feeling as good as he's felt in recent memory. He's going to be ready to go. Jesse asked the question off air in the rundown. He said, does this make them instant contenders?
With him being back and healthy. If he's back and healthy.
This ain't hate.
They were just in the final or in the conference finals.
This isn't
well,
hate.
in the finals, actually. No, they were game away. Yeah, game away.
3 quarters away. I think they were leading at the half, actually. Two quarters away. This isn't hate. This isn't hate because I like the young man. I like his game and everything else like that. We're doing a little too much with Tyrese Halliburton. Does he have that kind of impact?
They were just in the finals. Who had the impact there?
That was a nice little run.
I don't know. Don't do that. That was a nice little run. That's how we talk about. I think what is it? The Mavericks or the Suns run a few seasons ago or whatever. Not the most recent Mavs one, but there was
the one where they won the championship.
So when the Suns, I don't remember. I think the Mavericks got to the conference finals, and that was kind of.
When Luka beat the when they lost to Boston.
Yeah, something like that. But either way, no, I won't do that to the Pacers. That was real. I feel like you beat the Knicks.
It was real, but think of all the crazy things that happened for them to get to that run.
That happens every playoffs.
When?
As far as like injuries and things going your way?
Everything went their way. Like everything. Like you're down 20 with 4 minutes to go in the fourth and you win. That happened like 3 times.
Keep playing basketball.
That happened like 3 times. It's not gonna. They're a bona fide top 16 for sure. I don't know if they're champion. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're not championship contenders with Tyrese Halliburton and the roster the way it is. They're not championship contenders. They're a good team. They're a top 16 with him. That's why I asked the question. We're doing a little too much. They ain't championship contenders. Jesse, they're not championship contenders.
I don't think it's doing too much. So like a season's passed since Tyrese got hurt. Like the Heat might get LeBron. They got Giannis. So like Celtics are no longer good. They got the 76ers who are about to step up. You got the Knicks as well. So like, yeah, there's a few teams ahead of them, but I don't think it's crazy. Like I said, they were just there. Not for a blown Achilles. Maybe they're back there again this past season.
I'm going to say right now on July 22nd, I'd be floored. This might even be something I put on the whiteboard. It's not even a prediction. It's just how stunned I would be. I'd be floored if they got back to the finals.
They wouldn't be my first pick. No, they wouldn't be my first pick either. But I think it's a fair question to ask.
They are, like I said, a bona fide top 16 for sure with Tyrese Halliburton. Or that's the way I look at him, at least. Like you'll be back on that. I wonder how the exchange between Miles Turner and Zubac, how that works for them. And yeah, just seeing Ty come back. I know he feels good, he feels healthy, but there's gonna be some growing pains going on with that, trying to get back to get a feel for the game again and trust that leg the way it is. I hope he doesn't take no time doing that, but I'm preparing for him to have some hurdles that he has to get over along the way. So I'm glad he's feeling good. I think they're a playoff team. In the East, Knicks. We're gonna put LeBron on the Heat right now. Knicks, Miami, Philly, Indiana, Cleveland, Detroit. Am I forgetting somebody? That's the top 6.
Maybe Atlanta mixes in there.
Maybe Atlanta.
Depends on how people feel about Boston.
I feel like that 6th spot is Kawhi. If that goes down, that 6th spot.
Kawhi's going to be suspended, I think, portion of the season.
What were you guys talking about it the other morning though? Like there's probably going to be an appeal process, right?
I don't think we were talking about appeal or
Like even if they found him like,
yeah,
hey, you're suspended,
yeah,
he's going to appeal. That might take the whole season.
Kyle was bringing up something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, maybe it does get a little bit prolonged, I guess. But yeah, we'll see.
So, I think he will get suspended. Even if he didn't get suspended, it's still pretty good. I think they'd be around that 6th seed. So you've got that. I know people don't like this team anymore at all, but Orlando's still got a bunch of talent. Paolo's out there working with Kevin Durant. Perk didn't like that. He said he should be working with Jabari Smith. Understandable. I get it. But him and Paolo have worked together in the offseason for like 3 or 4 straight off seasons. So
I'm tired of the whole, don't work out with your enemies or the opposition during the off season or whatever. Like, it's fine, Perk.
Well, I'm old school.
I know. It's a different era. That's a different era.
Yeah, I'm not working out with Paolo. I mean, it's a different conference, but
was it Mike and the Celtics were playing golf, or Mike and someone else playing golf during a series? Like, it happens. It's okay.
But I think, I think that's the Indiana's in the 6. They're not like the
solidified top 6.
That's where I would put them. I would say, yeah, you guys are a top 6.
They're better than Boston right now.
Yeah,
better than Atlanta.
Yeah, I think they're better than. Oh, that's tough. I said that a little.
Detroit's another team that's in the mix since Halliburton got hurt.
So we get. Hold on. Knicks, Cavs, Philly, Miami.
Pistons have had a weird offseason. They lost Tobias Harris, and I mean that's a weird thing to say, but like Tobias Harris helped out. Like, you're gonna need scoring and all.
Yeah, they didn't gain anything either.
Nope. Still waiting to see what happens with them and Jalen Durr. I'm sure he'll be back, but it's a little weird of a situation.
That's kind of crazy if they go from the 1 seed to play-in.
I don't know. I don't think they'll go play-in, but I could see them maybe going 1 seed to the 5 seed, 4 seed maybe.
I don't know if they're better than any of those other teams that we mentioned. They might be in the play-in. That'd be crazy. I know who's not in the play-in. My guy. He's a certified top 6 playoff guy. Kyle Draper. He's pulling up on us, man, right here on D-Lo and KC when we return on ESPN 1320. Jesse, he was running around a little bit, so if he doesn't pop up on the screen, he might need to do a phone call. We'll see. Free man, you know what I'm saying? Give me 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks, though, boy Bush. I just got the game the other day. You know, I got to get my playbook up to. I mean, training camp is going well. Training camp is cooking so far. I'm doing my thing for sure. But give me 2 weeks, then I'll smack you up in college football. And don't take it personal, because I'll be smacking everybody up. I'll be getting online, smacking up the little 12-year-old kids. I'm that dude in college football. And I'm that dude in Madden, too. Although I haven't played Madden I ain't played Madden in a while. Probably like 2 years, maybe 3 years. Stop. Don't listen to the media, bro. Filthy Orlando going to drop a little bit. They were in the first play-in game. They were in the 9-10 game. Or excuse me, they weren't in the 9-10 game. They were in the 7-8 game. They would be in the 9-10 game. Hey man, y'all ridiculous, man. We got some time, little time. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna play GTA. I don't have that much time to play video games. And I'm already locked in to NCAA, FC, and I still got the show I got going on, man. It's too much, man. It's a lot. There he is. My guy. What's up, Draper? We in commercial. We're in commercial right now.
I can't hear you right now. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. You can't hear me? Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Zavo crazy. Should I, Jesse? Nah. Back here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 station. D-Lo and KC is brought to you by my people over at Sky River Casino. That is my spot. Love me some Sky River Casino, where they got 18 different restaurants and bars, but my personal favorite has got to be SR Prime Steakhouse. You're a proud recipient of the 2026 Wine Spectator Award of Excellence. You can enjoy classics with a modern twist, including exceptional steaks, seafood, and top-notch wine collection. And this month, enjoy the Wagyu beef short ribs, slow cooked to perfection and bursting with unmatched flavor. Sky River Casino has something for everyone. Go over there right now. I think I'm gonna go over there on Friday, to be honest with you. Go get some of the. I don't know if I'm gonna go to SR Prime. You know, I might go to the Humidor. You know, I might go to Dragon Bowl. You know, keep it simple. You know, I'm not trying to do nothing too fancy. Not like our next guest. We know he's champagne and campaign. This guy, when he's in the steakhouse, they already know. Bring the finest steak to my boy Kyle Draper, man. Drapes, what's up?
What's up with you, man? Can you hear me okay?
I hear you now. Good, man. Yeah. Well, I heard you just couldn't hear us, man. But I'm glad we've got my man Kyle Draper back in the building, host of the Straight Game podcast. Check for the Resilient Path podcast as well.
Ooh, okay.
I see you cooking.
Yeah, it's about to drop in August, man. This new podcast I'm working on. I'm really excited about it. I got some great guests lined up, and you know, it's not a sports podcast; it's a life podcast. You know, because one of the things, Casey, with me, and you know this, man, we could talk sports all day, but especially as men, we got to get deeper sometimes. You know what I mean? It ain't all gravy out here, you know, and, you know, so we talk about all kinds of things, men's issues, overcoming adversity, my story. So, no, I'm looking forward to that dropping out, man.
Man, me too, man. Hey, look, I'll let your boy, man. That sounds like something we just need to talk. You know what I'm saying? We need to get on there and chop it up a little bit, man. So if ever you need me on that one, let me know, man. You know,
Okay. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
How you been though, man? How's life treating you, man? You're looking good. Looking
Nah,
like money, like always.
Nah, man, I got a little scruff going on here, a little stubble, if you will. I've been golfing a lot. It was at Summer League. Get this, man. So my son, Nick, he's 17 now. He was a ball boy at Summer League. And this last one. And so, but to do it, he had to be there the entire Summer League. So he was there 11, 12 days in Vegas. I had to tap out after 6 days. I texted his mom. I'm like, yo, you got to come down here, relieve me at least for a day or two, because your boy can't do 12 days of Vegas straight. So, nah, man, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Yeah. I was out there. We were out there for the station at the beginning of Summer League. We were there Wednesday.
I saw that. I saw it. You was at Circa. That's a nice spot. I love Circa.
Yeah, that's a good look. It's a good
spot. Yeah.
The Drapes went back home on Sunday. I was back out there on Friday for my son's basketball tournament, man.
Oh,
so
you was at?
I said, yeah, man. I'm cool off Vegas for a little bit, man. I need a little. I need my wallet and just my mind needs a break from Vegas for a little bit.
Doug, I mean, and this is how Vegas gets you. I don't know if you're a coffee drinker or not, but I like coffee. I drink 1 cup a day. I'm a 1 cup a day guy. But to get coffee, I had to trek, and then it was like $7 a cup. You know, in normal hotels, you know, they got the little free stand down in the lobby. Not in Vegas, you got to pay for everything: water, coffee, everything. Man, it was breaking my bank for sure.
Everything. I'll ask you, because you spent time there and you were just there a lot. I had a thought while I was out there. I said, man, I feel like maybe like Vegas, maybe I could live in Vegas. Vegas has everything. Like, they have everything. And I'm always big on really the sporting and entertainment, right?
Yeah,
like, if you have professional sports and concerts come through to your city on a regular,
right,
I think I could rock with you. And, you know, a big time airport. And Vegas checks all those boxes. They got everything you need with all that. And then, as I was thinking about that, I looked at the dash, and it was about 12:30 in the afternoon. And it said 111. And I said, no, what am I talking about? No, I can't live here. No.
You know, you're 100% right, man, because Vegas does have everything. They're going to have an NBA team soon. And I don't know if it was just the week we were out there, but everybody, there was every concert, you know, Fabulous, like everybody. And it happens like that every single night. And Casey, I keep it real with you. I'm at a point in my life where I think I could be okay in Vegas. Now, 25-year-old Drapes, 35-year-old Drapes, I get caught up in them streets too much. Dude, can you imagine, man? Shoot, but, you know, settle down. I don't drink anymore. You know, curfew is about 1 o'clock. Like, I can survive now, but not 10, 15 years ago, man.
Nah, I'd be turning up 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
Now, I'll go, if I do something, I'll go to a little cigar lounge. I'll just do something like this, something chill, but like, in the mid-20s. And
oh, did you check out the one? Did you check out the one at Resorts World? The cigar party? That's nice.
My man goes over to the 8 Lounge. I was over there, man.
Lounge, yeah, that's nice. That's a nice spot. That's a nice spot.
Yeah, but you in Vegas, your son's working Summer League. You saw the games. Let's start with the Sacramento Kings, man, and Darius HoF, Nick Clifford, and all those other guys. You saw them in Vegas. What was your impressions of some of those Kings rookies and second-year guys when you saw them out in Vegas?
Can I keep it real now? Now that I'm no longer employed, can I keep it? Can I keep it a buck? Here's what I saw. And remember, this is just Summer League, so this is not an indictment on what anybody's going to turn out to be, anybody's career. Let's start with HoF. You saw the flashes of the talent that the whole nation saw during the tournament and his year, obviously, at Arkansas. One thing I was concerned about, and maybe it was just because it was Summer League, he sort of ramped it down at times. You know what I mean? Like, his motor wasn't like when I watched AJ DeBonsa, he was going out there trying to prove he was the number 1 pick. Darren P. At times I felt like HoF was like, I guess I should put it like he was over Summer League. He was like, all right, I'm done. Let's get to the real basketball. And so I'm not going to be one of those people that look at the shooting percentages, Kenny, or anything. Oh, he only shot 30% from 3 or whatever. Or he had 8 turnovers or whatever. That stuff, I'm not worried about that. Yeah. But your compete level, being on the stage, especially when you were going against an AJ DeBonsa to open it up. Like, I need to see the motor 100%. So that was my concern. And two, when I looked at him and Nick Clifford out on the floor together, I didn't like that pairing because HoF was off the ball a lot more than what I wanted, to be honest with you. To me, I don't know, Kenny, when you watch him, to me, he's a guy, he has to have the ball in his hands. Not because he can't be effective, but he's that good.
Right.
If you got him standing over in the corner, that's not good. And I know Nick is trying to work out and get his thing going. I just didn't like that pairing too much. You know, you got a young rookie in HoF who is the man. And then you got Nick, who's a second-year player trying to prove and show the leap that he's made. So I didn't like it a whole lot. That's not an indictment on the season or what's coming up or anything like that. That's just my observations.
We got Kyle Draper here, the Straight Game Podcast, and the upcoming Resilient Paths Podcast as well. And just an overall legend out here, man. Everybody know who Drapes is. And to that point, I hate to keep bringing it up because I've talked about it a lot, and it sounds like I'm disappointed or I don't like Nick Clifford. And that's not the case. I don't think he was bad or anything like that. I just wanted to see more from him. You know, as a second-year guy, as a guy who played like 75 games last year, he was fine, but I wanted to see Nick Clifford. James Ham talked about it earlier. Remember when Keegan Murray played his second year in Summer League and he played that first game and it was like, oh, there's no need for him to continue.
Right.
That's what I was hoping to see from Nick Clifford. And I never really got those moments. And that was a little disappointing. Once again, played well, but he didn't give me what I was looking for.
You know, and I've been thinking about this because, you know, Nick's my guy. It's my son's favorite player on the Kings. What is his ceiling, though, Kenny? What are we asking him to do? Is he a 17-point per game scorer? Is he a future all-star? I don't know if he's ever going to be a 20, 22, 24-point per game guy. You know, is he, in terms of a ceiling, not this kind of player, but a role player a la Josh Hart? I'm not saying he plays like Josh Hart, but just the production. You know what I mean? Like is he a Nimhard or some, you know, just one of those players that they aren't your best player, but you need those kind of guys to win. And so I'm with you on that. I felt like, but when you got an HoF, it'd be different if Nick had the ball in his hands, you know, but you're sharing it with HoF too. So I think that was hard. And then I look back at his rookie season and towards the end, he started cooking. But you're playing with Zach, you're playing with DeMar, you know, you're trying to figure out. So his rookie season, I only give him credit for half a season. Like it wasn't a full 82 games. We're going to let you work out. And then you come back in the summer league, you know, you're the man. Let's not forget, Keegan was a starter his rookie year. He played 82. He was out there getting 30, 35 minutes a game. And so with Nick, I mean, the disappointing part is he's an older second-year player too. You know what I mean? It's not like he's a 19-year-old now or a 20-year-old. But to me, Nick is going to be a solid pro. But I think we got to temper our expectations a little bit, Kenny.
I agree with you. The age is one of the things that I look at where it doesn't mean he doesn't have room to grow. But at 22, 23, 24, you're about who you are as opposed to a 19-year-old who can just, you know, they're still trying to develop as a young man at that point and learning the game of basketball, learning the NBA game. And I look at Nick, and he's a guy that you're going to have on your team, that you need on your team, a solid role player. I know we've had discussions about if Zach was gone, should Nick start in that shooting guard role? It's just me. It's just me. And like I said, I hate to do that to these guys because now I'm putting limits on what I think they can do. But just my honest opinion, like I don't see Nick as a starting two guard in this league. And if he is your starting two guard, you're going to be looking for another two guard soon because you're like, this isn't good enough. You know what I mean? But he's an NBA guy. He's a guy that you bring off the bench. And I think that might be his destiny in this league.
Well, I think, and this is the problem with the Kings roster. You know, if you're talking about winning now, probably not. But it should be about development. It should be about, Nick, you're our starting two guard. We're going to give you 35 minutes a night. And at the end, we're going to see what you look like. You know, at the end of the season, we'll have more tape, more film, that kind of thing. I felt like that was the problem, the issue with Keegan Murray. they never really turned the keys over to Keegan. When it was time, when you get rid of HB, you bring in DeMar, then you bring in Zach. And so we really don't know what Keegan, his ceiling is, to be honest, because we didn't develop him in the way that a lot of these young teams develop their stars, their young stars. They let them make mistakes. And so if we're talking about winning basketball games right now, no, you're not starting Nick Clifford, Kenny. But if you're talking about maximizing his potential as a Sacramento King, you got to let the dude rock and make the mistakes.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I feel you. Talking to my guy, Kyle Draper, Straight Game Podcast. The last time we had Kyle Draper on this show, he went viral. I think that's when you had said the Warriors aren't a legacy franchise. They didn't like that in the Bay Area. They didn't like that.
Hey, they don't like the truth down there. They can't handle the truth, right? I stand by that, mind you. I stand by that.
Good times, good times. I want to go to another player before we move on from the Kings. And this seems like a Kyle Draper special. This is a guy that, this is a guy that you like to watch play, and that's Emmanuel Sharp. And it kind of coincides a little bit with the Nick Clifford conversation, because the way Emmanuel Sharp played in this summer and in this summer league, how can he not get some type of playing time? How can he not get on that floor? I feel like everything he does is transferable, and it's in the mold of what Doug Christie is looking for. And I don't know. We talked about it earlier with James Ham, and we've talked about it for about a week or so. I think Emmanuel Sharp is coming for some of them Nick Clifford minutes. I think he's coming for some of them minutes.
This to me, and I'm with you, Emmanuel Sharp is tremendous. Two-way player, can knock down the jumper, is a dog defensively, a kind of guy that Doug Christie likes. But if you're Sacramento, this isn't about Nick Clifford. It's not about Emmanuel Sharp. It's about Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis. Because at the end of the day, Zach is not part of your future. Domas probably is not part of your future. And so are we going to, and this is no offense to Emmanuel Sharp or Nick Clifford, are we going to let Emmanuel Sharp come in and now we relegate Nick Clifford to the Devin Carter role? Are we going to ruin another first round pick? We got to we got to be like Charlotte was. We got to be like Utah was. Some of these young guys, young teams out there, just so we can see. I understand it's a dog-eat-dog world. Nick, you got to step up. You got to earn your minutes. But damn, this is a first-round pick we're talking about, and already he's number 8 on the depth chart or whatever it may be. Come on now. It's to me, it's way too early to turn the page on Nick Clifford. And so to me, it's not about a Sharp problem. It's not Nick. It's Zach and Domas and the veterans that are, to me, holding up and stunting the development of these young guys.
For sure. And that's one of the things that I said when we would have these conversations. I would say, out of respect to Nick Clifford, being a first-round pick and being in this league and playing, I hate that I keep saying this, but playing in the real NBA and getting that. When you talk about the depth chart on the first day of training camp, Nick Clifford is above Emmanuel Sharp.
Yes.
Just like I said, I like his game. I like Clifford's game. I respect what he's already been able to do and where he came from and where he was drafted and all this other stuff. Because of that, day one, you're above Emmanuel Sharp on the depth chart. But you got to fight and you've got to work to keep that spot and being ahead of Emmanuel Sharp. Because Emmanuel Sharp, he's going for the gusto. Like I bet you if we talk to him right now, he's like, oh yeah, I'm not. He said, I expect to be starting. The way I play, the way I go about it, that's his mentality. That's what I love about his mentality in his game. And he's going to be ready to compete. And I think Nick will be up for that. I believe in Nick. I think he'll be ready to compete on that type of level and hold him off. But he's going to have to work because Emmanuel Sharp, he's ready. He's going for the gusto.
He is. And, if I'm Nick, if I'm Doug Christie, if I'm the Kings, in my opinion, you shouldn't lose your minutes because of summer league play. Yeah, come on now, it's summer league. You know what I mean? But once camp begins, and if Emmanuel Sharp is kicking Nick Clifford's butt in practice, if he's out playing him, then you can evaluate. It's way too early, but I'm with you. If I'm Nick, I'm looking at that dude like, okay, I need to raise my game. I need to step up. because he's coming for those minutes. And so I'm going to give Nick a little more, like you said, respect, a guy that went through a year of NBA, a guy that knows the rigors of the season too. We got to talk about that, you know? And so Nick knows what it's like to be a pro. Manuel Sharp, he will learn that once this season comes.
I agree with you 100%. My guy, Kyle Draper, Straight Game Podcast, rocking with me here on D-Lo and KC. And I want to go to the macro here, to the NBA as a whole, because now you cover the league. You cover the league. It ain't just the Kings no more. You're covering the league.
Yeah.
And there was a little mishap, a little oopsie in Miami last night. Drapes, I've heard from a couple of people. I'm not no insider or nothing like that, but I've heard from a couple of people that he's going to Miami before all this went down. I look at the way that Pat Riley's been talking in the last couple of days, and it's like, what do you know, Pat? What do you know? And then this happens with the YouTube leak. I think LeBron James is going to the Miami Heat. What do you think, man?
I'm with you on that. At first, I was thinking Cleveland. I thought maybe even Golden State. But knowing Pat Riley and seeing his career the way we have, Pat wants an answer. He ain't going to be sitting around just waiting, hoping. Nah, Pat ain't, I think, and the thing about Pat Riley, he is one of the most cunning guys. He pulls off things that people don't believe is possible.
Right.
Getting Bosh and LeBron to come to Miami. Tremendous salesman. And think about it like this too, Casey. LeBron's already went back to Cleveland, made amends there, won a championship. He left Miami, kind of salty was Pat Riley. Why don't you make amends there, ride out on top? And Miami, as we know, is a pretty good place to live. If you leave in LA, out of all the cities, Miami, you know what I mean? Miami is the place to go. And so I like it. And then you got Giannis, and you got Bam, and you got some of them other players, and you're in the East. I'm liking Miami for LeBron, man. I really am.
Do you think that's because they have a perceived lack of shooting with LeBron there and Giannis and all this other stuff? Do you look at them as a championship contender if they get LeBron James?
Well, the thing to me, I think about LeBron, and we saw it during his last stint in Miami, people want to play with him. And so the lack of shooting right now, yes, that's an issue. But is there somebody out there that'll take a vet minimum, that'll take a short contract for a chance at playing with LeBron James? And so, like, when they lost Norman Powell, I was like, damn, that's tough. If they had Powell on that would be. But I think with LeBron, man, I think he'll attract some people. I think, once LeBron, signs with Miami or wherever he's going to go, the other dominoes will fall. And I just don't think it's LeBron and then that's it for Miami.
I might look. I wonder how attractive that would be to Zach LaVine. Zach, y'all
got to stop doing this, man. Y'all got to stop doing this, Sacramento.
Look,
dude, y'all trying to ship Zach LaVine out to whoever, man. Y'all like.
I like Zach more than most, Drapes. I do, but I need that money. I need that money slot, man. And if you're not going to be here moving forward, we're trying to do something else. We're trying to do something else. That's how I'm looking at it.
Well, and I'm with you. I like Zach LaVine, the player, as well. Zach LaVine is still a very good basketball player. But at 48, 49 million, then you're like, and I hear you. But, man, don't you know, though, Casey? This is the problem I have right now.
Okay.
If I'm Zach LaVine, why am I showing loyalty and giving my sweat and hard to this city when the majority of the fan base wants him out? You know what I mean? It's like, and that happened with Zach. It happened with DeMar DeRozan. KC, you remember DeMar's first year here. That Summer League California Classic, it was a movie. Everybody was excited. By December, they were like, we should bring DeMar off the bench. Like disrespectful. And so, man, I'm going to give Zach a little bit more. I'll tell you what the issue with Zach LaVine is.
Okay.
This is because I actually did some Chicago Bulls games when Zach was in Chicago also. If the organization and the coaching staff isn't all aligned and strong, Zach LaVine looks at it like, what the hell are we doing? It's like this, KC. If your mom and dad are arguing and fighting, how are the kids supposed to be well adjusted and go out there and give it all? If the coaching staff ain't on the same page, if the front office, if ownership, I'm looking around, if I'm Zach, I'm looking around like, what the hell are we doing here? And so, if the culture is there, and I include Chicago in this too, because I was there when Jim Boylan was the head coach in Chicago, and they got rid of him and brought in Hoiberg and everything. That was kind of a mess too. And so I think Zach, if he is going to go somewhere, needs to go to a stable culture, a team like a Boston, a Golden State. Like, don't banish me to, some other franchise, Wizards or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, he needs to be with a stable franchise, and I think you'll get the best out of him.
Oh, man. Hey, Drapes, man, this was dope catching up with you. We always talk whenever we see each other, so it's not the first time. But in this setting, it was good to talk to you in this respect, and we got to do this again, big dog.
Yeah, man. Anytime, bro. I got some things coming up. You mentioned the Resilient Path podcast. Got some other things in the works. So, yeah, man, you'll be seeing me. We'll have to chop it up.
Absolutely, man. Kyle Draper, ladies and gentlemen, Sacramento legend. That's my guy right there, man. I appreciate you taking the time to rap with us, and we'll be talking to you soon, man.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Take care. My man Drapes. Yeah, it was good catching up with him, man. That's my guy right there. A truly good person. Like, he is a good, solid person. And I know we have fun with like the radio and all this other stuff. Even with all that, when he was on Down South and he had a show, every time I see Drapes, it's love. Every single time. Man, how you doing, man? Oh, I see y'all doing your thing. Yeah, we doing after that. Like, it's always love. And good dude, man. Really good dude. Glad we were able to talk to him a little bit, and hopefully we talk to him more moving forward. When we come back, Sac State football arrives on the FBS stage with Media Day for the MAC this morning. We'll get into all of that and everything that's going on with Sac State and what they may have on the horizon. And following that, I got my main man, Joe Davidson. We'll talk more about that as well, man. So we'll dive into Sac State football. We'll dive into a little high school football when we come back right here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. Be right back. Coach Molly, you're in charge. Ain't that how it goes? Uh-oh, what did Coach Molly do? I got to go back and see. What did... You guys, that was a reach anyway. That wasn't even crazy. Oh yeah. You know I'm tapped in. You know that. It got like 4 fights this weekend. I think Tyson Fury's punk ass fights on Friday or something like that. And then Berlanga and a couple other guys fight on Sunday. Well, Dope Boy Bush, a little busy doing a radio show, but Reese has a baseball game, so I'm going to that game. Might get a dinner. That's it. I was trying to get the show together. Oh, that's not going to get it done. Big shout out to my man Kyle Draper, man, pulling up on us, man. It's always good to talk to him. Talk a little hoop, talk a little life with him, man. So that was good to be able to do. Business picking up here in Sacramento with the Sacramento Kings, obviously, but business is picking up with the Sacramento Kings, or excuse me, the city of Sacramento when it comes to Sac State football. Today was the media day for the Mid-American Conference, the MAC, little MACtion that went down, which is the new football conference for Sac State football. And Coach Alonzo Carter was out there. They had a couple of the players out there in Detroit for Media Day, AD Mark Orr as well. And just an introduction to that FBS level for Sacramento State, man. And this is a huge moment for Sac State football, for Sac State athletics. To be honest with you, it's a huge moment for the city of Sacramento. We've talked about this a few different times before, but this is essentially like getting a new professional program, a new professional franchise. College football is that. It's that level. And when you can get on the FBS level, it's like getting an expansion team in Major League Baseball. It's like getting an expansion team in the NBA, something like that. This is a monumental moment for this city on the sports scene. So there's that I'm just excited for. We talked about the game earlier, NCAA football 27. You know, me playing with Sac State. That's something that I would never have thought would be the case. Never growing up. The Sacramento State is in the game. They're in the game like that. And I'm not going to proclaim like I was always this super Sac State fan or anything else like that. When I was living here, when I was growing up, I didn't think twice about Sac State. You know, and then I left, got some civic pride, like, oh, I wonder what they're doing. And then when I came back, it was really like, yes, I need to support what they're doing with their athletics. Before I knew anything about President Luke Wood or AD Marco or anything else like that, it was just like, hey, this is another opportunity for big time sports in this city. I want to support that. But I would have never thought that they'd be in something like NCAA football. Would have never thought that they would have 4 or 5 games on ESPN or CBS Sports Network throughout the season. They were playing FCS. Like, would have never thought that was the case. So this is a monumental moment on the sports landscape for the city of Sacramento. And while I'm doing that, I got to salute President Luke Wood. I got to salute Athletic Director Mark Orr for getting this done, for bringing this across the finish line and getting these guys, getting this football program to FBS. And they had a lot of people rooting against them to be able to get this done. They had a lot of people, ironically, rooting against them in their own hometown, which is crazy to me. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you're from Sacramento, you live in Sacramento, you do business in Sacramento, your kids grow up in Sacramento, and you don't want these guys to do everything that they can to better the university, to better the profile of the university, that was always crazy to me. Always crazy. But they never took their eyes off the prize. They never took their eyes off the prize. They got the job done. Here they are in FBS, and I know a lot of people would say, and I heard it a lot, people would ask me. I would hear it on our radio show. I would hear it on YouTube shows. I would hear it on Twitter and everything. A lot of people would say, what's the point? Why are we going from from FCS to FBS? What's the point? Why not just stay in FCS? You get to be in the Big Sky, which is probably better for your football program. You get to play UC Davis every year. You know, you get to stay in your little bubble. Almost died again. Talking about Sac State. Almost lost it. Hold on, guys. There we go. I was fighting that off for a while, but I'm back now. I'm back. But people would ask the question, why not just stay in FCS and play with the Big Sky and do all that? And it's something that it often gets talked about when you talk to people that are out of towners, that aren't from here. Like Jake Gayton, a lot of the times is always talking about, you know, what the city of Sacramento needs to do to boost their profile, what they need to do to be a bigger city, to be a bigger player, just on the media landscape, on the sports landscape, and in the sports world, and just trying to elevate. And it feels like you get that a lot from people that aren't from Sacramento, because I'm from Sac. I love this city. I love the charm of Sacramento. I love that. I, have 2 kids, family, my wife, 2 kids. I want to raise a family in Sacramento. I don't know if I want to raise a family in the Bay Area. I don't know if I'd want to raise a family in LA. Sacramento is a great spot to raise a family. And I think that's what a lot of people that are here hold on to a little bit and look at certain progression as like, nah, I don't want this city to get too big. I don't want it to be like in LA or like a Bay Area. I don't want that to happen. Like, I like it the way it is. And I get that. I absolutely get that. But sometimes sometimes, especially when you talk about the sports in this city, sometimes you got to dream big. Sometimes you got to want more for yourself and more for your city. And a move to FBS is in large part, to me, about going on a higher platform, on a bigger stage, and elevating the profile of not only the university, not only Sac State or Sac State football or Dr. Luke Wood or AD Mark Orris, not just that. It's about being on a higher platform in a bigger stage for the city of Sacramento. The city of Sacramento is going to be on stage when they play when Sac State plays North Dakota State on ESPN. You know, if they're playing Bowling Green on a Tuesday night, they're going to talk about the city of Sacramento. They're going to show aerial views of downtown Sacramento. They're going to show, the backdrop, the sun setting in Sacramento. And people in Ohio, they may not know nothing about Sacramento. This may be their introduction to the city of Sacramento. You're raising the profile of this city. And I think that, for me, that's something that's really important, because I want to see this city grow. And I want to see this city elevate. And yeah, I salute President Wood. I salute Mark Orr for even attempting to do something like this, and the whole team. There's so many people behind the scenes. Those two guys are the guys that, get a lot of the love and a lot of the hate. They're on the forefront, but there's so many guys like my guy Andy, doing his thing over there. Shout out to my man Howard. There's a lot of guys over there that are working to help elevate the profile of the university, which in turn elevates the profile of the city. And I love that. I get behind that. I support that, because like I said, I just want to see the city grow. Just want to see it grow. And even with going through all this, there was no guarantee it was going to get done. There was a lot of obstacles trying to go from FCS to FBS. There was a lot of mishaps that, could have torpedoed everything. But my whole thing was like, man, at least try. If you try to get to FBS and you don't get there, at least you put the effort in. At least you tried it. It just didn't work out. I'm okay with that. When I coach these kids and we're working on training, and we're working on different drills and we're working on different shots, we go play pickup or something like that. Hey, you got to try this stuff. You got to try it. If you stay in this little safe little bubble the whole time, you're never going to elevate and grow. You got to try it. And if you mess up, cool. Now you know what you need to work on. Now you know that at the very least, you can attempt it to perfect it. You got to work on it more. And that's what these guys were doing here, man. Let's try it. Let's get to FBS. Let's do it. So I'm super excited for them to be on that stage. I'm super excited for them to have a media day with the MAC the way they did today. Now, the other aspect of trying to get to FBS is, if you were going to do it, if you wanted to do it, if you were Dr. Wood and Mark Orr, you didn't have, like, people are like, well, why don't you just go about this the right way, quote unquote, the right way? Why are you in a rush? Why are you, like, go about it, in steps, maybe 5-7 years from now you do it. Bro, let me tell you right now, you had to go right now. You had to make the attempt right now to get to FBS, because if you didn't get in now, that FBS door was going to be slammed shut like it is right now. Like, I think Sac State and North Dakota State, that might be the last two programs for a little while that elevate from FCS to FBS. That's just a guess of mine, because the NCAA and FBS, they're trying to close the door on all that right now. They're trying to close, or at the very least, if they are trying to make that jump, whatever school is doing it, man, that's a pretty penny. That's a pretty penny. I think Sac State ended up paying $28 million over the course of 5 years to get this over the finish line and get this done. Man, the price, that's the bar now. That's a low bar now. If you're UC Davis or anybody else like that, you talking $35 million. So if you got in by being a part of the Pac-12 or the Mountain West or the MAC or the Southland Conference, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter today. You just had to get in by any means necessary. And once you're in, you can move around and eventually, do whatever you want, but you had to get in first. And that was the urgency, in my opinion, with Sac State getting in there and trying what everything they could to be in the FBS. That was the sense of urgency that was needed to be able to get that done. And like I said, you get in there in the MAC, you're half the country away is your conference, whatever. In 3 or 4 years, we'll try to move to a closer conference or whatever. But once you're in, you can make that move. You can't do that from the outside. And like I said, for example, it's going to be real tough for UC Davis to ever make that move if they want to. I hope they can, because that might even lend itself to Sac State and UC Davis playing each other again in the Causeway, which was devastating that they're not able to do that anymore. But if they tried to go to FBS now, like I said, it's a pretty penny, and they're making it super difficult. And I know they got ties with the Mountain West, but it's going to be real difficult for them or any other school in FCS to go to FBS at this point. So logistically and financially, it's just going to be difficult. The other wild card is what I've been saying for a while, and it's not just me. It's not just me. There's a lot of other people out there that know a lot more about the situation than I do. But I've been saying it for a while now, and it's really being talked about openly this media day season with the SEC and the Big Ten, talking about moving away from the NCAA completely and starting their own super league. And this was something that I thought was going to happen, or at the very least will be talked about at least 5, 6, 7 years ago. Like, SEC gonna leave. Big Ten, they gonna leave. Like, why are they sticking around? Why are they, in football at the very least, why are they beholden to the NCAA? They got enough money. They've got the cachet. They've got the profile. They can just sign a deal with ESPN and Fox and start their own league and have their own playoffs. And now it's openly being talked about. They talked about it a lot during SEC Media Day. I think, oh man, I'm drawing a blank on the Georgia head coach. I'm drawing a blank on the Georgia head coach.
Kirby Smart?
Kirby Smart. Yes, I don't know why. He's one of the great coaches in the game for the last decade. But he talked about it. He said, yeah, we've been saying we need to do this. You guys are hearing, and it's starting to gain some steam in the public now because the cat's out of the bag, but we've been talking about we need to do this. And honestly, it's not a matter of if, but when and how many conferences are going to go. Is it going to be just the East SEC and the Big Ten? They're going to bring the Big 12 with them? The new Pac-12, are they going to be a part of it? Or are they going to be left behind? It's happening. Like the NCAA, they knew the writing was on the wall when they allowed all the NIL stuff in. That's why they allowed all the NIL stuff and being able to pay some of these guys, because they knew they were just biding time. They were delaying the inevitable as much as they could, because these conferences, there's too much money in the conferences already that they don't need to stick around and hang out with the NCAA. They don't need to do that. So that being the case, there's going to end up being like 3 levels of college football, getting back to Sac State and why it was important to go to FBS and what the benefits of already being there is. There's going to be like 3 levels of football, college football. There's going to be like the Super League, which is what I talked about with SEC, Big Ten, however many conferences go with them. Then you're going to have NCAA FBS, which is where the MAC is, and probably the Mountain West, and in Conference USA, stuff like that. And then you're going to have NCAA FCS. And having to go, I already talked about how difficult it is to go from FCS to FBS right now. But having to go from FCS to eventually, in your wildest dreams, the Super League is like impossible. It's impossible. At least in our lifetime, it feels that way. And if you're already one level below, which is where they're at now with the FBS, NCAA FBS, if you're already one level below the Super League, at the very least, you're already on the second level. But depending on how you do or how you position yourself, or at the very least, you start to make the right moves and make connections and you grow, maybe the Super League will be attainable at some point. Or you'll get into a conference. Say the Pac-12 right now, when they start the Super League, isn't ready. But in 7 years from now, 7 to 10 years from now, Sac State joins the Pac-12. And 2 years after that, the Pac-12 announces they're joining the Super League. Look at that. You can only do that if you're already in the FBS. Trying to go FCS to FBS to Super League, like I said, is impossible at this point. So the next step for Sac State that they have to figure out, Sac State football, is this stadium situation. And I would love for them to stay on campus. That is my number one hope for the program. I highly doubt that would happen. It's too expensive to do it the way that you would want to do it, or that you would need to do it on campus. And getting the money and finding the money to make that happen on campus just feels entirely too difficult to be able to get done. So here's what I think they should do. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they're even listening to D-Lo and Casey right now, or I don't know. And if they were, I don't even know if they would care what I think they should do. But here's what I think they should do. I think they should partner with the Sac Republic and play the games at the new stadium. That would be how do I put this? It would just be like a perfect fit. It'd be a perfect fit for what they're trying to do. Sac State, they have their campus expansion, or their downtown campus, that they're already in the works of building and putting dorms down there and classrooms down there and having that downtown extension. So you're already going to have some of the student body downtown as it is, a lot of the student body downtown as it is. And it's not far from the main campus as it is. Off the top of my head, I think it's about 3 or 4 miles, maybe a little bit more than that, from the main campus, but it's kind of right down J Street. It's not that far at all. I know that people want the student body there and all this other stuff, and that, yes, you want the student body there. But this is Sacramento, and a lot of your fan base and everything you're doing is coming from the community that lives all over Sacramento and all over the different suburbs of Sacramento. So yes, we want the kids there. We want the student body there, and we want it easier for them to get there, or as easy as possible. But when you talk about trying to have 23,000, 30,000 people to go see one of these games, that's going to be people around you. That's going to be alumni. That's going to be the city kind of coming together the way they do for a Sacramento Kings game or something like that. So you're close to the campus, even though, it's not on campus. When you talk about the downtown, the Rail Yards Stadium, it's brand new. It's big enough to be on that FBS stage. That's where I think they should go. That's what I think they should do. The Cal Expo thing is cool too. I like that. But I don't think it's as turnkey as moving in with the Republic. And some of the frustrations, I would think, probably with moving into the Republic Stadium, is it's the Republic Stadium. You're a tenant. You don't have any ownership. And at Cal Expo, you would have ownership. On campus, you would have ownership. But I think it would help both organizations, the Republic and Sac State Athletics, to kind of partner and use that stadium, because the Republic, I know they play a lot of soccer games in the course of the season, but that's you got to fill up some dates for that 20,000, 30,000 seat stadium or whatever it's going to be. You got to fill up some dates. And if you can get 6 or 7, Sac State football games in there, maybe do some home and home type stuff with Fresno State, that would pack the place out. That would bring people there. I mean, the pipe dream is you do a home and home with a USC or a UCLA or a Cal or something like that. That would be monumental. That would help the Republic in covering dates for that stadium as well. So, like I said, I understand why Cal Expo is an option, and I think that's I see the vision with that option. But where you're at right now, trying to make sure you're ready to go for FBS and MAC, the MAC conference, and and possibly if in the future moving forward to conference more West Coast. That Republic Stadium, that'd be something that'd be difficult for me to pass up. But I'm just excited that this is reality and they have this opportunity, man. This is going to be really cool. And I know not everything is roses. There's a lot of work to be done to make this, a successful venture on the football field. I think that the coaches poll came out today. 13 schools in the MAC. I think it's 13 schools. And the only team that was projected to finish worse than Sac State was UMass, which is an awful, awful football team. But Sac State is projected to be down there at the bottom in the MAC, and they've got to build up that football program, build up that roster. I got faith in Coach Alonzo Carter that he'll be able to get that done and get the players in here that can get them at a competitive level relatively quickly. But there's a lot of work to do. So shout out to Sac State, man. They had their first media day, and I was just really hyped to see that. I was excited to see that. And a guy who also saw that and wrote something about Sac State football and what they have going on, the legend himself, Joe Davidson. He's going to be joining the show to talk more about this Sac State move to FBS and what that can mean for the university and the city. And we'll talk to him about a little high school football as well, man, because that is less than a month away from week 0 of high school football. And that's always a big deal out here in Sac, man. So we'll talk to Joe D on the other side right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. And Joe's on the phone. Do you have his number? Okay, cool. TC, I don't know if you can hear me through the stream. You got 2 phones or whatever, but hit me back after Joe D, man. Call me back after Joe D. I'll get you on the air. Stephen Brown, what you talking about, man? Come on, man. Chill. That Avi's crazy too, bro. Wow. Drew Down, can you name the 50 capitals? Maybe it's 49 too, by the way. John Poles. Bro, Rome wasn't built in a day, man. It's okay. It's okay. If they're not good tomorrow, that doesn't mean it's a failure. That doesn't mean there's no benefits to it. You know what I mean? No, man, people trying to compete out here. People trying to be good at what they do. And that's going to take time. It's going to take time. I don't expect Sac State to, like, it's not a failure if Sac State goes to FBS and they finish last in the MAC. It's not a failure if that happens year one. I don't know. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't know why that is the thought process. Come on, man. Holla at me. 916-909-1320. Holla at your boy. Will, appreciate you, man. Oh, man, no, it's been all good. It's been all good. What's your go-to birthday dinner? It's a good question. I'm not really a foodie. But if I had to pick, it'd be some type of steak. My wife's tacos are amazing. It's probably the favorite meal I have from her since I met her. Back here on D-Lo and KC, it's your boy KC riding solo today. D-Lo, champagning and campaigning on a nice little vacation. And it's KC and friends. And one of my dear friends is on the line with me right now, the legend himself from the Sacramento Bee, my guy. Known Joe Davidson for, I don't know, we're going on like 20, 30 years at this point, man. My main man, Joe Davidson. How you doing, Joe?
Kenny Caraway, always good to join you. God, we go way back.
We do.
I mean, we go way back. We go back so far that you had a jump shot. And you had hops. You had street cred, and your mother adored you, especially because you were a ball player for the McClatchy Lions of the Sacramento City Unified School District. In fact, and then you went to Cal State Hayward, right?
Yeah, Hayward turned to East Bay, but yeah, they had a great season.
And how about East Bay this past year?
Yeah, they had a great season. Maybe the greatest season in the school's history. Yeah.
Well, and you know, when you go back to games, I mean, I don't want to say you're narcissistic, but when you go there and you bow to the statue of Kenny Caraway, that might be a bit narcissistic, my friend.
Hey, man, look, it's in the rule book. I got to do it. I have to do it. I thought you were going to say we go back to when I had hair, because you knew me when I had hair. Don't have it anymore.
You knew me when I had hair, but you know what's amazing is we lose our hair, but we don't lose our sense of purpose and blah blah yada yada and all that stuff. But hey, great segment. I was listening on what you were talking about with Sac State, and then I didn't hear Damian, and I understand he's on vacation. Mm-hmm. And I've said this before, the show just seems to sing a little bit better when he's on vacation. So I mean, we could say this. We're all among friends, and he knows that's why he's on vacation, because he's trying to work on his game. But no, it's a little different doing it solo, isn't it?
It's a lot different doing it solo, and we have the way our little inside radio here. Like a lot of radio stations, their segments are like 11 minutes. We have like 28-minute segments. So if I don't have a Joe Davidson to talk to, Jesse does a great job helping me as well. But I got to run my mouth for 28 straight minutes. And that's not easy.
And it's not always good too. It's like,
that's true too.
What's going on? But you know, as a media guy, we appreciate lengthy segments, because sometimes it's just 48 seconds, quick hit and get them out of here kind of thing, and that's no good.
Yeah, no, for sure. Joe, you wrote about Sac State and their move to FBS and their introduction to FBS with this media day that took place with the MAC, and you said you were listening before, and I just get your thoughts on the process And some people thought, and understandably so, the impossible process of getting to FBS now being a reality. And what does that mean for not only Sac State athletics, but the city of Sacramento, in your opinion?
I second your thinking on the whole thing there, Kenny Caraway. I think it's great for the city because here's the thing. You want to play at the highest classification. And if we break down Sac State, the football program was founded in 1954, 72 years old. And suddenly this is the most intriguing year in the history of the program. Why? Because they're in their first year in the FBS. And can they compete? Well, we don't know. They're the great unknown. I mean, nobody knows what Sac State has in the MAC, the Mid-American Conference, and Sac State doesn't know what they have. And they only have 3 starters back, a whole new coaching staff with head coach leadership with Alonzo Carter. But you nailed it. Mark Orr, the athletic director, and Luke Wood, the president, they were shooting for the moon. And if you'd asked me, a year ago, and I think we've had these discussions on this radio show, and they're kicking on tires in the FBS, my thinking would have been stay in the FCS, stay in the Big Sky until you really figure it out. But at the same time, didn't Sac State owe it to itself and the alums and the football program and people on campus and the city? Don't you kick tires now? Meaning, sure, they looked into the revamped Pac-10, Pac-12. They looked in the Mountain West. Those things didn't happen because they didn't get invites.
Right.
But everything's got to work out perfectly. They got an invite from the Mid-American Conference, and people like to poke fun at it. I wrote in my story today, the Mid-American Conference sounds exactly like it is. It's a lot of schools in the middle part of the country, in Ohio and Michigan and Illinois, with an East Coast feel with Buffalo, New York, and UMass, and now a West Coast feel with a California entry with Sac State. And some people, this is ridiculous. Well, if Cal and Stanford could be in the ACC, heavy dominated on the East Coast, then realignment is part of it. USC, UCLA, and Oregon, they're in the Big Ten. And so that's, and it's for football only. So the tennis team, the volleyball team, the basketball team, they're not going to be making these trips to play the Akron Zips and the Toledo team and Miami of Ohio, only football. And they're not playing all 12 games in the MAC. They're playing a handful of them. So you make do with what you got. And the fact that they got it done, I thought it was going to be an FCS independent schedule.
Yeah.
And so they're there. And now what are they going to do? Well, you got an energized, spirited, fun coach in Alonzo Carter, Northern California native, longtime head JC coach, a top assistant for, Arizona Wildcats and San Jose State Spartans. And so he's ready for this challenge. He's wanted this job, and it finally worked out perfectly. So they have to up their recruiting. What Sac State has, Kenny, that the rest of the MAC does not have, Sac State's fertile recruiting ground is California. And so that's big. And so what is the MAC? I quoted the commissioner in my story in the Sacramento Bee today. Why did the MAC want Sac State? And he said the same thing. He goes, we're just been known as the sleepy little conference that doesn't take any chances. Well, we're taking a chance. And they like that Sac State's enrollment is growing, and it's probably the largest enrollment school in the conference. That's something I'm going to look into. But it also gives them a reach into California. And Sac State's going to play 2 late season games on a Wednesday. Well, that's absurd. Well, that's kind of the cool thing about the MAC. Those games will be on ESPN. One's a home game, one's a road game. You do what you can while you can. And 5 or 6 MAC teams, pretty much half of them, just under half of them, made bowl games last year. And Sac State can be bowl eligible this year. The NCAA waived that contingency where you had to wait a couple of years. Is Sac State a bowl team on the surface right now? No. But they will be at some point. So I think it's great. And one more thing, there is no more progress at Cal Expo. Sac State will play its games on campus. They kicked the tires at Cal Expo. It was mutual. They both looked into it. It was worth exploring. Certainly, it's always good business to listen. So they'll play their home games at Hornet Stadium with the long-term goal of upgrading that stadium. Though you did bring up an interesting point. Why not share FC Republic? FC Republic's venue is fantastic. Got that great grass.
Mhm.
And they played the Pig Bowl, the law enforcement fire charity game. I think it was a 50-second Pig Bowl. They played it at the venue where FC Republic plays.
Yeah.
And so they have a spot where you could raise goalposts. I don't know if that's going to work. I think ideally you really want to play all your games at home. They got so many more dorms, and make it a thing where kids could just walk to a game. I think that's ideal. But at the same time, it's always good to listen to possibilities.
Yeah, no, and Joe, where FC Republic is right now at Cal Expo, like, no, not interested in that. But I was thinking when they get the new stadium at the rail yards in 2 years, I think that I understand they would want to be on campus, but I think that's a perfect situation to go in there. You've got the size of the stadium that you're going to need if you're going to be on this FBS level and play some of these games, maybe get some of these home and homes with some of these bigger schools. And with the plan of having the downtown Sac State campus kind of in the works as well, you still have that aspect of having a lot of students and alumni right there being able to be, not far from the Republic FC Stadium. I think that's something they should look into.
That makes more sense than the current venue. I didn't hear that part. I was switching around to different stations. No, I would never do that to my friends here. But no, I think that's a good possibility too. And some of that may be tied into corporate sponsorships and signage, and that's another thing. What's Sac State get out of the MAC? Well, you're at the highest level. You're going to have more ESPN games. It's more visibility, and all of those things add up to money. This is always about money, and Sac State's paying some $24 million. It's a 5-year commitment, 5-year contract to be in the MAC only for football. All of the sports are in the Big West, which is Southern California dominated, which makes sense. But what turns heads and what generates interest and what generates recruiting and money is success. And I don't know if Sac State, needs to win a bunch of games. That'd be great. I don't know if that's realistic because of how far behind the 8 ball they are. But you've got to at least have an entertaining product. You got to have an entertaining team.
Right.
People will watch football, their favorite college team, if they're scoring 40 points a game. If they're losing those games, they're still entertaining. You can't have a boring product. Same with high school football. The whole key with high school football, have an entertaining team, people will come.
Yeah, 100%, man. We're talking to my guy, Joe Davidson of the Sacramento Bee, talking a little bit about Sac State and what they have going on. And you mentioned something that was, I think, also overlooked with this move going to FBS. They're in the MAC conference. That's a Middle America conference. Ohio, Illinois, like you said, some in the East Coast with Buffalo and UMass.
Michigan.
Yes. Yeah, those directional schools, as they like to call them. And there's a lot. If you ever look at a map of like the map of the USA, and it has all the D1 programs, D1 football programs on the map, and say they have their logo for everywhere they're at. If you look at the map, east of the Mississippi, it is just filled with logos, There's so many schools and so many places for kids to play D1 football east of the Mississippi, FCS and FBS. But if you look west of the Mississippi, and especially like in California, there's not a lot of programs on the West Coast. And that's where I think they really could win in recruiting, where you go into some of these homes of maybe 3-star kids, 4-star kids who want to play football, but always had to leave California to do it because there's not enough D1 programs out here. Now Sacramento State is saying, hey, you can stay right here at home if you're in the Bay Area or if you're in LA, play in California and play big time college football. I think that's going to be a huge recruiting trip for them.
No doubt. I mean, California, what are the states that are hotbeds for high school football recruiting? Well, it's California, Texas, and Florida. And California's got the most populated state in America, and 40 million people, great high school football. People here locally only see football in the Northern California region. Well, they don't play any better football than in Southern California and Los Angeles and Orange County and Orange County. And you are so right, Kenny. There are so many college football programs over the last 40 years that have folded. Nothing more than recent years, certainly. but they don't bring college programs back. And this was Fullerton, Long Beach, Sonoma State, Chico State, Pacific, St. Mary's, all folded.
Hayward,
Santa Clara, Hayward. Some of these were full scholarship programs, and they're gone, long gone. They're not coming back. And so you think a lot of people get confused by this, Kenny. So if Sac State has a 95-man roster, USC has a 110-man roster, it doesn't mean they have 110 scholarships every year. It could still only be 25.
Right.
So if USC, UCLA, Cal, Stanford recruits nationally, but USC and UCLA mostly over the decades has recruited just Southern California with a national reach. There's plenty of guys out there, and FBS just sounds a little bit more interesting, a lot more interesting than the FCS. And so I think it's, and you were right where you alluded to it. Said, why wait? Why wait 7 years? I mean, how much longer? I think Luke Wood, the president of Sac State, we don't know how long he's going to be there. You don't think that with the things that he's done and as refreshing and bold as he is, he's great for the media. He always has something to say. Who's to say that, a college down south doesn't want to grab him?
Right.
And so grab it while you can. Same with Mark Orr. I think Mark Orr, if he's going to leave, he would go to a college that has football. But neither one of them, I don't think, want to go anywhere. Mark Orr is at home here, the athletic director. So it's going to be interesting. And how many wins is Sac State going to have? Well, they open with a MAC game, and then they play Mississippi Valley State, home of Jerry Rice. That's probably a win. And then they go to Fresno State. That's not going to be easy. Fresno State's got an army of returning players at any level. You're as good as your experience. And then we'll see, North Dakota State comes in, and we'll see. I know they have a great quarterback, Sac State. That's Carson Conklin. He's back 2 years after being a freshman All-American. He did not want to leave, but when Brendan Marion and staff came in, and they brought all these quarterbacks and transfers, that's their prerogative. And he didn't play a lick in the spring game, so he transferred to Fresno State and started some games.
Yeah.
And then he came back. He's got a great relationship with Bobby Fresquez, a longtime quarterback coach, offensive coordinator, play caller, assistant for the Hornets. And last year their quarterback play was terrible. 7-win season with a real void at quarterback. That's not going to be a problem this year. The staple for the program since they rose to power in 2019 is Chris Richardson's offensive line play. He's a position coach. And any level of football, you have guys in the trenches, you got a chance. And so that's going to be a strength. They're going to be fast and active. So they just don't have experience, unlike the rest of the MAC. But long term, I think Sac State could out-recruit the MAC because of the California base alone. I think if you're talking to San Diego kids, Los Angeles kids, Stockton, Oakland, Chico, Sacramento, they're going to know Sacramento State more than they're going to know the Akron Zips, the Buffalo Braves, Central Michigan, because those are excellent teams. They're good programs, but there's no familiarity. And a lot of kids, Kenny, as you know from your high school days, they like to go to college kind of close to home. So mom and dad could come, or you can get home and get a home cooked meal. And there's, they're men, but they're still like to have closest to family. And we don't see a lot of guys from Sacramento over the decades who go to Central Michigan or Toledo or Ball State. They do, but a lot of their recruits are homegrown guys. So if Sac State's going to have homegrown, home state recruits long term, you like those chances.
Joe, what's a zip? Akron Zips. What's a zip? Do we know what a zip is?
I don't know, but I kind of like it. I put it in my story. I said they have cool mascots, the Zips. It sounds up tempo and fast. It's not like it's the Akron dull and boring. We got the Chippewas in there. We got the Buffalo Braves, very cool, kind of similar to the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bulls. I'm sorry.
Khalil Mack, alumni. Khalil Mack went to Buffalo.
Well, good knowledge. That's right. And then UMass, as you said, is projected to finish last. We know them as a basketball school, but they're the Minutemen, so that's kind of cool. So it's not bad, it's, and I think even from a media standpoint, Kenny, this is, you always want a storyline. I mean, last year, Brendan Marion was a good story. He always had something to say, win or lose. So you appreciated that, and you got the go-go offense. So there was something intriguing. And then you get Alonzo Carter and his good spirit and good energy, and the whole looking into the FBS, it's storylines. We want to have, right? I mean, the Kings are great for the media when they're interesting.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. So it's I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious to see how it plays out. But the Hornets are a great unknown, but it goes both ways because the MAC doesn't know what to expect of them either. For sure.
We're talking to Joe Davidson of the Sacramento Bee. We're talking a little Sac State, but now I want to shift gears just a little bit because somebody alerted me the other day. I think it was a buddy of mine, Russ Dog, in the Chatty House. He said, KC, we got 3 weeks until week 0 for high school football. And I said, really? 3 weeks? And I thought about it. My son goes to school. He's in middle school. But yeah, he goes back to school in like 3 or 4 weeks. So yeah, that sounds about right. High school football is here pretty much. I know they've probably been having their summer practices and things like that. But I got to go to Joe D right here. Is it Folsom again? Folsom or bust when you talk about a championship out here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about, there's a lot of detractors of Folsom. They have an inordinate amount of transfers. They're bending the rules. They're, lie, steal, cheat, and they don't do any of those things. They do get transfers, but they have to be cleared. And we always tell people, we're not going to report on rumors and gossip, or we'll start quoting you first. If you want to allege that Folsom's cheating and stacking players into hotels or apartments with falsified information, well, then forward the information. And the governing body, CIF, looks into these things. And in Southern California last year, several teams got shut down at midseason because of the dirty word in high school sports now is falsified information, where you're making up addresses or something, selling their soul. That's not a problem with Folsom because the CIF would drop the hammer. So Folsom is clearly the number one team, a defending state champion, or Sacramento Bee Player of the Year and a 2-time state Player of the Year. Ryder Lyons, one of the all-time great players at quarterback. He's now at BYU. And so who do they have now? Brody Rudnicki, who's suddenly now the area's best player. Well, how can that be? He didn't start it. He only started a couple of games last year. Well, because he's that good. He came in late third quarter in the NorCal championship game against Reardon of San Francisco, a big powerhouse. They were unbeaten. And Ryder Lyons got blown up on a clean play, just got blown up and blew out his shoulder. And so here comes Brody Rudnicki, who is the backup, this very bright, talented kid, and he leads him to victory. And then he goes to the state championship, dense fog down in Orange County at Saddleback College, and they're playing a powerhouse for the state championship. And you can't see because there's so much fog. So he runs the ball 24 times, 188 yards, 4 touchdowns, passes for 2. Wow. This kid's good. And he just signed with Cal, so it's a great get for Tosh Lapoy, the first-year coach at Cal. And this kid is, they got guys in the trenches. They got guys on defense. So Folsom's our clear number 1. And then our clear number 2, I think, is the Oak Ridge Trojans, a league rival. They're up in El Dorado Hills. Casey Taylor, a great coach. Paul Doherty, the coach at Folsom. They've battled Folsom many years, last 5 years in the section championship. Some of them have been close. Some of them have been dogs. And then the Grant Pacers, proof that city school football still endures. They're our number 3 team. They'll be our number 3 team. Why not number 2? Because Oak Ridge beat them in the playoffs. It's as much data as you got. But it's those 3 teams and then everybody else. And those 3 teams in the top are all in Division I. They're going to have to go through each other. Other teams of note, Rockland, Granite Bay, Elk Grove, Monterey Trail of Elk Grove Unified. Same character, same teams. And if you're looking big picture, who's the team with the best chance to get to the open division, the elite level in high school football? Well, it's Folsom. You got to pretty much win all your regular season games. And you're also talking De La Salle. We've heard about them over the decades in the Bay Area. Sarah of San Mateo, same thing. My thinking is don't worry about the open. Don't overstress that. Just get to a section final, win it, and keep going. Last year, Folsom got just beat down by Mission Viejo on the road, which was good for them. It really woke them up. And then they responded big. They host that team in the second game of the season. So it's a great home and away. But Folsom is stacked again, and they got everything. They got a youth feeder program. They got massive enrollment. They got administrative support. They've got on-campus coaches. They got a strength program. So does Oak Ridge. So does Grant. So does Rockland. So does Granite Bay. All those schools. But Folsom's it's just been a leg up on everybody, and people are trying to close the gap. The Grant Pacers in the 90s and the 2000s were our Sacramento Bee team of the decade, both decades. Mike Albergini, the coach. Nobody's ever going to catch up to them. Teams close the gap. It takes time, and I think Oak Ridge is capable of closing the gap. Grant maybe as well, but right now it's still Folsom and everybody else.
I can dig it. Joe, before we get you out of here, I want to ask you one more question about high school football. You talked about the quarterback at Folsom being the best player in the city. Because I know there's some offensive linemen out there, there's some defensive linemen out there, but you know me, Joe. I'm of the era of Deion Sanders. I'm a skill position guy, so I don't want to disrespect those guys. But tell me, who's the best skill position player in the city this year, in your opinion?
Oh, it's a good one. So the Grant Pacers, the pride of Del Paso Heights, they have 19 players with Division I scholarship offers. Not all seniors, because you could offer kids who are sophomores and juniors. They have 2 receivers who are big time. Kobe Shabazz, great name. He's committed to Sacramento State. It doesn't mean anything until he signed a letter of intent, but he's a dynamic 3rd year, 4th year starting receiver. And then they have a taller receiver, 6'6", Zoe Edwards. Everybody in America is looking at this kid. Cal, Michigan, Ohio State, and he's got tremendous hands, fast. He's got spirit to him. So there are 2 of those guys right there. Trying to think if there's a running back. I know we always have. I'm a little out of a season, but we always have good players. And Sac State will recruit Sacramento hard, and they've always recruited Sacramento hard over the years. Not everybody wants to stay home, and sometimes they want to get away, and sometimes that's L.A. But with Sac State as the FBS and the Sac State football coaches, or the Sac State football coaches visit the high schools. They go to spring drills and all that. They want to let people know that they're here, and their primary base is Northern California. They'll recruit certainly Fresno, Oakland, right on down to Southern California, because it's an entertaining product over the years, and people want to play for that. If they're a pass-heavy offense, you're going to get receivers. If you're a run-heavy offense, you're going to get running backs. So, not to overlook UC Davis. You talked about, will UC Davis ever look at the FBS? Probably. All their other sports are in the Mountain West, so it makes sense. But they're happy now with the FCS. They haven't won a Big Sky Conference championship since 2018. They're a playoff regular. They're loaded again this year. Tim Plow is one of the great people and great coaches. But the bummer is, hey, the Causeway Classic is not. It's been a staple since 1954. It's not on the immediate schedule and may not be. But let's hope that happens. It's good for rivalries and alums, but it's not there in the next couple of years at least.
That's always a sore subject. I'm gonna miss that, man. Hopefully they can figure that out, man. But Joe D, I never miss you because I'm always tapped in with my man Joe D. I'm always locked in with what he's got going on at the Sacramento Bee. And this football season is high school seasons, football and basketball are going to be starting. So we gotta do this on the regular. We got to tap in with you and do it on the regular.
Absolutely. When basketball season starts, I wrote about Mike Bibby and Sac State and their schedule in the Big West. I think that's going to be fun. I think it's going to be. You were at some games at Hornet Pavilion. It was fun. It was exciting. It's only going to get better when Long Beach State, Fullerton, Santa Barbara come in. There's some familiarity with that. But no, always good, my friend. And I didn't even know that Damien wasn't even on. Is he there? No, he's on vacation. Show did just fine.
He gonna get you when you talk to him. He gonna get you.
I know he is. I love Damien Barling, especially when he's on vacation. There's my last dig.
Joe D, I appreciate you, man. We're gonna talk to you soon again, man.
You bet.
All right, take care. Joe Davidson of the Sacramento Bee. He's one of the GOATs, bro. He really is one of the GOATs. When we come back, I got something I've been meaning to get to for about a week in Major League Baseball about getting more black kids to play baseball. It was talked about last week during the Home Run Derby. I'll expand on that a little bit as well, man. So we'll get into all that. We'll close out the show and get you guys ready for the rest of your Wednesday evening, man, right here on D-Lo and KC. It's KC and Friends as well on ESPN 1320. Wayne. Haven't heard from you lately, Wayne. Hey, Filthy, don't test Wayne's USC knowledge. One thing he knows, it's USC sports. He knows other things too, but he definitely knows USC sports. Jesse, did I have to do a baker read today? Okay. Iceman turn what else? Oh boy. This is not too hot today. Got a baseball game to go to. It ain't nothing too crazy. What's the temperature? Let's play weatherman right now. It's 88 in Roseville. That is fantastic. Oh yeah. Some good stuff. I'm not playing in Roseville, but it's about the same in Sacramento. So we're good. D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Just KC riding solo. Got my main man, super producer Jesse Tapia, with me as well on this Wednesday afternoon in Sacramento, California, man. I love Sacramento. I love all the talk that we just had not too long ago about the Kings, about Sac State, everything that's going on in the city, man. It's on the upswing. It's on the upswing for sure. And here's one thing that you don't want to forget. From the baseball diamond to the vineyard, Dusty Baker's journey is as legendary as a swing. Baker Family Wine celebrates Dusty's passion for handcrafted small lot wines, crafted with care right here in West Sacramento. I really like the 755 Hammer and Hank. I really do. A lot of people like that. You know, they like the red wine. That's their thing. But me personally, you know, I like that rosé. I keep singing the praises of the rosé because that's just my go-to. You know, I've had them all. They all get the job done. But that rosé, that's my one right there. That's my personal favorite. You can join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials and savor beautifully balanced European-inspired wines made for true fans. Visit the tasting room and taste the story behind the legend today at bakerfamilywines.com.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
That's my guy right there. That's my guy. While we're talking baseball, let's go to the phone lines. Oh, we don't go to the phone line. Oh, no. Come on, man. Come on, Wayne. Come on, Wayne. Because when I start talking, Wayne, I don't know if I'll have another opportunity for you. But since we're talking baseball, though, I do want to check in on our Northern California baseball teams. Let's see how this went today. It's a Wednesday. It's a getaway day. A lot of day games today. Oh, look, they both played a day game together. They're both done for the day. Okay, that's cool. Let's see what happened here with the Giants. Let's see what happened with the Giants. They lost 5-4 to the Royals. That means they got swept. Okay. All right. They went 1-5 on a 6-game road trip. All right. Well, the A's, let's see what they did. Let's see how they did. They played in Arizona. Last night I was watching when Jacob Wilson hit that 2-run home run to tie it in the ninth. They end up losing that game 6-5 and 10. But I was like, that was a good moment. They showed some fight. Let's see how they responded today. A's lose 15-5. A's lose 15-5. So the A's, I don't know. I'm just doing some math. Like in the last, 6 games or so, they've probably they had a 23-run game that they gave up. So they're probably somewhere around 75 runs. That's not doing too much. But 50, would I be doing too much if I said they had given 50 runs in the last 6 games? Dang, it's all bad, bro. It's all bad. And speaking of the Giants, too, the Giants lost today, like I just mentioned, 1-5 on the 6-game road trip. Reportedly, they led in every game. Went 1-5. This is a disastrous baseball season for Northern California sports teams. Just disastrous. I can't believe both of these teams are so awful. If you would have told me at the beginning of the season, one of them would be bad, cool. I understand it. I get it. But both of them? Oh, this is awful. Just an awful baseball season. The Dodgers are still good. Who knows when Aaron Judge is coming back. I mean, this is bad. Even the Mets. I kind of like the Mets a little bit. They're awful. They might be the only team worse than the Giants right now, all things considered. Just bad. We did have one really good moment from the baseball series. They had a couple good moments, but one really good moment. And that was Jordan Walker winning the home run derby the way he won the home run derby about a week ago in Philadelphia, homering on his final 6 swings to come from behind and be the home run derby champion. For those who aren't familiar with Jordan Walker, young black man playing baseball, an all-star for the first time for the Cardinals, and had that iconic home run derby. After he won the home run derby last week, he talked about how he wanted to see more black kids playing baseball. And he said, hopefully he could be an inspiration for black kids to want to play baseball and stay involved in baseball and want to continue to play or start playing, and he wants to help be that type of role model, that type of inspiration for black kids in the community to play baseball. And I thought that was dope. I thought that was really cool that he used that moment to highlight something that, it is frustrating. As a black man who loves baseball, it is upsetting to see the lack of African-American representation out there on the field and in the dugout when you talk about managers and coaches and guys like that. And I know, so my son, he plays baseball. My son Reese, 13. He plays baseball and basketball, and he's a pretty good baseball player. And I'm aware of this time in his life as a young athlete because this was about the time when I walked away from baseball, 7th, 8th grade. And I think about it to this day. I should not have walked away from baseball. I was a really good baseball player, really good in Little League. Shout out Airport, shout out Willow Rancho. You already know what it is. They need to have your boy's number retired at some point because I was that good over there. Shout out to all my people over at Airport. But I'll never forget, I had all-star practice, baseball practice first. And then following that, I had basketball practice. And I just always remember, I was, like I said, about 11, 12 years old. And I just always remember being out in the outfield during baseball practice. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so boring. I can't wait to go play basketball. Like, when is this practice going to be over so I can go play basketball? And when I say so boring, like, that's not how I view the game of baseball. Like, I love baseball. Baseball is not boring to me. I enjoy it. I've enjoyed it since I was a little kid. And it's not a boring sport. Like, I'll watch baseball games all the time. But at that moment, as an 11, 12-year-old kid, I was like, this is just not exciting. Like, I want to go play basketball. As soon as that practice was over, put my basketball shoes on, went and played basketball practice. I was the happiest guy in the world. And that was like the last time I played baseball. I ended up playing again in high school, actually, as a sophomore at McClatchy, and played one season of baseball. But we're talking, 4 or 5 years later. It was just, I had been away from the game for too long at that point. But to this day, I wish, my dad or my mom would have said, no, stick with it. Keep playing. It's a great game. You're good at it. It can open up a lot of doors for you. Keep playing. And I think about that with my son, because what happened to me was Michael Jordan, bro. Michael Jordan. Like, basketball is just a more exciting game, a more appealing game to a young athlete, to somebody that's looking for everything that's cool right now. Basketball just naturally has that. It just does. And baseball has that too. I really do. But I do think, especially when I was a kid, baseball kind of got stuck and got caught flat-footed in the 90s and the early 2000s. When the NBA had Michael Jordan, the NFL had guys like Deion Sanders, Jerry Rice, and the entertainment value that they would bring to the game in a certain degree, and a certain level of charisma that was in line with what the culture was doing, the hip hop culture and everything that was going pop culture at the time. Those sports had it. NBA, NFL, with those players, Jordan, Deion, they had it. They had that entertainment value. And baseball was still trying to have the same environment that they had in the 60s and 70s. And, when you talk about the 70s, there was a lot of African Americans playing baseball at that time as well. And there wasn't anything necessarily wrong with that environment, but it was a different time. And baseball was stuck trying to have that same mentality of the 60s and 70s, and they just got completely passed by. And now it feels like the powers that be are trying to undo the mistakes of like an entire generation before them. And I bring that back to a lot of these black kids who play sports. I mean, basketball is just cooler. Football is just cooler. It's just a lot more fun. The culture of those sports and the culture surrounding those sports are just a lot more fun. Now, I will say this. One of the things that I feel gets regurgitated a lot that I don't necessarily think is true, and I feel people kind of bring it up because maybe it sounds good, and that's the notion that baseball, quote unquote, doesn't do a good enough job promoting their stars. And I completely disagree. And this is somebody who watches baseball every night, watches MLB Network and watches the shows, sees the commercials, all this other stuff. You even talk about like the video games. We were talking about video games earlier, the show. 2 of the last 3 or 4 covers for MLB The Show were 2 guys with as much flair as anybody in the game, anybody in sports. When you talk about Jazz Chisholm and Fernando Tatis Jr. Like I said, I watch a lot of baseball. I follow the league. I watch MLB Network and, follow their social media, see the commercials, see the way they advertise. They are promoting their stars as well as anybody can. I mean, Ronald Acuna Jr. is on the forefront of everything. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Fernando Tatis still, Paul Skeens. All these guys who are stars on the field and with their charisma and what they're promoting it. They're promoting it. They're trying to get these guys out there in the forefront, and they're showing a lot of love to that. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, baseball just doesn't. No, they're doing a good job. They put their biggest personalities on center stage a lot of the times. It's just one of those things like I talked about earlier where at least with a lot of, like I said, a lot of black kids and a lot of young black athletes, the current administration or PR people for Major League Baseball, they're trying to undo what was done for a whole generation. And that's tough. And I used to hate, you guys know I'm a Giants fan. I used to absolutely hate when Madison Bumgarner would try to police players in the way they acted. Obviously, him and Yusel Puig had their back and forth all the time. And he did that with other people too. They pop fly and, hit a pop fly to right and they get mad at themselves and slam the bat down. And he's like, just go to first base. Don't do all that. Like, come on, man. I used to hate when he would do that. It's like, bro, stop all this, man. This is the exact mentality that has baseball in the place that it's in when it comes to the perception, at the very least, of not being this popular sport with the youth. And I used to hate the way that he went about that. And I feel like the culture of baseball has loosened up a lot on some of those traditional unwritten rules and stuff like that held them back from appealing to kids. They held them back from being able to compete with basketball and football. If you watch some of these AU games and these travel baseball games on a smaller level, they let them do their thing. They got all the gear and all this other stuff, the arm sleeves, the different bats and U-trip bats and all this other stuff, the high flyer, I forgot what they're called, something like that, whatever they're called. They got all the designs on the bats and all this other stuff. And if you go to one of the top tier AAU games, like the stuff at Perfect Game or the tournaments at the Perfect Game facilities, those kids are doing everything that they need to do. There is no, hey, you can't dress like this, or you can't have this accessory, or this doesn't match. No, they're letting it all happen. And ironically, I think when you talk about the game of baseball, not just Major League Baseball, but the game of baseball, I think the WBC is one of the best things going for baseball right now, for growing the game with black kids in this country. Seeing the way that some of the Latin American teams in the countries bring their flair, bring their style into the game and bring it in the game, in the middle of the game, and putting it on display. Saying, yeah, you can have your level of flair. You can have your level of celebration and excitement and not worry about getting hit with a 95-mile-per-hour baseball. Like, that's acceptable. That's something that I think turned away a lot of black kids in this country when it comes to trying to play baseball, because they probably didn't feel like they could be themselves or celebrate the way they could in basketball, in football. They couldn't do those same things in baseball. Well, yeah, you can still do that. And you see that with the WBC. You see that with the players, like I said, in the middle of the game. You see that with the crowds. And it's just a different environment. And it's a more welcoming environment, in my opinion. So it's always going to be an uphill battle because, like I mentioned earlier, baseball used to be America's pastime. It used to be the most popular game in the country. And it just got lapped a couple times by basketball and football. And basketball and football, specifically basketball, it's it's way cooler than baseball. It's way cooler than baseball. I think basketball is just the coolest sport when you talk about being able to experience the culture of basketball and have 4 or 5 different subgenres of basketball, right? Like you've got the grassroots AAU type basketball. You've got that going on. You've got high school and college. You've got the one-on-one world of basketball now where that's blowing up, and you got people getting notoriety from that and that being a big thing. You've got just the open runs, being able to go play pickup basketball somewhere, going to In Shape Fitness, going to 24-hour fitness, going to your local park, being able to play basketball and look cool at it. You know, be able to play with your friends, be able to play in front of a crowd. That's just something that isn't replicated by baseball or football on a consistent baseball. Football's got the 7-on-7s that are going on right now, but I just think basketball, it's just the coolest thing. And when you're trying to appeal to, you know, young guys, and you have to appeal to the young guys at 8, 9, 10 years old, because trying to pick up baseball later in life is impossible. That's not happening. So you've got to get those guys that start playing baseball in Little League, and you got to make sure they stay, they don't leave. And it's like I said, it's just a little bit of an uphill battle. But some of the numbers when I was thinking about this that I saw was in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. You combine those eras, you had up to 19% of players on these Major League Baseball teams being African-American players during that time. In the 2010s, dropped off significantly, down to 8%. And now in the 2020s, it's somewhere around 6%, right? And I really hope that changes. I really hope that changes. I love baseball. I think baseball is a fantastic game. I love my son playing baseball. I love watching him play baseball. And I'd love to see, you know, his cousins or some of his friends in the neighborhood, some of these other young black kids, be able to go out there, feel comfortable playing the game of baseball, feel comfortable being with, you know, guys that look like them out there, and play baseball on a regular basis, man. Because, like I said, I agree 100% with Jordan Walker and wanting to see more black kids playing baseball, because it's a beautiful game. You can learn so much from it, and I think it just helps when you have a little bit of everybody in a sport. You get different just different flares, different cultures, different ways of going about it. And that's what makes it beautiful. We saw that a little bit with the World Cup. When you see everybody playing, you get different styles. You know what I mean? And it tends to lend itself to seeing a better game, because you just see everybody. So that was my soapbox with that. I've been wanting to talk about that for a week, man, because I thought Jordan Walker using that platform in that way was just really, really cool. Really, really cool. And he talked about something that was near and dear to his heart, and something that I could relate to, and that I agree with, that I hope changes moving forward. Seeing everybody out there, you know, playing baseball and just embracing the game a little bit more. And shout out to those people at Major League Baseball and in the baseball community, because I think they, like I mentioned earlier, they're having an uphill battle, but they don't turn a blind eye to it. They're doing everything they can to try to get everybody in the game, let them know, like, hey, you can come over here and wear your shoes like Tatis Jr. You can do whatever you're doing like Jazz Chisholm. Jazz Chisholm, he has the best home run celebrations. And when he's going to third base and points towards home and all, like, he does all that. And 10 years ago, if he went against Madson Bumgarner with all that, oh my gosh, he'd be getting hit every time. And that didn't do anything to help the growth of the sport, what Madson Bumgarner would do in that respect. And the players and the organizations and even the managers and everybody understanding, like, nah, man, we got to loosen up on that if we want some of the these young players to continue to play. So shout out Jordan Walker, shout out Major League Baseball, shout out the game of baseball. And yeah, can't wait to see if there's some action that goes behind that, man. I want to thank all of you guys for staying tapped in with us today. Want to thank James Ham for pulling up on us. It was great to hear from him again and get his vibes and what he thought about the Sacramento Kings summer. So that was dope. It was really good talking to Kyle Draper again. That's my man's right there. Big ups to him. And it's always a good time talking to Joe Davidson because he's just the GOAT. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. So he's a legend here in Sacramento. And anytime I get a chance to talk to him and those other guys, it's always a good time. And anytime I get a chance to talk to you guys, it's a good day. So we'll do it all over again tomorrow. It starts at 7 a.m. here on ESPN 1320 with The Jump. My main man, Jesse Tapia, my man, Kyle Madson. And then we've got The Jump Rewind at 12. And then D-Lo and KC, a.k.a. KC and Friends, again tomorrow at 2. I'll see y'all. Vamos, Sac State. Y'all be good. Great job, Jesse. Great job. Oh, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys staying tapped in. It's never lost on me that you guys are in here for like 4 hours straight, arguing about nothing half the time, but everything at the same time. So I appreciate all you guys, man, and much love again for all the birthday wishes. And yeah, man, y'all make this fun. Y'all make this enjoyable and a lot of fun, man. So thank you guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. I'm out here. Y'all be good.